Good morning everybody, welcome to the third day of this county championship fixture against Glamorgan. Our scorers for this match, Adrian Bull and Morgan Farrell. Our match referee, Ian Herbert. And good morning to our umpires, Paul Baldwin and Naeem Ashraf. In the field, the Glamorgan side, captained by number 16, Sam Northeast. And resuming for Gloucestershire, number 25, James Bracey. And number 4, Cameron Bancroft.
Well, good morning and welcome to a frigid Cheltenham Festival. It is grey once again. It's far windier than it was yesterday, and conditions on the balcony feel a little unpleasant and arctic, but we do have a possibility of an exciting day's cricket on hand, so we can put that out of our minds and focus on what is at hand, with Gloucestershire and Glamorgan starting day 3 of this Division 2 County Championship match, a match which saw 22 wickets fall in the first 4 sessions and then 1 wicket fall in the next 2 sessions, with Gloucestershire having taken control of the game. 388 for 3 they resumed this morning, with Cameron Bancroft on 159 having started things off, and James Bracey 90 not out, with Miles Hammond having made a blistering 121 from 110 deliveries yesterday. And it will be Kieran Carlson who removed Miles Hammond in his first over to bowl his now 13th over and the first of the morning to the left-handed James Bracey, who leans forward and blocks into the offside. And there's no run as we get underway at 10:59. Everybody eager to get out there in the gusting chill wind. Slip in place, Carlson off spin round the wicket bowling, and Bracey dabs into the onside this time and won't get the first run of the morning. Gloucestershire's lead sitting at 370 runs, with still plenty of power to add as Carlson bowls and Bracey cuts away as a sweeper out at deep cover, one at deep mid-wicket and a long leg as well. And the first run is taken this morning as Bracey moves on to 91, 389 for 3. The intrigue, I guess, comes today in terms of how Gloucestershire want to play it, assuming that they don't lose early wickets, which might be a possibility still. There's a second new ball which is available in just 9 balls time, so Carlson bowling the 79th over of this Gloucestershire innings, an innings where the run rate has been basically 5 runs per over. Carlson in, and Bancroft facing his first ball of the morning taps a defensive shot to extra cover. So if Gloucestershire are afforded the opportunity to decide their own fate, then how long do they think they need to bat on for? How many runs do they feel comfortable with? Carlson bowls on the back foot. Bancroft runs it through the offside, as he's done many a time in this innings so far, and takes his first run of the morning out to deep cover, and his score up to 160. Understandably, last night talking to Miles Hammond, who was delighted to have made another ton in what is kind of a home ground for him really, as Bracey cuts and finds McIlroy out on the deep cover boundary. So 3 runs from the first over, 391 for 3 as Bracey moves one closer to a third 100 of the season. 92 he has now. Cards being kept fairly close to the chest last night by Miles Hammond, but of course he's going to defer to captain and coach and think tank as to exactly what the strategy might be. But from a Glamorgan point of view, what was the I guess mood in the the camp. Nick Webb from BBC Radio Wales alongside myself, Ed Seaborn from BBC Radio Bristol and BBC Radio Gloucestershire.
Well, David Harrison, the Glamorgan assistant coach, said Glamorgan have shown good deals of character in resistance over the last couple of years, and they probably need to do that again. They will, you would have thought, have to bat out, depending on the weather, 4 or 5 sessions. I would have expected, well, if I were Graham Van Buren, which is a somewhat improbable hypothesis, I'd not bat longer than lunchtime. They'll be probably should be 500 ahead, particularly with a bit of late hitting in the half hour before lunch. Crane, the last over with the old ball, bowls to Bracey, who defends on the offside, and there is no run. David Harrison just paying tribute really to the Gloucestershire batters. Went about their work pretty well yesterday. Crane bowls, Bracey stretches forward, but among the Glamorgan supporters on social media, I think there is a fair degree of disquiet as to the bowling resources in the squad. As Crane bowls and forward stretches Bracey, playing it back to the bowler. Just one overseas player featuring in this match, of course, Marnus Labuschagne. Colin Ingram left out. As Bracey defends back to the bowler, and there is no run, which comes across as a fairly strange decision, even if it means having to get another temporary opener. You'd have thought Ingram's stellar early season form in the Championship would have been rewarded, as that's nudged away on the leg sides by Bracey. Wanted a single for some reason, but Dan Douthwaite was quickly round from mid-wicket to prevent it as he nudged it towards the umpire. And Glamorgan with a lot of work to do to salvage anything out of this game, as Bracey will get a single here, turning it a little more strongly towards the umpire. McIlroy lobs the ball in underarm, and noticeable that McIlroy, left arm seam bowler, is reluctant to throw the ball overarm where it's not necessary. 392 for 3 as Tim van der Hoogten gets hold of the new cherry, which is waved in the scorer's direction. Said our direction, it's more or less the same thing, but I think he's probably informing the scorers rather than us. And Tim van der Hoogten, who's been the hero of Glamorgan's bowling attack so far, with 7 of the 13 Gloucestershire wickets to fall, will try and do his stuff again with the new ball. Just a little window of opportunity for Glamorgan maybe to put a bit of pressure on.
Yes, and with the runs on the board, Gloucestershire might almost be the happier of the sides in a way to see him start to move the ball about a bit. I mean, Hammond felt yesterday that there was still a bit in the pitch. Of course he would say that because Gloucestershire are the ones that are going to be hoping to try and take the final Glamorgan 10 wickets last on it. But there was, when Van der Hoogten came back yesterday late on, all of a sudden there was something happening again. He did beat Bracey a couple of times in a spell late on yesterday, but the new ball is in hand now, and Van der Hoogten 2 for 78 his figures in this innings, and he's bowling now to Bracey, who's getting off strike straight away, just working the ball backward of square on the leg side, and he is on to 94.
Yeah, the issue is that although Glamorgan have got a new ball, they're not really going hard at it in terms of the field placing. 2 slips, but 4 saving the single. Square leg is back, fine leg and third man, so it's not hugely a new ball field in general.
I mean, to think about trying to limit Gloucestershire's scoring rate as well. Van der Guchten into Bancroft, who's forward looking for a single to the covers, but it's too close to Sam North East, so there's no run. They scored 150 runs basically in a couple of sessions. In fact, well, more than that, 165 in the evening session yesterday, Gloucestershire, and then 175 in the afternoon session. So if they could do something similar to that this morning, if Van der Guchten bowls and Bancroft times that one gorgeously, just leans into a little push through the covers, not much more than that, and it races down the hill and away for 4 runs. The first boundary of day 3, 397 for 3.
Yeah, the danger that the new ball might come onto the bat more quickly, but it also goes off the bat more quickly. And Glamorgan without a sweeper on the covered boundary at the moment.
Van der Guchten runs in, bowls, and Bancroft again is well forward, and just pressing the ball towards cover. There's such little difference between that delivery, which he just allowed to come to him and more or less blocked, and then just that little bit more of a push at the ball, but not much, through the covers, and it's speeding away. It was an innings of such control yesterday from Bancroft, with the exception of one pull shot, which was his only 6. And Guchten bowls, and Bancroft is beaten on the outside edge and signals to James Bracey that the ball has moved a bit on him.
Ricky Morgan on Twitter points out, you did say it could be 400, plays 400 in the second innings. I live in hope. Yeah, it doesn't feel as though the pitch is that deadened out. I mean, we're only on the third morning, I suppose. Might still be doing a bit.
Here is Van der Guchten bowling to Bancroft, who's firmly in line and playing with the full face of the bat up to mid-off. And that is the end of the over, so 5 from it. Gloucestershire lead by 379.
With regard to Glamorgan's second 11 performance yesterday, 2-run defeats against Warwickshire, high-scoring affair in the T20. Zen Malik got 82 off 44, I think it was, off the top of my head. Ben Bonney says Malik has to get a run in one of the teams. Nick Galliford says he's absolute class. It'd be madness not to sort out a contract for him. And Glamorgan were well set to win that match apparently, but Warwickshire had some very experienced bowling. George Garton, Jake Lintos and Craig Miles, all first team players.
These sort of second 11 in inverted commas matches at this point, especially the bigger counties that have all those white ball specialists that they can afford to play it. It's a slightly uneven playing field.
Yeah, Glamorgan have got plenty of youngsters on the staff on the batting side, as McIlroy bowls the first ball with the new ball from the College Lawns end, i.e. from right to left as we look out from the balcony, and it's defended by Bracey. So the likes of Will Smale, Tom Bevan, Asa Tribe will be looking to get some experience, at least in the one-day cup, you would have thought. As McIlroy is in to bowl, knocked on the offside by Bracey, through for a quick single shy at the stumps, and buzzers! It's beaten Mason Crane, backing up, who was in the right position. But that's run away, and that's 5 runs to the Gloucestershire total. He was the only one in line backing up. It was a reasonable enough decision to throw at the stumps. It was a quick single, but it just bounced awkwardly for Crane, and he was unable to get anything behind it as the Gloucestershire 400 comes up.
Yeah, bizarre way for James Bracey to get up to 99. I thought, if anything, Bancroft was the one that was struggling a bit more than Bracey. As you say, he was entitled to throw it because there was some hesitation. It would have been a harder throw to the striker's end, but just wondered whether Bancroft, he was the one who hesitated slightly, and Bracey was quite committed to that single.
McIlroy bowls to Bancroft, who strokes that one nicely through the leg side. Carlsen is off in pursuit, but they're jogging back easily for a couple more runs. 404 for 3, lead 386, and Bancroft cruising on to 166. Not out. That was looking up lists of double centurions at Cheltenham as McIlroy bowls, and a firm defensive push by Bancroft to, well, there's someone with wearing a Tom Bevan sweater, but it looks more like Sam Northeast from this distance. Doesn't look like Tom Bevan.
Has he got an extra thick jumper that Northeast has purloined?
As that is defended on the offside, and there is no run by Bancroft.
Is that not Northeast at mid-wicket, though?
Oh yes, maybe it is, but doesn't look like him from this angle. Don't know why. Maybe he's grown his hair a bit.
There are two Sam Northeasts.
Maybe he's grown his hair a bit. Bevan was playing for the Twos in Cardiff yesterday. We'll see if I can check that in a minute. McIlroy is in to bowl outside off stump. No shot essayed by Bancroft. It is the end of the over, and therefore it will be James Bracey who is on strike, with every opportunity to become the third centurion of this innings. And Ed to describe it.
Well, could be the second time this season that Gloucestershire have had 3 centurions in an innings. Happened at Grace Road in that record score for the club, 706 for 6. Declared, Bancroft being one of them, alongside Ben Charlesworth and Graham Van Buren. At least for now, Northeast is going to make Bracey just have a little think about things. I'm not sure there's going to be a huge change in the field. Glamorgan's over rate is very good, so it's almost in their interests really not to bowl more overs than they have to at this stage.
Slow it down in this session, yeah.
Might as well. Here comes Van der Guchten. Round the wicket bowls to Bracey, who's going to get there as he tucks the ball away to deep backward square. And James Bracey has his 3rd 100 of the season. He had to wait overnight to get there, but the crowd assembled on day 3 of the Cheltenham Festival rise to applaud their keeper batter, who is having a magnificent season. And James Bracey reaches that 3rd 100 in Championship cricket from 131 deliveries. And I'm sure we'll be absolutely delighted, because as Van der Guchten runs in, bowls, Bancroft just defends, gets a little bit turned around by that one as he plays it back to the bowler. Because as Miles Hammond mentioned in the interview last night as well, it wasn't all completely destined to be an enormous Gloucestershire lead when James Bracey came to the crease. It feels sort of, you know, now that it's happened, it feels very different. But at 218 for 3, leading by about 200, there was a possibility of a collapse as Van der Guchten is in. Bancroft squeezes that one through mid-wicket. There might be a couple of runs here. They're not going to go for it. It's another one of those singles that would be 2 on most grounds. Short boundary to this side and parallel with the pitch, which means Crane can cut the angle off running around from deep square. Bancroft to 167, but you know, still a chance. I mean, it felt very different at that stage with Hammond having gone on the attack. You sort of thought, well, if Gloucestershire got, say, 300 odd as Bracey drives firmly, this next delivery, but it's well stopped by Carlson to his right at mid-off. Saves a boundary. You sort of felt at the start of Gloucestershire's innings, if they could set Glamorgan 300 or so, then that would be extremely testing. But then, as Hammond and Bancroft looked so well established, you maybe thought, well, OK, at effectively 200 for 3, if Glamorgan could get some wickets going, and you're then defending less than 300, as Bracey comes forward, plays the ball up to mid-on, then especially if, say, a Labuschagne or a Carlson or a North East or somebody were to really get their teeth into things, then that total might not look so impressive. So still a really important innings from James Bracey. He's kept Bancroft company, scored at a very handy rate as well, around about 4.5 and over, as Van der Hoogten bowls and beats Bracey on the outside edge. Don't think it quite carried through to Cook, but Van der Hoogten is still passing the edge of the bat with this second new ball. Gloucestershire 406 for 3, a lead of 388.
As Billy Root returns to the field. I think it is Tom Bevan. He's just grown his hair out a bit, leaving the field.
Should have said, of course, I meant to say, that is James Bracey's first Cheltenham Championship ton.
As he remains on 100, playing the first ball of McIlroy's over to Root at cover. No run. 406 for 3. Lead 388. And Gloucestershire adding 18 runs so far, pretty untroubled. Run a minute. As McIlroy bowls, driven nicely and through Billy Root. He'll be disappointed with that one. Wasn't the easiest stop, but Root looked as though he had got to it reasonably well, and through it went. And things just looking to start a little bit ragged for Glamorgan.
Yeah, it got a little bit that way yesterday evening with a few blemishes in the field, and does seem to have started in fairly similar fashion this morning.
Yeah, the overthrows and that boundary that might have been saved, as that one's steered down into the gully, stopped by Van der Hoogten. 410 for 3. Bancroft on 171. How lengthy, pray tell, is the list of double centurions here?
So there are 9 total double centurions at Cheltenham, considering we have been playing. Gloucestershire and others have been playing on this ground since 1872.
McIlroy bowls, Bancroft turns it on the leg side, no run.
Doesn't seem like a particularly long list, and actually 3 of them have been this millennium, including one for Glamorgan.
Indeed. Still visible in his Twitter handle, Powley299, Mike Powell. Works round here as well. As that's turned down the leg side, and it's run away for 4 leg byes, despite a lone cry of frustration, angst, and anything else you might care to think of from Marnus Labuschagne at slip as it went flying past Chris Cook. Labuschagne was the tokenist of token appeals, 414 for 3. McIlroy on his way in again, bowls, and outside off stump, no shot played by Bancroft. 414 for 3. The lead 396 for Gloucestershire, and you would imagine that they would be comfortably 500 ahead at lunchtime, and with the possibility of bad weather, which may well delay proceedings tomorrow until lunchtime, they're but I would be surprised if Van Buren felt the need to bat on into the second session of today.
Yes, I mean, you never know, but if you were pulling the strings, I think you would see lunchtime as the cut off. Van der Hugten in and bowls, driven away. It's in the air, but it's well in front of square. No chance for deep backward point, and well away from cover as well. And that 4 brings up the 200-run partnership between Bracey and Bancroft. There have been several thumping drives off the bat of James Bracey included in that, and a good old-fashioned handshake between Bancroft and Bracey.
Good heavens, don't see those very often.
And the lead is also at 400.
251 balls, so strike rate of about 80 for that partnership.
More discussions as Bracey waits, looking slightly nonplussed, back towards Van der Hugten. Give me another one. Get on with it. I don't think that's ever happened in terms of a batter shouting that, but anyway, discussion between Van der Hugten and Carlsen, and of course absolutely nothing has changed in the field. Van der Hugten in and bowls. That one does stay down a little bit as Bracey plays in defence back to the bowler. So Peter Miller has been in touch on Twitter to point out that Bancroft and Bracey close to breaking the 4th wicket record stand for Gloucestershire against Glamorgan. They've already set one record for matches involving these two counties in this game, with De Lange and Singdale's last wicket partnership being a record 10th wicket stand in the first innings, as Bracey gets a thick outside edge on this one as a chase round the boundary, and oh gosh, he's somehow managed to pull that back in, McElroy, despite pulling off one of the more awkward dives you'll see, and all that for a run, but he saved the run.
Well done, Jimmy Mack, good effort.
Has to be said, he's been the one person particularly in the field that there haven't been any blemishes on that I can remember. He pulled off a fantastic stop on the other side of the ground yesterday, chasing one back to the boundary, and he saved another run there. Van der Hugten in bowls. Bancroft lets that one go.
Thank you, Peter, for that. I hope the sun is out in Swansea.
Yeah, pointing out the record, 1933, Wally Hammond and Billy Neal, 208 put on there, and actually that's not the game where Wally Hammond in 1933 joined that list of 9 as it is now double centurions at Cheltenham. That was another game in that festival, so must have been rather a good one even by Wally Hammond's standards, as Bancroft defends into the covers. 1933 festival, and in fact I might even consult my Cheltenham Bible to see what it has to say about 1933.
Good year for the Roses.
Last ball of this over. Van der Hugten's 20th of the innings. He bowls to Bancroft, who is well forward and playing the ball firmly up to mid-on, but not getting a run. So 4-2-1 for 3. So the partnership at 203. So it's got 5 more runs to go to break that record.
Hammond obviously had it in for Glamorgan. Highest score for Gloucestershire against Glamorgan is Hammond's 302 in 1934. Was that at Newport, possibly? There was a very high-scoring match in Newport where one of the Davises got the best part of 300 for Glamorgan. There's McElroy bowling in a short-sleeve shirt. Despite the chill, pounds in from the College Lawn ends and bowls to Bracey, who plays that one gently to point and there's no run.
The passage about 1933 starts. There was a real buzz in town at the start of the festival. It goes on to say the county had started their familiar August revival, and the Southwestern Counties Convention of Beekeepers was about to commence.
Bracey knocks it away on the leg side, fielded by Crane at mid-on, no run.
There's discussion about the pedigree of honey in bees high on their agenda.
There was a sweet feeling in the Gloucestershire dressing room.
Yes.
Sweet feeling in the Gloucestershire dressing room this morning, no doubt, as they stick their feet up and watch their teammates pile up the runs. Bracey defends. Up to Crane at mid-on, no run.
It wasn't at the festival in 1933. That game, I think I was just assuming actually incorrectly. So that was at the Wagon Works, that 1933 game between
the Wagon
Gloucestershire
Works
and Glamorgan. Yeah,
where that?
Gloucester.
Bracey pushing forward, steering it through the offside. Single taken down to Root at deep cover. 4-2-2 for 3. The partnership worth 204, and therefore one boundary away from equalling the efforts of Wally Hammond and Billy Neal 90 odd years ago, 91 years ago. McIlroy to Bancroft on 171, pushing it on the onside to mid-wicket, and there's no run.
And apparently in 1933 though, in that festival, Wally Hammond broke the record for the most number of runs in a single season by Gloucestershire WG's record disappearing.
What? How was that allowed? McIlroy bowls, beautifully driven through the offside by Bancroft, beats the dash of Gorvin round the pickets in front of us, and away for 4 more. 426 for 3, equalling the Gloucester versus Glamorgan 4th wicket record.
James Bracey has already dared to remove WG from the records once this season.
He'd be revolving in his grave.
With Graham van Buren erasing the county's record 5th wicket stand against any side from the record books against Derbyshire. Gloucestershire's last game at Bristol, with Graham van Buren breaking that record. Got a way to go as Bracey before he breaks WG's record score on this ground, though. Suspect he might have to get a shift on if he wants that one.
Which is
300 and, he says, stalling for time, 18 not out. Yes, there we go, get it right. 318 not out in 1876 against Yorkshire. Probably worth revisiting that extraordinary scorecard, because it is absolutely bizarre. They are now changing the field as things slow to a crawl. Van der Hugten to Bracey, bowls round the wicket, and Bracey drives in the air in front of square. They've moved point round, and as a consequence Dan Douthwaite gets round and sends in a beautiful return and gets a deserved round of applause from those down below. Either that or they knew that this was the record stand outright between James Bracey and Cameron Bancroft for Gloucestershire against Glamorgan for the 4th wicket. So that has now been set. Bracey to 109 with that single. Van der Hugten in, bowls back of a length to Bancroft, who rises up onto his toes, turns the ball towards wide mid-on, and will take another run. So that 1876 game that included the highest score by anybody on this ground, the 318 not out, in that 528 all out for Gloucestershire, who won the toss and decided to bat, included 3 ducks, 2 ones, a 4 and a 5.
Wow. Thanks for coming.
And WG carried his bat for that 318 not out. And the man standing at the non-striker's end, Cameron Bancroft, as Van der Huchten runs in and bowls, and Bracey's going to get, in fact it's going to be 4 runs onto the total, I think, just pad, as umpire Ashraf extends the leg, but they all count to the total. 4 more onto the extras column, 432 for 3, because of Cameron Bancroft's unbeaten double century where he carried his bat in 2017 against Kent. Him, WG and Charlie Barnett, the only 3 Gloucestershire players to carry their bat for a double century. Cameron Bancroft part of that exclusive club, as Van der Huchten bowls down the leg side and Bracey has an extravagant attempted flick over the leg side at it and doesn't get anything on it.
Well, they're going so well at the moment that I wonder if they might even be thinking of getting Glamorgan in for a couple of overs before lunch.
Lead 4-1-4. They added
another 100 in the next hour. It's doable.
Yeah. In comes Van der Huchten, bowls, drive and a miss from Bracey's, feeling confident enough to drive the ball on the up, but Van der Huchten proving that there are still some dangers to doing that against him, especially.
It is a real concern, the level of Glamorgan's threat in this match. Tidy in the first innings to support Van der Huchten.
Van der Huchten bowls as Bracey does get the drive away this time, but has not got it quite where he aimed it, up towards mid-off. And that is the end of the over, 4:32 for 3. So 44 runs scored this morning by Gloucestershire in 35 minutes. Would indicate, even though they've not been absolutely opening the taps, that there's every chance that they could get well over the 500 mark in terms of lead at lunch, if indeed that is the point that they're after. The forecast for tomorrow still looked as though it was going to be quite wet in the morning, possibly getting dry throughout the day.
As McIlroy starts a new over from the lawn's end, and Bancroft is forward defending to northeast at cover.
But there's always a question of how much you play the forecast and that sort of thing, and it may change again, but at least it has been fairly consistently saying now for a couple of days that there are showers about on that Wednesday morning and into the afternoon, and then you wonder about how much it could drain.
As Bancroft turns one nicely off his hip down towards deep backward square, they'll take a single, but that will be all. Enthusiastic chase from the man at fine leg in the distance. Just the single, 4:33 for 3.
Another thing, actually, just perusing this 1933 entry, the name I'd not seen for a while, but with Tim Van der Huchten playing in this game.
McIlroy bowls, nudged away by Bracey down to fine leg this time for a single, 4-3-4 for 3.
He's not the only person with a Van der GU start of his name to play first class cricket. The former Gloucestershire keeper Paul van der Hucht.
Oh,
Gucht. I think I'm right in saying he ended up finishing his first-class career in India.
McIlroy bowls. Bancroft takes a single down to Douthwaite in front of us at deep point. 4-3-5 for 3.
Newcomer in 1933. But yeah, he played for a while, and then I forget which team in India he ended up playing for in the later stage of his career, something like Baroda, maybe.
McIlroy to left-handed Bracey, who is forward, defending to cover, fielded by Byram, no run. And if we get a couple of hours off tomorrow morning, you might as well record an audio book of that. History of the Cheltenham Cricket Festival.
Lillywhite's Legacy by Grenville Simmons is a rather useful resource at this time of year.
Absolutely. McIlroy into bowl. Bracey takes a single down towards deep backward square. It was going very gently. There might have been a 2 there had they pushed it, but Douthwaite came pelting in off the boundary, and the batters weren't inclined to overextend themselves. 436 for 3, the lead 418, and the new ball is inducing no more than respect, really. No particular alarms in the Gloucestershire camp.
Oh, Tommy, you're too late.
Tommy who?
Adrian Thomas on Twitter informing us about the highest 4th wicket partnership for Gloucestershire against Glamorgan. Come on, Tommy. You need to get in there before it happens, not after it. Here comes Van der Hoogten bowling, and Bracey taps a defensive shot into the covers for no run.
Neil Thornycroft, a regular listener, is feeling optimistic. He says, I'll be very disappointed if this isn't a comfortable brackets boring question mark draw. I wouldn't put your mortgage on it. Glamorgan are going to have a long time to bat out. At least 4 sessions, even if the weather helps them, you would have thought.
418 the lead as Van der Hoogten is into Bracey, and it'll be 409 as he drops and runs out into the covers. And 112 now to Bracey. 437 for 3.
If you wish to communicate with us via Twitter, it's EdCricket6 and Nick Webb 2017. And if you are not on social media and you fancy emailing me, nickweb2017@gmail.com.
Still not much of a sign of a break in the clouds or much of a drop in the wind. One of those days when the gulls are kind of soaring on it up above. Van der Hoogten into Bancroft, who tucks it into the onside. Carlson will jog across from mid-on and keep it to another single. Bancroft to 179.
Yes, the gulls would have to be precise with their landing skills today, wouldn't they?
Oh, gosh. Well, at least they might miss your chips at lunchtime today. I was hoping to go for chips with something today, probably.
Yeah.
The fish and chip van looked particularly tempting. I wasn't quite hungry enough for it yesterday, but Van der Hoogten is in round the wicket, bowling to Bracey, who steers the ball away through the covers and knows that there's only going to be a single there. 439 for 3, Bracey 113. Generous portions, it looked like. So that might have to be the stall of choice. I'm already getting a bit peckish at 20 to
don't
midday. Work up a serious appetite. You're going to need it to finish that plate off. Wind kicks up again as Van der Hoogten runs in. He's there and bowls, and that does just lift a bit and goes past the edge of Bancroft, who I think was playing at it, it's impossible to say for sure, at square leg, made the motion as if to withdraw the bat from it, but I'm not sure I'm entirely convinced. Yeah, I don't know. It's a bit difficult actually to see the ball on the screen there. I think initially he was thinking he would have to play at it, and then so it just moved a bit off the seam. Van der Huchten into Bancroft, who's going to move to 180. The single into the offside, just to the left-hand side of cover. So happy just to tick things along in that over, but even that over has brought Gloucestershire 4 rather almost unobtrusive runs, and it's 440 for 3.
That's the problem for Glamorgan, isn't it? That they can score 3, 4, 5 and over almost without trying at the moment.
And it just takes the odd boundary, and run rate is still being kept up at 5 6s even.
Yes, Gloucestershire completely in the driving seat. Just a question of how long they want to carry on driving, really, as the new ball doesn't seem to have brought huge alarms. McIlroy right to left as we look out from point, and driven nicely by Bancroft, but straight to Carlson at mid-on, and there's no run. The Glamorgan attack labouring badly in this match in the second innings. Van der Huchten having led the way with 5 wickets in the first innings, where there were 2 for Douthwaite, 1 each for Crane, Labuschagne and Gorvin. McIlroy yet to open his account as Bancroft takes a single out to Douthwaite at deep cover, and the score ticks on to 441 for 3. Lead 4-2-3 on this, well, sorry to harp on about it, but extremely grey morning. Yesterday we had a little bit of sunshine for the odd 5-10 minutes here and there. No sign of that today as Bracey defends to cover and there's no run. It is a thick blanket of cloud, albeit not forecast to be a rain-bearing one, but those of you watching will be able to observe the effect of the breeze on the cameras, those fixed cameras which poke out on sticks from above the sight screens at either end. Clipped uppishly but safely by Bracey for 4 runs between the 2 fielders here on the leg side. Neither Douthwaite nor Bevan could do anything about it, and it's raced away for 4 to square leg. 117 to Bracey, 445 for 3.
Roughly the shot that he was aiming off Van der Huchten not so long ago, but I think possibly that one previously was aimed all the way.
Down leg side, caught by Cook but not off the bat. There's a modicum of excitement behind the stumps for Glamorgan there. Good take from Cook, but whatever it hit, if anything, it was not his bat, says umpire Paul Baldwin. Bracey must have thoughts of a career best.
177 would be the number.
McIlroy in to bowl and defended back to him. McIlroy tries to flick it up to himself, but doesn't quite work. Ed Byron picks it up instead, and it's the end of another routine over. Dan Douthwaite is warming up in front of us, swinging his arms and now making sure that his bootlaces are firmly tied. Looks as though he'll be back in the attack. A difficult second innings for Douthwaite, having claimed a couple in the first innings. He has been rather wayward in this innings as Gorvin replaces Van der Hoogten. It's all a little bit by numbers for Glamorgan at the moment, isn't it? They're plugging away in the vague hope that something might happen rather than the expectation that something will happen.
Yeah, you reach a point, I guess, in a way where you just think, well, we're going to have to bat probably for, well, weather may of course change that, but we're going to have to bat for basically 5 sessions, something like that, and almost not very much is going to change that at this point. Here is Gorvin then from the Chapel end, bowling to Bancroft, who decides to have a watch of that first delivery through to the keeper. In fact, Cameron Bancroft is closer to his career best than James Bracey just at this point. 228 not out is Bancroft's overall career best. As the keeper's back with this newer ball for Gorvin. Oh, he wasn't in particular knowledge there about where that was going. Bancroft, as he looked to drive through the covers, gets a thick inside edge onto his pad and it trickles out towards where a short leg would be, but because of the field being spread enough, Bancroft's still finding a single for that. 182 to him, lead to 428. Spectators very much huddled up. It's almost too windy for the Panamas today, so quite a lot of hats seem to have been dispensed with. A few baseball caps, but mostly because of the force of the breeze, people being forced to go capless. Gorvin in to Bracey, who's stepping down the pitch and driving and hitting the field at mid-off, Sam North East, so there's no run. Still not particularly close to the first hour being done, and a new ball as well. Very few alarms for Bancroft and Bracey overall, as Gorvin bowls down the leg side, bounces in front of Cook, who has done well once again to ensure that the ball doesn't get behind him. How many byes have we had in this innings? None at all. Didn't think we'd have many, but
well done, Cookie.
None at all, which, given the fact that the ball has been bouncing quite a lot in front of Cook, as Gorvin is in to Bracey, who drives sumptuously through extra cover for 4. It's probably one of the longer boundaries out towards that manual scoreboard and the members stand, but it's flown away. And Bracey into the 120s, and the 450 has come up for Gloucestershire in just the 91st over. Sadly though, no bonus points available for the second innings.
Yeah, there's been quite a lot of times when Glamorgan have batted better in the second innings. Newish points were available.
Gorvin to Bracey, who works the ball away to mid-wicket but won't find a run. 5 from the over. Gorvin's first coming back. 12 overs, no maidens, none for 57. Gloucestershire lead by 432. That was a real feature. I mean, to be honest, it didn't make a huge amount of difference last year, but in years before that, very much so. It was extraordinary. There was a run of, I mean, I looked up the stat back when it was important. I've forgotten it since, but it was something like 14 of 18 matches or something like that. Gloucestershire scored more in their second innings than they did in their first.
Yes, I had a bizarre one, not the same, but bizarre all the same, in my first full season of Championship commentary in 2015, where for at least the first half of the season Glamorgan had scored more for the second 5 wickets in each innings than they had for the first overall. But the lower order were doing better than the top order for most of the season, really. I think it might have changed in the last few matches. Douthwaite then, to try and change his luck, comes pounding in from the college lawn end and starts with a no ball that's square cut towards McIlroy. And so 3 onto total, 1 to Bancroft and 2 to Sundries. And well, Douthwaite started 6 overs, 0 for 55, and he's now 0 for 58.
It's the one thing in Douthwaite's defence in terms of the no balls is it isn't always the easiest at Cheltenham in that respect. Even some Gloucestershire bowlers have struggled a bit with no balls on this ground.
Bowls again, down leg side, difficult take for Chris Cook as he peels himself off the ground.
Add that one to the list of Cook takes. There was one yesterday. He was keeping up to the stumps to, I think it was Gorvin, way down the leg side. Incredible effort to launch himself goalie style to his left and catch it.
Well, you tend to expect that sort of standard from Chris Cook. As that's down the leg side, a swing from Bracey and another brilliant take from Cook. A man who didn't start his senior career as a wicketkeeper, of course, because Mark Wallace had the gloves for so many years. Cook certainly taking over the high standards behind the stumps for Glamorgan. And be interesting to see who comes through for Glamorgan the next year or two. As Douthwaite bowled, swung on the leg side towards mid-wicket. There is no mid-wicket. It's a single bounce for. And this is a pretty ropey start from Dan Douthwaite, I'm afraid to say. Bracey dispatching that one aerially, but nowhere near a fielder. And McIlroy just had to go and pick it up. 457 for 3. Bracey to 125, not out.
Yes, very much the definition of a half-tracker, that ball.
Yes, it can afford to mix it up in T20, but a bit more discipline is needed here. As that's down leg side, turned away for 4 more by James Bracey, who is on the charge now. Whether a matter of his own tactics or just the opportunities that have been offered to him in this over. And it's 461 for 3, the lead 4-4-3.
They haven't had to manufacture a great deal this morning, Bancroft and Bracey. There have been some quite hard swings at balls which have either been short or down the leg side, but haven't really changed too much in terms of what they've been looking to do.
Next ball pulled away hard towards Mr. Ashraf, the square leg umpire. Jamie McIlroy is behind it this time on the boundary and does the fielding. Just the single, 462 for 3. In terms of Glamorgan keepers coming through, obviously Alex Horton has appeared the heir apparent for several years, but hasn't maybe played as much first team cricket apart from the One Day Cup as I thought he might have had by this stage, with Cook still performing well behind the stumps. Douthwaite in, and this one's carved away by Bancroft, but well saved by Labuschagne at backward point, and it is a dot ball to end the over. 462 for 3, and Glamorgan do have Will Smale, batter keeper, on the staff, and Henry Hurl as well, teenagers, played for England under 19s. So they've swapped the gloves round in several second 11 matches that I've seen. They've almost taken it turns. It'll be interesting to see who is behind the stumps when Chris Cook goes off to carry the orange juice for Welsh Fire. Oh, that was what he did last year.
Right. Has he's been picked again this year?
He has been picked again. It would be nice if he played.
Or at least were released back more. At least was something that started to happen a bit last year, but even so, I mean, I can remember in year 1 Graham van Buren played the first game for Birmingham Phoenix and then didn't play at all the rest of the tournament. Didn't see anything of him, Gloucestershire.
With Cook, I think he might have been available for a couple potentially, but Glamorgan felt it was fairer to Horton to give him the whole run.
Gorvin round the wicket, starting his second over of his spell, bowls a good delivery, and Bracey treats it with respect, playing it back to the bowler.
Glamorgan just missing Cook and Crane to this season's tournament.
Gloucestershire, Payne, and now also De Lange, having been picked up in that wild card draft. Payne retained by the Welsh Fire. Gorvin round the wicket to Bracey, tries to work the ball through the onside, but ends up a bit too much bat on it and playing it to straight mid-wicket.
In terms of entertainment, you want to see De Lange out there, don't you?
Yeah,
he's good theatre,
isn't it? Exactly.
Pounding in, so you can tell why he should be playing the 100. Really, the pounding in and potentially swing the bat hard.
Yeah.
And a bit of drama about it all.
Yes, he's very marketable in a competition that is looking to market itself. Gorvin round the wicket, in and bowls, and Bracey runs that one late down to deep third. There's no fielder down there, nobody in the slip cordon either, which made that shot even safer. Just a sort of fine backward point, something like that, but a very safe shot from James Bracey. He's got time to line it up as well, with Gorvin not being the quickest, and once again it's Gorvin who doesn't have the fielder down there. He seems particularly to dislike having one. 466 for 3, the lead approaching 450 as Gorvin is in to Bracey, and that will move the lead up to 449 as he works a run behind square on the onside.
Yeah, Gorvin prides himself on his accuracy, so maybe that's the reason for the lack of deep third man. And where's Labuschagne off to? Is he going to be fielding in a slip or gully position? Short third man, wandering around. Gully-ish.
Yes. Gorvin into Bancroft, who has to get his feet moving back at the last minute. Plays the ball out to cover. Yeah, the One Day Cup for Gloucestershire starting against Glamorgan at Cardiff on July the 25th. My birthday.
Oh, happy birthday for July the 25th. What a way to celebrate.
3 times in the last 4 years Gloucestershire had a game on the 25th as Bancroft clips that one to mid-wicket, and no run to complete the over. 5 runs from that one. 467 for 3.
Yes, I think it's the final day down at Hove for my birthday in September.
Oh right. Well, it's a nice place to spend it.
I did have one that was in the middle of a game at Chelmsford, and sitting in a budget hotel at Chelmsford, treating myself to steak and chips for one, catching up with the family on the phone. I did feel somewhat like Alan Partridge. So James Anderson has got a wicket in his first match for Lancashire this season. As Dowthwaite been given a second over, and so it's batting his first. Bowls, and Bracey running it down to third man will take just the single. So Lancashire made 353 for 9 declared at Southport as the 250 partnership comes up for Gloucestershire. Cameron Bancroft has 102 of them, and James Bracey slightly the dominant partner with 136 of them, extending the record partnership for the 4th wicket against Glamorgan. As Dowthwaite is on his way, bowls a short pitch ball, and it is reasonably well directed. 4th wicket against anyone is also Hammond and Neil. 3-2-1. Have we got time to get there, do you think? Potentially.
Probably just about.
Potentially by lunch.
Close.
Gloucestershire has, have we had any record partnerships for the wicket this season?
Plenty, yes.
As that's steered down to third man by Bancroft. Single taken.
I mean, in terms of overall, there's been that one between Van Buren and Bracey for the 5th wicket. And the actual number I would have to find.
Oh, that's all right. Haven't been any for 10 years before this season in terms of Gloucestershire all-time wicket records, but this could be a second of the season. Bracey pulls, gets on top of it, hits it down into the ground, therefore it doesn't arrive at McIlroy in front of us very fast, and a big left arm lob back towards mid-off and thence towards the bowler.
277 it was. And 10 years ago, Miles and Norwell, that 137 run 10th wicket stand that I was mentioning on day one when Singdale and DeLange were going.
Down leg side, another shortish ball from Douthwaite. No shot attempted. So Anderson has got 2 for 7 in his first 6 overs. Wickets of Hasib Hamid and Will Young of Notts, who are 22 for 2, replying to the Lankeys. 353 for 9 declared. Lancashire looking to make up for lost time at Southport, where they didn't play yesterday. As Douthwaite is into bowl. Oof, that looked a bit wideish down leg side from this angle, but it is a dot ball, and the over 470 for 3. 3 runs off that over, so a bit better for Douthwaite, but he was trying to make sure they just couldn't reach it on several occasions. Short pitched and deliveries. At Leicester, Leicestershire were bowled out for 372 in their second innings. Middlesex require 466 to win. They are 4 without loss. So that could be a defeat for high-flying Middlesex there. Into an interesting finish at Northampton. Northampton 176 for 7, needing still 108 to beat Sussex.
Not getting anywhere near that, I shouldn't think, with their tail. Northamptonshire.
Broad and Sanderson's in at 9, so
Gorvin bowling to Bracey, who comes forward and defends to mid-on.
You would have thought Sussex were big favourites there.
Yeah, just Weatherall and White to come, I think, as well.
Yeah,
so if Sanderson is your number 9, that's not a very strong three.
Probably no 3 number 11s, really.
Yeah.
A couple of wickets for Ollie Robinson there.
By the way, also just the moment before Peter Miller's tweet notification came up, I had got to this. Gorvin bowls and Bracey comes forward and plays a defensive shot into the covers. This is the highest 4th wicket stand on this ground, beating Messrs Marshall and Gidman back in 2006. Gloucestershire taking on Leicestershire in that game, and they lost by 4 wickets, did Gloucestershire. Came in the second innings when they were trailing by 200 on first innings. Wow. That was a big hit attempted by James Bracey. He was attempting to hit that one and smash some glass in the chapel, but he didn't miss. He didn't. He missed the glass, and he also missed the ball.
Could be worse. We could be Derbyshire supporters. Derbyshire were 375 behind on first innings against Yorkshire, and both the Derbyshire openers out without scoring their 4 for 2.
Oh no. Gorvin is into bowl to Bracey, who clips the ball away behind square on the leg side, takes a single, and that is all he will accrue. 138 now to Bracey.
The lugubrious BBC Radio Derby correspondent, Miss Dave Fletcher, will be getting even more lugubrious and deep down in his boots.
Tones becoming further subsonic. In comes Gorvin. Then out to bowl to Bancroft, who's forward defending. Ball has ended up at mid-wicket for Bevan to field. Yeah, Yorkshire, innings victory over Gloucestershire, and looking like an even bigger one against Derbyshire, so perhaps the overwhelming favourites to be promoted at the start of this season, as they were, perhaps they are now making their push. Gorvin to Bancroft, who's edged that one, he's caught behind. There will be no double ton for Cameron Bancroft, and this record 4th wicket stand on this ground is at an end, as Bancroft gets a good delivery from Andy Gorvin and a little feather through to Chris Cook. Another dismissal caught behind in this match. Bancroft goes for an outstanding 184 as Cheltenham gets onto its feet for their overseas opening bat. It has been a magnificent knock, and it's been an innings really where he's played his first ball rather like his 265th, but his 266th has seen the back of him as Gorvin gets his first wicket, and Gloucestershire 471 for 4 as their skipper comes out to the middle.
Well, what an innings by Cameron Bancroft. The mishook that just got him to 50 was probably the only false note in that innings of 184, and he really has put his side in an unassailable position. They surely can't lose from here, and they may well have a decent chance of winning the game. So Glamorgan finally finding a breakthrough, and Bancroft hit 24s and 1-6 in that marathon knock.
The irony being that the 1-6 was the closest that Glamorgan came to getting him out. Just cleared Mason Crane on the deep square leg boundary. A shot that was hit almost off the toe of the bat, it seemed, and didn't really fully swing at it, but still just had enough to clear the boundary. Other than that, though, just a really solid innings, just so beautifully compiled, finding gaps, picking apart Glamorgan's attack, and not able to add to the list of double centurions onto this ground.
Dowthwaite starts a new over. Bracey square cuts down to deep backward point, and they will go through for the single that brings Newman Van Buren on strike. Bang bang, one brings two, etc. But
bang bang, starting with bangers.
Yes.
Cameron Bancroft's nickname.
Token bit of vocals in the Glamorgan field, but I think they know the game is up in terms of not winning this match, as Van Buren plays that one quite firmly and sweetly, but without a run to Carlson at mid-on. And whatever happens now, they will face a lengthy battle to save the game. And well, the cloud seems to be getting lower and thicker, if anything, during the course of the morning. I wouldn't fancy facing Marchant de Lange that, even as a county pro, as Van Buren on the back foot defends back to Dowthwaite, and there's no run.
I suppose now that Bancroft is gone, can Phil in completely on the double centurions on this ground. Still, the number remains at 9, 7, probably 6 of which on the Gloucestershire side.
Douthwaite into Van Buren. Short pitched, no ball is, well, it's not ideal really when you're got this amount of runs against you on the scoreboard to be adding extras like that.
Front foot, I think that one as well was called by the standing umpire at the bowler's end, and then signalled one for the over by the umpire at square leg, or first one for the over.
Douthwaite on his way again, and play and a miss. No, an edge. Up goes the finger. Douthwaite has got Van Buren without scoring. 474 for 5, and very welcome reward for the previously suffering Douthwaite.
Poor Graham Van Buren sat there with his pads on watching a record stand, joining the man that he set the record 5th wicket partnership with in James Bracey at the crease, and thinking about having a little bit of fun and piling on a few more extra runs, and finds himself walking back with a globe.
Just a little bit flat-footed there, Graham Van Buren. Maybe his feet had frozen after sitting there waiting for so long. And Glamorgan do strike twice in quick succession, but so late in proceedings really as to not make any significant difference to the overall state of the match, which is a Gloucestershire lead of 456 as things stand at the moment. And Douthwaite now has 1 for 73 in his 9th over. Has been the most expensive Glamorgan bowler. Sprayed it around a bit early on. But at least a token success as the wind gets up even further.
Really?
Douthwaite bowls, and a short ball to welcome new man Beau Webster. And I suppose he's got more licence to bowl short balls at Webster on the grounds of his extreme height.
Good luck getting it over his head. Yeah.
Won't be many no balls called with the giant Tasmanian at the crease. .474 for 5. Thought Delanga might have been elevated. Douthwaite bowls, edged by Webster to get off the mark, down to third man for a single. 475 for 5.
Possibly Delanga might be elevated above Actor and Matt Taylor this innings. I don't know. They might just allow Actor the opportunity to come in and have a bit of a knock. There's still 45 minutes to go until lunch. See if I can peer down towards the benches down there. Actor does have his pads on, I can see that.
Okay.
But I can't see whether Marchand Delanga is further along the bench than him, but it does look as though Actor is still coming in next. Andy Gorvin into Webster, who clips this one in the air and has timed it beautifully, and in the end placed it beautifully. It looked a little bit as though it was just a sort of a lazy flick of the wrists from Webster, and in the end he has split deep square and long leg, and one bouncing for 4.
Yeah, did bisect them. Was it actually intended to? I'm not entirely sure.
It was just one of those ones where he didn't know his own strength. Clipped it further in the air than it looked. Gorvin into Webster, who's back into his crease and playing back to the bowler.
That is, of course, now 8 catches for Chris Cook in the match, so one more and he will equal the Glamorgan record of 9 in a game, which he jointly holds.
We're still basically keeping up the pace of 1 in every 2 dismissals in this match being caught behind. 13 then now out of 25 dismissals. Gorvin bowls and Webster goes back to a ball that skids through and just about gets the bottom part of the bat on it to keep it out.
So this is the most catches that Chris Cook has taken in a match. His previous 9 dismissals included 2 stumpings at New Road in 2020 in that horrible tail end of a season. We had 5 matches in August.
Gorvin to Webster, who's working the ball through mid-wicket and taking a single out to Douthwaite on the leg side boundary. The lead is up to 462, Webster onto 6.
In a match there where Worcestershire left their declaration far too late, and Glamorgan finished, I think, about 8 down in their second innings after Worcestershire had batted on, I think, beyond lunch on the final day for no particular reason.
Gorvin to Bracey on 139. He bowls, and Bracey won't get a run as he works with the wrists to mid-wicket. One of those reach for the record book type games ever since really the well, at least the second session of the match, but 88 for 8. Haven't really checked the last time that 8 fell in the morning session at Cheltenham. Gorvin to Bracey, who's finding the gap in the covers with just a quiet little nudge, and will keep the strike at the end of that over and move his score to 140 for 81 for 5.
So the wicket-keeping dismissals: Colin Metzen got 9 twice in 93 and 95. Mark Wallace got 9 twice, both in 2016, and Chris Cook's previous 9 dismissals in 2020. 9 is also the record against Glamorgan as well. Jack Richards, Alex Stewart, and D. Murphy of Northants.
David Murphy, yeah, and more recent.
Douthwaite bowls, Bracey pulls, and we'll just get a single down to McIlroy in front of us. 4, 8, 2 for 5. The wind is obviously blowing the Wi-Fi in the right direction, because the scoreboard seems to be pretty on it this morning. 4, 8, 2 for 5. Knock 18 off, and you've got the Gloucestershire lead, so 4, 6, 4. Douthwaite bowls, a swing of the bat by Webster, drives very hard to northeast at mid-off, and there's no run. That is quite the picture watching Webster from side on.
If there were a competition in the world for the person who could drive the ball hardest to mid-off, I think Webster would be somebody who would be included at least in the running.
Douthwaite charging in towards him, and he pulls this time down towards square leg. They'll just amble through for a single as it's fielded on the far boundary. A man for whom the phrase long levers might have been invented. I bet he has his shirts tailor-made.
Yeah, I shudder to think if I were to put on one of those shirts quite how far down it would get. Certainly, surely at least to the knees.
Douthwaite to the less tall Bracey, and another short ball that Bracey plays no shot at. And to be fair, Douthwaite does seem to be getting his radar refined at least a bit after pretty mediocre first over in this spell. He's got the wicket, and his short-pitched balls designed to minimise scoring opportunities seem to be rather better directed as this spell goes on. That was not a great ball down leg side, and Bracey tried to give us catching practice on the balcony, but thankfully for us, he missed.
Perfectly possible to get one up in this direction. And this isn't even the closest pitch, I suspect, that will be used for certainly the men's portion of the festival. You imagine maybe this near one might be one of the Western Storm pitches, but there's another one closest to the pavilion which could be used.
Bracey not really getting on top of that. It was slightly aerial. Second bounce or so towards Crane at mid-wicket. So a decent enough comeback for Dan Douthwaite, even though his bowling figures are still horrible. 483 for 5. The lead is 465 for the Shire.
So still actually haven't done too badly in terms of the overs this morning. Glamorgan really bowled 20 overs so far. See the over rate go down too much, and it's a +2 anyway. Gorvin now bowling to Webster, who slams that one wide of mid-off, and that's so often what happens. The ball doesn't leave the ground, but he just hits it so hard along there. 487 for 5 as Webster moves on to 11.
Yes, well, Gorvin bowling at medium pace. That ball probably went back past him faster than it got propelled in the first place. That was a ferocious shot from Webster.
I mean, you could have about 3 or 4 fielders between extra cover and mid-off for Webster. He'd probably still hit it through because he hits it as hard as he does. This time he just allows the ball to glance off his bat to deep square and trots through for 1. 488 for 5. Already been a great match for Beau Webster with his second 5-wicket haul in 3 games. Bowled pretty nicely at Scarborough as well. Certainly got the most swing out of the Gloucestershire bowlers up there, and knows that this will be his last, at least for now, championship innings for Gloucestershire. Gorvin to Bracey, who edges that one. There's nobody in the slip cordon. Gorvin has now either been persuaded to bowl or has decided to bowl with a fielder down at deep third, so it's a single. Bracey to 142. Webster, just be T20 cricket for him after this, unless something changes. Gorvin in to Webster, who leans into a defensive shot to extra cover.
Ed Cooper enjoyed the festival experience in terms of having 2 ice cream vans yesterday. A regular Glamorgan supporter who's here. 2 more than Sophia Gardens and possibly 1 more than historically at St Helens, he says.
Paolo's in business as ever at Cheltenham. Gorvin to Webster, who's repeating the dose from the last ball that he faced, just glancing it to deep backward square for 1.
Claire Dowding, good afternoon to you. Talking about more runs from the lower order. She says that became known in some circles as Eric Morecambe batting, getting the right amount of runs, just not necessarily in the right order. Boom tish. Thank you, Claire.
Very good. I might steal that, actually. It does so often happen in English conditions, and perhaps not quite with that sort of regularity, but lower order having to rescue the top order after the new ball's done some damage, swinging about, moving about. Gorvin to Bracey, last ball of that over, and Bracey turns the ball to mid-wicket, and there is no run, so the score set at 490 for 5 after the 99th over of Gloucestershire's innings. 472 is their lead, so the rate hasn't dropped in terms of the scoring very much at all this morning. It's been basically 4.95 runs per over, as it was at the start of the day.
For the benefit of Welsh football fans, the Wales defender Joe Roden has now made a permanent switch to Leeds United from Tottenham Hotspur.
I'm sure Gloucestershire's media manager will be happy to hear that.
As Douthwaite bowls outside off stump, Webster plays no shot.
He's not on site today because he's off preparing for the women's ODI tomorrow between England and New Zealand at Bristol. I must say I wouldn't mind a finish today, so I could go and watch that.
Well, Glamorgan would have to bat badly to be out in 2 sessions. As Douthwaite bowls to Webster, who knocks it down a few metres away from him and calls Bracey for the quick single. Checking Bracey was happy to respond, but it was just rolling a couple of pitches width away from the bat, and McIlroy was halfway back here at deepish point. 4-9-1 for 5.
It's a shame so often there seems to be a clash with the international scheduling at Bristol, both for the men's and for the women's. I've been able to get to a women's ODI at Bristol for a couple of years now.
As Bracey pulls towards us, that'll be 1 bounce 4 to mid-wicket. And Gloucestershire move on to 4-9-5 for 5. Cheers for a member of the crowd who managed to get to it and lob it back to McIlroy.
Like he's getting a certain amount of stick for something down there. Ah, was it Mr. Deering down there having a chat with somebody in front of the railings?
Yeah, the chap in the blue top and cap.
Yes.
He's known to you, is he?
Yes, John Deering.
4-9-5 for 5. Glamorgan reorganise their field slightly, and Bracey pulls and will get half a dozen there to square leg to bring up the 500 for the home side, and the 150 for James Bracey. That came in a rush. 152 off 186 balls, 16 fours and 2 sixes.
Third time in his career that he's passed 150, James Bracey. First 100 on this ground. Also his first 150. Coming up in thumping fashion.
500 in the 100th over. Douthwaite bowls. Bracey will get just the single here, down towards deep fine leg. 5-0-2 for 5.
So, at least in terms of... Oh, no ball as well.
Oh.
I'm not entirely sure when that came, but umpire did have his arm out towards the scorers. I didn't hear the call of no ball.
No,
I don't know whether it was for... Can't have been for something like 3 behind square on the leg side or anything like that, can it? Anyway, has been called.
That was just a bit quieter than usual by Mr. Baldwin. Douthwaite in. Bowls. Webster defends. Still 1 to go in this Douthwaite over. 1 for 90 in his 11th over. Not the happiest of returns to the side overall. 5-0-4 for 5. Well, the options open for Van Buren to declare before lunch with a lead of 500, just a blow away, and that could be that blow. No, it's hooked very gently by Webster on that occasion down to fine leg, fielded in front of the scoreboard. 5-0-5 for 5. Sorry, the lead is now 487. That's 10 out with my maths. Bracey has 153. should have time for a career best before lunch. That's 177. The lead of 500 is imminent. And, well, a thoroughly miserable time for Glamorgan's bowlers on this fairly miserable morning in terms of weather conditions.
Yes, the only thing that hasn't gone right for Gloucestershire in the last couple of days has been the weather, with, apart from the fact that it was dry at least, it hasn't been quite the sort of weather to set off a celebratory dancing in the aisles type atmosphere at the festival. It has been a little bit subdued as people have been huddled in coats and blankets. Here comes Gorvin bowling to Webster, and a forward defence into the covers to start this next over.
Big grunt of effort there from Andy Gorvin, who really puts everything into this bowling lark. It's not the biggest, not the widest, but he gives good pound for pound value for money, you would imagine.
Turns and sprints in again to Webster, who goes back and taps to mid-wicket. I suppose the only thing is Gloucestershire won 500 and maybe a bit more than 500. The record is 503 in Championship cricket in terms of a chase from memory. I've seen that a couple of times this season in terms of looking that record up, but they will take lunch a bit early as well. So as Gorvin bowls to Webster and Webster defends again towards mid-on, they would have to get to 500 in the next, what, well, quarter of an hour roughly, something like that, or they'd just take lunch at 10-2ish anyway. So I suspect that it is just going to be a case of seeing where they get to at lunchtime. In fact, Webster is not really charging down the pitch and heaving at this point. Doesn't necessarily indicate that Gloucestershire wouldn't declare at lunch, but well, perhaps they might have ideas that they do want to bat a bit longer. We'll see. This is short from Gorvin, cut away powerfully towards deep extra cover, but good work on the boundary to sweep that up. Means it's just a single, 506 for 5. Lead 488. I mean, you would think with the forecast being as it is for tomorrow that Gloucestershire would be thinking about having a couple of sessions at Glamorgan, but you just never know. Bancroft would be a good man to be reporting on what the pitch is doing back to the dressing room. Been dismissed as Bracey takes his 154th run through the leg side to mid-wicket on the boundary. 507 for 5, lead 489. Bancroft eventually removed by Andy Gorvin for 184 innings spanning 4 sessions, parts of. Gorvin into Webster, pardon me, down the leg side, and somebody, I think, had a yelp of an appeal, and then it must probably been Carlson at mid-off, who's grinning away.
Oops, sorry, I'm just clearing myself.
Down the leg side it goes, and yeah, so actually, I mean, Naeem Ashraf has had, I don't know whether entirely serious or not, but has had some stares in Carlson's direction a couple of times in this innings, but possibly just in joking fashion. Anyway, the over is completed. 154, Webster 16.
Oh, 507 for 5. You may hear the giant umbrellas that we're provided with, which we can't put up today because it's too windy, flapping around in the background as Jamie McIlroy will have a spell, taking over from the erratic Douthwaite at the College Lawn's end, as McIlroy bowls to Bracey. Appeal for LBW, not given by Paul Baldwin. Rare occurrence of ball beating bat though. College lawns which contain a further 2 squares for young cricketers down the way too, that are shielded off to prevent cars from parking on them, so there are actually 4 cricket squares on this vast expanse in normal times.
You never have enough cricket pitches.
No, 2 chapels, 4 cricket pitches for 4 cricket squares. Dozens of pitches. Bracey's beaten and so is Cook. Oh dear, that's gone through him for the first byes of the innings, 4 of them. Did that maybe keep a little bit low-ish
like it
from the reaction of Cook, who was going down looking to block it and get his head out of the way. Maybe just an awkward bounce in front of Cook, slightly going down leg side. England under-19s, by the way, whose second youth test match against Sri Lanka is here between the 16th and the 19th of July, will be captained by Hamza Sheikh of Warwickshire. Unfortunately, no players from either of these 2 counties, but Jaden Denley of Kent has played quite a bit of first-team cricket as well as Sheikh. And 2 famous names, Flintoff and Vaughan, sons of. As McIlroy bowls to Bracey, who plays quietly to Bevan at mid-wicket, no run. Rocky Flintoff of Lancashire and Archie Vaughan of Somerset will be following in their father's footsteps. I think I might have been tempted to go down the Josh De Cares route and adopt the use the mother's surname. Son of Michael Atherton, as Bracey defends back to McIlroy and tries to flick it up to himself, and his football skills are a little rusty.
Was rather found wanting with that first touch there. Gave himself too much to do with the second.
Wasn't exactly Ronaldo, was it? Dramatic penalty shootout.
Which
last
one?
night.
Yes, it was the first Ronaldo penalty
rather than the second one. The second one was remarkably confident, wasn't it, for a man who'd just missed one about 20 minutes before.
Been in floods of tears after it.
McIlroy bowls, Bracey turns on the leg side, but Bevan is less cold and less weary than most since he's on as a subfielder.
So that would be the most Portuguese win you could get, really, a penalty in extra time to win the game. They just seem to have a way of managing to procure a penalty whenever they need it.
Great performance by the Portuguese keeper, to be fair. Pulled towards square leg, won't quite carry to Douthwaite. Bracey lofting that one down towards us, and Douthwaite looking thoroughly fed up as North East comes back on the field, and Douthwaite will go off to have a change of boots or to try and recover his wounded pride. 512 for 5. The lead.
Get some hand warmers.
Yes, could be that. The lead approaching 500, and there will be plenty of time for that to be achieved before lunch, although probably not plenty of time for a declaration now. Gloucestershire will have to knock it on the head in the next over, you would have thought, if they fancy a bowl before lunch. It seems not hugely likely.
I mean, if a wicket were to fall at, say, 12:55 or something like that, and they were happy with a number of runs, then they wouldn't lose any time by then declaring and just have a slightly earlier lunch. We'll see. So 20 minutes to go until the break, and Marnus Labuschagne from the Chapel End, 7 overs for 37 in this innings. Get some swing. Labuschagne over the wicket to Bracey, and Labuschagne I thought he was going to field that, so I looked down, and then all of a sudden the ball was going past him, so I'm not sure whether he was trying a bit of trickery there in terms of deflecting the ball towards the stumps and hoping that Webster was out of his ground, or whether he just decided that he could let somebody else pick it up. Anyway, no run. Labuschagne bowls, and Bracey turns towards mid-on. Quick single here, and the shy will go to Webster's end from mid-on. And Webster, I think, was well home. I guess they were hoping that Webster would be slightly less fleet of foot than Bracey, but it was Bracey who was running to the danger end, on the quicker end of singles, that one, but they're through. Lead to 495. Labuschagne, not a long run as he moves into Webster, who's in behind that one and playing it to extra cover. Can't imagine that Webster would particularly want to get out to Labuschagne, Aussie to Aussie. He'll be reminders of that, I'm sure, in future, either Shield or Big Bash meetings. Every time, no doubt, if he were to do so.
Oz on Oz, friendly fire, maybe not so friendly.
Queensland versus Tasmania, as defending is Webster up to mid-on. Certainly not looking like a man that thinks that he's going to have the plug pulled on him in 18 minutes. So perhaps Gloucestershire do have ideas of batting on after the lunch break. Either that, or he just knows they're going to get to 500, so doesn't want to get out. Labuschagne is in, and whoa! Defends it to mid-wicket as Labuschagne started to wheel off into a Shoaib Akhtar-esque celebration, and then had to.
If only the ball had hit the middle of that. Oh, blimey! Only windshields round here.
Any time you think it just can't get colder and stronger. Glamorgan flag up on the flagpole to our left, blowing directly at us. As driving Webster, and he's timed that one very nicely through extra cover. That was a shot of more timing than power through that area. Just let the ball come to him, and a firm push of that large piece of lumber means Webster moves on to 20, 517 for 5, so the lead just one shy of 500 now.
So Glamorgan now know that they will need to score 500 theoretically to win this game, but you would have thought that particularly with the possibility of a delayed start tomorrow, it will be a question of heads down and just bat for as long as you can. Push and run by Bracey, the first ball of the over. That's an excellent throw from Carlson, who's taken out a stump from virtually square on. Had probably no more than 1.1 stumps to aim at, but hit the target. 518 for 5. There is the 500 lead for Gloucestershire with that quick single for Bracey.
502, not 503, was the record championship run chase. Plenty more than that could have been achieved by Middlesex back in 1925. Surrey with that chase of 501 at Canterbury last year.
As that's steered away by Webster down towards Bevan. 519 for 5 on this cold, blowy morning here at Cheltenham.
Coffee stall on the far side seems to be doing a good trade.
Yeah, I think coffee will definitely be part of the luncheon requirements as Bracey defends on the offside, well fielded by Carlson, no run.
So one more run to set the highest championship chase of all time, the highest successful first class chase was 537 by West Zone versus South Zone in Hyderabad in 2010. That's Indian Hyderabad.
McIlroy bowls to Bracey, plays it back to him. Fielded by McIlroy in the follow through, picked up by Crane. Yes, well, it has been fast scoring at times this match, but you wouldn't expect those records to be in any danger with the occasional bit of variable bounce. Talked on the first day of it being a two-paced wicket. McIlroy bowls and Bracey runs it down to third man off an angled bat. I'll just take the single, fielded in front of the scoreboard. 5:20 for 5. Bracey 158. We've got about 13 minutes till lunch or thereabouts. We'll see if Bracey feels the need to get to his career best. That must be at the back of his mind. Needs another 20 to get there. 5:20 for 5. McIlroy in bowls. Webster pushes it away gently towards mid-wicket, and they go through for a single. Did I feel a drop of rain there, possibly?
There have been the occasional sprinkles this morning, just the odd drop or so.
Nothing of any real significance. 5:21 for 5. Lead 5:03. It all has an air of grinding inevitability as far as the Welsh cause is this morning. 2 wickets claimed, with Gorvin breaking the stand, getting rid of Cameron Bancroft for 184, caught behind. And then Dan Douthwaite dismissed the Gloucestershire skipper, Graham Van Buren, to Chris Cook's 8th catch of the match, without scoring, and 3 runs later on the total.
Labuschagne into his 9th over of the innings, bowling now to Webster back of a length. Played respectfully back to the bowler. We've rehashed this ground several times before, but just to finish it off on those highest 4th innings totals. The highest 4th innings total of all time was in the timeless test of 1939 between England and South Africa, when, as Webster drives out to deep cover for a single, when England were left 42 short of chasing down their target of 696, with still 5 wickets in hand, by the fact that they needed to go home on the boat.
Yeah, so it wasn't timeless, really.
In the end, it wasn't, no.
So how long did it last? It was about 10 days.
11, was it? Something, yeah. In goes Labuschagne to Webster. Bracey, excuse me, is tapping the ball in defence into the covers. There were a couple of rest days in there, I think, weren't there? 3rd to the 14th, but there was at least one rest day, so either 10 or 11, I can't remember exactly how many. Over the wicket, Labuschagne to the left-handed Bracey, who's driving, but not quite getting the timing as it goes up to mid-off, and they certainly seem to enjoy it when Tim van der Hugten has to field the ball. Hoops and hollers everywhere.
Well, he's swinging the arms, whether just to keep warm or whether he's going to have an over or 2 before lunch.
Labuschagne to Bracey, who's driving in the air just past backward point. Gorvin gave it a one-handed effort, but couldn't quite get there. Had it been somebody of Webster's height, that probably would have been a catch, but Bracey gets it to the right of him and for 4, and it brings up just a meagre little 50 partnership, really.
It's hardly worth talking about.
Judging by how little it's been applauded, I don't think the crowd have got bored of these milestones as well.
50 standoff, 56 balls for what it's worth.
5:26 for 5. Labuschagne to Bracey, who smashes this one high in the air down the ground. 1 bounce and for 4. Hit very straight by James Bracey. and hit very well, so perhaps he is now starting to think about that 177 mark. 11 more runs to equal his best score, which was against Yorkshire back in the 2022 season. A very different innings, has to be said, from this one, fighting tooth and nail rearguard action to try and give Gloucestershire at least something to defend on that final day of the game between Gloucestershire and Yorkshire. First home game of 2022. It was an admirable effort, that one. This one, he's come out under less pressure, but it's been an innings of equal importance to him, I'm sure, given that it is his first Cheltenham 100.
As Webster is forward, playing defensively, the first ball of McIlroy's over. We have seen one lengthy Glamorgan effort to save a game already this season. That was against Yorkshire up at Headingley, when Glamorgan were 3 down going into the final day, and managed to bat most of it out before a thunderstorm, as Webster pushes that one through the offsides, and they'll just settle for a single as Crane pursues towards us. 531 for 5. So that one was a long defensive haul over 60 overs bowled going into the final day, so it must have been 140 or so overall. As McIlroy is in to bowl, run away to third man by Bracey, just the single. 5-3-2 for 5. Byram, the fielder, down in the far distance. I'm amazed there are any short-sleeved shirts on display at all in the Glamorgan ranks, but Danthwaite, Carlson and McIlroy are still wearing short sleeves, but there are a few hands in pockets to keep warm at the moment, and who can blame them, as it's Baltic if not Arctic. 5-3-2 for 5. McIlroy in, and Webster defending into the covers. And there's no run. McIlroy's been tidy enough without being threatening, going at under 3.5 runs and over, which, considering the toll taken on the bowlers, one of the tidier performances, but still wicketless in the match is Jimmy Mack as he bowls, and that's driven nicely by Webster into the covers. Dowthwaite picks up well on the run in front of us and keeps them down to the single. 5-3-3 for 5. The lead 5-1-5.
I'm quite glad of a piece of fielding like that to do.
Yes, a chance to run around.
Exactly.
To keep yourself warm. McIlroy to Bracey, who defends into the covers, and there's no run. Well, Bracey is still 10 short of equaling his previous career best, and he'll probably have about 2 overs, maybe even 1 before lunch if Glamorgan muck around successfully and slow things down. 5-3-3 for 5 then. The lead is 5-1-5. Those minutes to lunch will be described by Ed while I go and update BBC Radio Wales listeners and talk to you at the other side of lunch.
Thanks, Nick. So you'd think 2 overs. I'm not sure that... Well, they're going to have to slow Labuschagne down, I think. It may not necessarily be Labuschagne himself who is able to slow himself down in order to bowl an over in now 4 minutes. Clock has just ticked over to 12:56. Assuming that that's the actual official timepiece that's being used on the scoreboard. I think they usually go along with digital time these days. here comes Labuschagne then bowling to Webster. He's in behind that one and blocking into the covers. One shot of fury from James Bracey, who's now apparently so in control of things at the non-striker's end that he's facing up right-handed. Shadow batting. Staring off towards the dressing room and the benches down to our left. Ball tossed back slowly to Labuschagne. He's there now to bowl to Webster, who flicks him away fine down to long leg and takes a single, which means Bracey on 167 returns to the strike. 534 for 5, the lead, well, 516. You can basically assume for the rest of the session that it's a lot. Change of strike does mean that Glamorgan can take a bit of time over getting the exact field placement for James Bracey, who's going to pass a bit of the time that he has up his sleeve by taking guard again and then doing that usual almost dance move off towards square leg. Does a bit of a shuffle and a shake and then looks at the field, who all of a sudden have absolutely no idea where they're going. It's taken now 2 minutes plus to bowl 2 balls of this over, so they're on pace, Glamorgan, to make sure this is the last over before lunch, as the field just about settles. And we're about to have ball 3. Labuschagne to Bracey. It's a very short delivery, but not short enough to be no-balled, so it's 1 for the over. I guess the no-ball would help ensure that this is the last over before lunch, but Glamorgan seemed to be doing a good enough job of that as it is. Although no need for a change of field here. Labuschagne round the wicket, bowls to Bracey, who's in behind that one defending back to the bowler, so Bracey seems to be quite happy either in the knowledge that Gloucestershire are going to come back out after lunch, or is just happy with the not out. I suppose really it is very much up to him to decide that. Labuschagne bowls a furious grunt of effort and Bracey ducks underneath the bouncer. And I think even though it does say 12:59 on the scoreboard, that the umpires won't be able to get in position in time, there's clearly going to need to be another important change of field, because after all Labuschagne has used up his bouncers now for the over, so he knows he's got to bowl it full. For what it's worth, there's going to be 3 sweepers on the leg side between mid-wicket and long leg, pretty close to each other, and 2 on the offside. Last ball before lunch, Labuschagne bowls, strikes Bracey on the pad, but it's going down the leg side. It won't be a run as the ball trickles into the onside, and that ends the morning session. Gloucestershire have scored just under, in the end, 150 runs in the session, but it is certainly job done in terms of the morning session's work for Gloucestershire, as they lead by 516. They know, even if they do stop now, that they will set Glamorgan a record championship chase in the history of the competition, and Beau Webster and the Glamorgan fielders will let James Bracey walk off to more thoroughly deserved applause. 167 not out. He walks off Cheltenham innings. Bracey, I'm sure, will not forget, as Webster walks off behind him on 26 not out. The morning dominated by that record-breaking stand by Messrs Bracey and Bancroft, breaking the record for the 4th wicket on this ground by any side when they passed 208, erasing Ollie Hammond. No, pardon me, erasing Messrs Marshall and Gidman on that occasion from the record books. And as it stands, Glamorgan, were Gloucestershire to declare at lunch, would lead by 516, set them 517 runs to win. The ball's very much in Gloucestershire's court to decide what they want to do. Nick Webb and myself, Ed Seaborn, will be back after lunch, regardless of who's batting, and we will speak to you then. Well, good afternoon again from the Cheltenham Freeze-tival. It is still very chilly, but we have the afternoon session to look forward to, and Gloucestershire have not declared at lunch. They lead by 516 runs. The way that they were batting before lunch suggested probably that they weren't going to declare, and in fact that is exactly what they have not done. So Bo Webster and James Bracey out to the middle. James Bracey 10 runs away from equalling and 11 runs away from setting a new first-class career best. And Bo Webster with the chance, seemingly, to bat on and perhaps reach another half-century. So what number do Gloucestershire have in mind? We'll see. Ed Seaborn and Nick Webb with you on the BBC Sport website and app, and Mason Crane to bowl the first over after lunch from the College Lawn end, and Webster driving down the ground to long off for one.
I'm baffled by Gloucestershire still batting on. Could have had a message to James Bracey to throw the bat and get a career best if he wanted in quarter of an hour before lunch. Still give themselves 5 sessions to bowl Glamorgan out.
Crane with his leggies over the wicket to the left-handed Bracey, who drives down to long off himself for a single.
As one of our media colleagues just remarked, it's difficult enough for Gloucestershire to get positive results at Bristol.
Yes.
So they need to take advantage of this opportunity.
3 of the last 5 games for Gloucestershire in the Championship at Bristol, and there's Webster. Almost exaggerated movement as he drives out to deep cover. It's a mighty swing of the arms, just even to bring him a single. But yeah, with the forecast being as it is tomorrow. Crane to Bracey, goes back and tucks it behind square on the leg side for one more. It does make it even more pressing, you would have thought, that Gloucestershire would want to maximise the amount of time that they had to bowl today. However, that's not how the dressing room sees it. There was a forum at lunchtime just focusing on all things cricket, because other matters tend to take up an awful lot of time at members' forums and meetings at the moment. As Crane bowls, Webster winds up for another drive and hits deep cover for a single. So it, I think, understandably was felt that today's forum would be good to focus on cricket. I think we managed about 5 minutes of it at the AGM a couple of months ago. Crane into Bracey, reverse sweep, and he's not got a great deal on that, and as a consequence it's going to go down very fine for 4 runs. So a fine reverse tickle in the end from Bracey, and it does speed away. 173 he has now, and it's 543 for 5, so 9 runs off that over, the lead 525. But Mark Lane did finish off that meeting. Mark Lane alongside Mark Thorburn, who is vacating the role of the head of the talent pathways in order to be Gloucestershire's full-time bowling coach. He's kind of been straddling both roles this season, so if you fancy being Gloucestershire's head of talent pathway, then the job will be advertised fairly soon, apparently. But anyway, Mark Lane finishing that by having answered a few questions himself, asking a couple of questions of the members. Is it going to rain tomorrow, and when should we declare?
Yes, and now is what I would have said.
That seemed to be the response from most of the people, but anyway, it was good.
Gorvin to Webster, who flicks firmly on the leg side, but it's well intercepted by North East at short mid wicket, and there's no run.
Yep. Definitely the response seemed to be that, but it was fairly obvious given that it was 1:30 and Mark Lane was still in the tent over there that Gloucestershire weren't going to declare at lunch, even if it weren't from the fact that there were defensive shots being played before lunch.
Gorvin bowls to Webster, who punches us off the back foot straight to short cover, and there is no run. And the forecast isn't too terrible for tomorrow. Maybe lucky and just lose an hour or so at the start of the day. It looks likely to be raining around about 10, 11 o'clock, and just depends how quickly the ground staff can achieve the mopping up then. Gorvin bowls and Webster dabs it into the offside, thinks about a single, but thinks twice.
The other thing is how much rain, even if it's not during the hours of play, will you get? Because it does look, I think, as though the latest forecast I've looked at certainly is looking better than it was this morning, but there's still going to be some rain overnight, which might have to be cleared up as well.
Gorvin bowls, Webster clips on the leg side. Another dot ball as Sam Northeast does the fielding. 4 dot balls in a row, despite Webster's intentions to get on with it. He's hit the fielders, saving the single on either side of the wicket 4 times in a row.
It does seem to be suggesting some rain in the early hours as well. I mean, it's not going to drain as quickly here as the main ground.
Played down to third man by Webster. He'll get the single, he'll turn, have a look at the second and decide against it as the throw comes in. 5-4-4 for 5.
This is one of those sort of 5-4-4, 5-5-4 ones that...
Yeah, that sounds like
East 5-4, 4-5-5, that's the score, isn't it? The one that actually happened. Or
yes.
The other way round, anyway.
Does need Ronnie Barker to read that one out, I think. In the style of open all hours. Could be there all day. Square cuts from Bracey. Nice piece of fielding by Carlson, and just one off the Gorvin over. 5-4-4 for 5. The lead 5-2-6. And Carlson chugging off for Bevan to do a bit of fielding now. I think they're just taking it in terms to use the hand warmers, to be honest, rather than anything else.
This is the short straw, though. I mean, you've only been out there for 7 minutes since some hopefully warming food at lunch and the safety of the dressing room.
Yeah, and Carlson isn't going to be getting his batting gear on quite yet.
Sadly, at lunch they'd run out of fish and chips.
Good heavens.
Have a burger instead. Went for the healthy option with the cod fillet being unavailable, unfortunately. I thought I should devote my time to listening to the excellent Messrs Elaine and Thorburn, so I missed the initial lunchtime rush, so
oh dear.
They might just about be getting a fresh supply of cod at this point. Crane to Webster and worked round to the fielder on the 45 for a single, and it's 5-4-5-4-5. That's the one.
He's 5.
That is a good score, actually. It's almost as good as the 1-2-3-4-5. 5-4-5-4-5. So that's a good job they didn't declare Gloucestershire, really. We would have been denied that particular pleasure of having to read that score out.
Moment of linguistic jollity as Crane moves cover to backward point and mid-wicket to cover.
Only the fielder on the 45 saving the single on the onside, and 2 fielders saving the single on the offside. Crane bowls a short ball, Bracey cuts it away firmly, watch the spin, and the fielder does. And it's another run, 546 for 5. This sort of, well, does feel a bit like a kind of a airport delay at the moment, watching the scoreboard, seeing how many more minutes your flight's being delayed by. Crane in, down the pitch, Webster, and thrashing the ball through extra cover, and the fielder will not get there from long off. It is such a strong area for Webster, and he knows if he can pick the leg break, especially from Crane, that He's going to be hitting with the turn through there. Gloucestershire's 550 has come up. There is some applause, but not actually a huge amount.
Not surprised.
Crane in, Webster's winding up again, but this time skewing it on 2 bounces to a short mid-wicket.
One result in this division, in that Sussex beat Northants as Ed forecast by 63 runs.
The march to Division 1 continues for Sussex. Crane bowls, drags it down, and it's a pretty horrible piece of cricket all round as Webster aims a mow somewhere and gets almost nothing on it, hits it into the ground back to the bowler and then walks off in the manner of somebody who just taken a big swing at an open goal and seen the ball fly into row Z. Crane bowls, again, it's back of a length, punched away firmly by Webster. That's going to take some stopping actually, and McElroy again has been terrific in the field. He was spinning away from him and hit firmly towards deep point, but McElroy makes up the ground. 5:51 for 5, the lead 5:33, so another over goes by. I don't think they're even looking at 5:50, judging by the way that it's going at the moment. I think that it's possible that 600 is the mark.
As the teacher might say to the unruly class, you're wasting your own time here. Just diminishing really Gloucester's chances of winning this game the longer this innings continues. Webster on 36 not out, facing up to Gorvin, goes for some sort of ramp and gets a single eventually. Cook has a throw, the ball hits Webster's bat, cannons away, and
it hit the stumps.
Oh, it hits the stumps, sorry. They've gone back for a second. I thought it had, that's fair enough, I thought Webster was running off a strike off his bat, which would be bad form, but he wasn't. So it was an odd sort of shot. Chris Cook having a shot at the stumps and striking them from about 25 metres away, but cost Glamorgan an extra run.
No idea what that shot was from Webster. I don't think I've ever seen him play a ramp shot in the Blast so far, and I suspect he's probably not going to be bringing it out again anytime soon.
It wasn't too cleanly struck, was it?
And he looked pretty. I mean, it must be harder for somebody
a long way
that
down.
Yeah, and also somebody that tall. If you've got to ramp it much higher than somebody of average height.
Gorvin in to bowl to Webster again. A swing and a miss outside off stump, strike 1. Derbyshire, oh Derbyshire. The Chesterfield Festival is not treating them well. They are 57 for 4 in their second innings. A mere 318 runs behind Yorkshire, with the 2 Welshmen, Lloyd and Donald, at crease on 18 and 8 respectively. Gorvin bowls, Webster swings, doesn't really middle it, all along the ground up to long on. It rolls. Labuschagne fields. 5-5-4 for 5.
That was another one.
Could be about to be quintuple Nelson.
Can we get in the 560s, please?
Bracey 174. As Gorvin bowls, Bracey swings away on the leg side, hard. It's bouncing awkwardly, but it is fielded at deep mid wicket, and he'll have to wait for his career best. Single taken, 175 to Bracey. 5-5-5 for 5 on the board. Elsewhere in Division 2, I'll give you the score from Leicester after this, as Gorvin bowls to Webster. Big swing of the bat through the offside, cracked away. Van der Hoogten watching it rather wearily as it raced away to the deep extra cover boundary for 4 more. 5-5-9 for 5. At Leicester, Middlesex are 74 for 2, needing a further 392 runs to beat Leicestershire. So looks odds on the Foxes there. Gorvin bowls to Webster, who knocks it gently into the offside and ambles through for a single. Even the shortish cover fielder not quite saving the single there. There we are, out the 550s. 560 for 5. Webster 44. Bracey 175. His CB is 177.
And what have we got here? Bo Webster. Oh, he wants to shed one of his layers. That is surprising. He's happy to go in with the short sleeves and, by the looks of things, a vest of some kind underneath. I guess it's not always the warmest in Tasmania.
No,
in comparison,
one of
perhaps.
the less boiling parts of Australia, one I'd assume, further south.
I certainly know that people have complained of the cold covering cricket in Tasmania before.
Paul Webster pointing out that Gloucestershire are now going at 5 and over. If they declared and Glamorgan go at the same rate, they'd have over 150 overs to get 536, which is only 3.78. Well, Paul doesn't say only, but I don't think seriously Gloucestershire would worry about a record championship score of all time being notched up against them in the successful chase, that is.
Especially with the possibility of some time being taken out of the game. That clearly isn't entering the thought. But anyway, now we've got everybody back on the boundary as Crane bowls to Webster, who defends, and the bowler's going to pick it up. Anywhere on the ground would have done, other than there.
I wonder seriously if Glamorgan picked up a signal from the Gloucestershire dressing room now.
Crane in flight to delivery. Webster smacks it high in the air, and it's going to fall short in the end of Long Off, who played it rather conservatively, although it was hit that fearsomely that Root probably didn't have much time to get in. So it's a single, 561 for 5. So Webster's got a bit of practice trying to clear some boundaries that he's going to have potentially to clear in a few days' time when the T20 gets back underway as Bracey slog sweeps. That's a clean hit over mid-wicket for 6. And that is James Bracey's new career first-class best score. 181, beating the 177 that he made against Yorkshire back in the 2022 season. And he's made it count for his first championship ton at Cheltenham. We were talking about Cameron Bancroft joining that list of 9. In terms of the double centurions, James Bracey could get there. He's going to be lucky here because the field's so far back on the boundary that he's absolutely plinked that slog sweep, and it falls a long way short of long on, so they're 3 for 1.
If Glamorgan think this is going to be the last over, why have they got a leg spinner bowling it?
Webster on 45, Crane in, and Webster pulls way back over mid-wicket. If you're driving on the Sanford Road, you might have a dent in your roof, because that has gone a long, long way. And Webster brings up a second half-century in the championship with an absolutely mighty 6. 56 balls, 5 fours, and that 1 6. It does bring up a 100-run partnership between Bracey and Webster as well. I wonder if Marshall's padded up down there. Somebody is, still with helmet on down there, I can see. Crane bowls to Webster, cuts away hard out to McIlroy, who doesn't field it cleanly but knows that they're only interested in the single, and that ends an over which has gone dot. 1-6, 1-6-1. 575 for 5. Lead 5-5-7.
And Crane surely shouldn't be bowling at this point of the innings. If they know he's going to swing, they're both men are just swinging at everything with everyone on the boundary. Surely you get the when the quicker bowlers on at that end as well, and just try and bowl your overs as slowly as possible, as much time as you've got spare, and try and hide the ball. Bowl it wide, bowl it short. Just don't give the batters too many opportunities to open their shoulders and move up towards 600. Gorvin and North East are taking their time over placing the field, which, well, could be just spread yourselves around the boundary, lads would have done, at roughly equal intervals around the 360 degrees. 575 for 5.
I thought they were almost going to have a straight hit then. He's a very straight long off.
Gorvin bowls. Webster swings out towards cover it goes. Eventually stopped on the ropes in the far distance in front of the coffee and donut stand. 576 for 5. Bracey 182, having got his CB. The potential double century is now the next landmark for the Shire as they notch them up left, right and centre. Bancroft 184, Bracey about to overtake him rather, with 182. And it is literally everyone apart from bowler and keeper on the boundary. Gorvin bowls, pulled hard towards deep square, cleanly fielded, a single taken.
I do hope everybody's watching the action with the ball started to fly about. Also hope that that gentleman who was struck by the ball yesterday is okay and recovering. I say okay, I mean as okay as he can be. It did sound as if it was very nasty.
Gorvin on his way in again to bowl to Webster. Hits it firmly and straight and is bisected long on and long off. That one racing back past the bowler. Gorvin just standing almost in disbelief at the end of his run-up. And away it went for 4. It's disappeared somewhere underneath the covers, and Glamorgan are not looking for it with too much enthusiasm at the moment. Ball, nah, somewhere around there. Really? Someone looking for it?
The ground staff might have to oblige themselves. It's gone all the way through the covers, so Labuschagne, who is, whether deliberately or not, looking for it halfway underneath them, had it pointed out to him. I think that it was over the far side.
581 for 5. Webster on to 57. Gorvin on his way back, somewhat reluctantly. Now he breaks into a run, and he's on his way to bowl to Webster. A swing out towards deep cover, well fielded. They'll turn, have a look at the second. Nope. Oh, the throw is cleanly gathered by Gorvin, but they still don't risk the second run. 7 off 4 balls this over. Is rather like shooting fish in a barrel at the moment. They're just literally everyone on the boundary, apart from bowler and keeper. Gorvin in bowls. Bracey mows it away firmly on the offside, fielded by Douthwaite in front of us. Single taken. 583 for 5. Bracey has now equalled Cameron Bancroft's 184. And Bo Webster will wind up, no doubt, for another big blow. No, it's a fairly conventional drive all along the ground, up to long off. Single taken. He will retain the strike, if indeed they are batting on, and they are.
They are. Yep.
Why?
We're at that point, are we? Why?
They've wasted 25 minutes of potential wicket-taking time since lunch.
Guess maybe they're thinking about run rate of 4 and over or something. I don't know. No, I'm really sure either, but here we go. It's not necessarily us that have to face the music if the extraordinary were to happen, but no, I take your point. So like I said in the morning session, really, I'm not sure that you can be captaining for really the being concerned about the highest successful chase in the history of a competition that's been running since 1890.
That really is just bizarre, isn't it?
And admittedly, times have changed a bit of late, and we have seen a side chase over 400 and would have chased a lot more than, just over 400, sorry, chased over 500 last year, and would have chased a lot more than that 500 if it had been set for them. However, probably comes a point where with the number of overs remaining in the game and the amount of time to take the wickets, that you just have to imagine that your bowling attack can get it done. 5 seam bowlers, is that the only other thing they're thinking in terms of, are you going to be bowling a huge amount of spin, so don't want those seamers bowling all that time, and if that enters the thinking at all anyway. Crane to Webster, who goes back and slaps the ball down to long off, and in the end can't just walk through for the single and has to do a bit of running. 585 for 5. Webster on to 60, his highest Gloucestershire score. Admittedly, he's only had now 5 innings potentially under threat. Crane bowls. Oh, he's gone for the lap sweepers, Bracey, and will take a couple here down to a fine 3rd position. Van der Guchten gets around, and it's 186 now for Bracey, so 14 more runs. Even then, though, if 600 is the target, they might not pull out Gloucestershire. Crane over the wicket to Bracey, who's miscued this one, and it slices off a thick outside edge down to Van der Guchten once more, called into action on that boundary. 588 for 5.
Some of these big swings, you're having to look almost all around the ground to spot the ball.
I could see he was aiming for down the ground. I thought maybe he'd got it more towards point, and then all of a sudden looping towards 3rd man. Crane bowls short, and Webster tries to play that baseball style single up the middle type swing, but hits it to long off for 1. Well, I don't think people are going to mind in terms of entertainment value watching whilst 6s are being hit and 4s, but with everybody back on the boundary and it's scoring at basically a runner ball. Crane to Bracey, slog sweep, that's coming towards us. It's going to be 6, and it lands just at the base of the stand, fortunately for all concerned, out of harm's way, because there's just no knowing where it's going to bounce off those seats and the railings.
I think it might have gone underneath the stand somehow.
The walkway between us and the stand. So there we go. Somebody's got it back from behind. Yeah.
Remarkably quickly, rather more quickly than the Glamorgan Fielders probably wanted it to be produced.
595 for 5 then. Bracey to 193. Not a massive boundary to clear for Bracey there. Cleared it fairly comfortably. Crane in, and Bracey cuts away. That will spin towards the fielder at deep point, which will mean Bracey will keep the strike. The end of that over with the lead at 578, and Bracey one more of those lusty blows from reaching that 200 mark.
Yes, I was never taken a catch while commentating. Thought that might be an opportunity there, at least to spill it onto the heads of someone in front of us. Right, is Bracey on strike? You'd better do this, hadn't you?
Well, he's probably less likely to bring it up with a 6 off Gorvin than Crane, but I suppose we never know. And club photographers realising that he might need to get in position briskly himself, probably at one stage assuming it was going to be from the other end, and now has to go end to end with his camera, get the right position. Everybody back on the boundary, and Bracey on 194 waiting for Andy Gorvin. Round the wicket he bowls, and Bracey cuts away towards deep cover. McIlroy will be sure-handed there, and it is just a single. 195 to Bracey, and oh dear. Robbie is off again, the club photographer. Has he forgotten something?
Hang on a moment, James, don't get there yet.
Another camera.
Is that a video camera, maybe? Trying to double up. Swing from Webster, hits it all along the ground up towards long off. Goes through for the single.
Sort of standing up as much for just moving about to keep warm as readying for possible protecting of equipment and selves. Obviously in that order.
No, evasive action first. The equipment's probably insured somewhere.
Bracey pulls away on the bounce to the fielder at deep square and moves to 196. Gorvin challenged him with the short ball to try and bring up the double ton, but Bracey was not really of a mind to give a fielder a chance of a catch. And unfortunately for Gorvin, that does bring up his 100. Not the first Glamorgan bowler to reach that unwanted milestone, however.
Swing by Webster up to long off, spot the ball. 600 for Gloucestershire. Yet another fusillade of applause from the members in front of us. It's taken until the 115th over. Seem to remember the 500 came up at about 100 overs, so the last 100 has been pretty quick.
Gorvin round the wicket to Bracey on 196. He drives towards deep cover. It won't go to the boundary unless Douthwaite were to misfield, and he doesn't, which is probably a good thing because it doesn't make for a particularly exciting call when somebody messes up a routine piece of fielding to get to a landmark. So Bracey will have to wait until the next over as he moves to 197. There's not really a huge amount of, well, he says, hopefully not cursing him, but given the field setting, if Bracey just wants to get there, there's not really a huge amount of jeopardy on him actually getting there.
As Gorvin's on his way to bowl to the giant figure of Webster, who gets a little bit tucked up, and it is the rarity of a dot ball, so only 5 came off the Gorvin over. It's 601 for 5. I suppose the 600 lead needs another 17, 18 runs. 17 runs, so maybe
declaration to set them 600, I suppose.
Maybe a declaration 2 overs away.
Yeah, you'd guess so. Surely they can't be thinking about anything else other than that. Some of this sort of thrashing as well has possibly also kind of shown exactly in terms of, you know, thinking about high run rates to achieve a chase. If it gets to the point tomorrow where, if it did get to the point tomorrow where Glamorgan were needing to hit big in order to achieve a total, then these two are sort of proving that it might not be the easiest.
Kevin Lyons emails, it beggars belief that a declaration was not made at the lunch interval. If Will Fuller were captain of Glamorgan, he and his bowlers would be bowling undram.
Yes, that would possibly bring about a declaration even sooner with all the twos for the no balls. Kieran Carlson is replacing Mason Crane from the College Lawn end, and has James Bracey to bowl at on 197. Carlson in, and Bracey paddles it away to Douthwaite at deep backward square, who cuts it off, and Bracey gets to within 2. 198, and now this could be interesting. Carlson angling and turning the ball into Webster with that leg side boundary in his sights. Hope somebody's warned the ice cream van, but no, he's trying to cut offside where he ends up going on the leg side because he's got a big thick bottom edge that squirts past the stumps, and Chris Cook has to field it himself because there's nobody else anywhere near it other than him. 1 run taken. 585 the lead. Spectators watching on with interest as Bracey is on 198, and Carlson bowls a quicker delivery, which Bracey turns round the corner, gently out to Douthwaite, and his 199th run. Will they bring everybody up for the 199?
Nervous 199s. The only positive news from a Glamorgan point of view is that the temperature appears to have gone up a notch or two.
Wind has died a bit. Carlson to Webster, a very slow delivery, which is gently rolled into the leg side. Carlson off to stop it himself, and Webster puts Bracey then on strike, and indeed,
they are bringing everybody
comes up. You kind of had to do it, really. The sort of net titans on James Bracey. It's going to be a ring infield rather than a ring outfield for him. 2 balls this over for James Bracey.
Oh, they've just realised there's not much point of hanging someone at short fine legs, so they've gone for a slip in, or short silly point that would have been. There's a slip instead.
Oh, going on the attack now. Carlson is furiously pointing towards... Oh, he doesn't want him to field at slip, Andy Gorvin, actually. That's silly, to field at slip. He wants him in a much more sensible fielding position of short point.
Pointless.
Carlson moves in. He's there now and bowls to Bracey. A very loopy delivery, which he sweeps away to deep backward square for 4. And James Bracey has a double century, holds the pose of helmet raised and bat raised to his teammates, acknowledges the rest of the ground, and joins a list of Gloucestershire double centurions at Cheltenham that includes W.G. Grace, Sean Young, Wally Hammond, Charles Townsend, Alex Gidman and Zahir Abbas. And now James Bracey. Some greats of Gloucestershire cricket in there, and James Bracey is now among them. He's reached his double ton from just 230 deliveries as he drives down the ground to long off and takes a single to complete the over and also complete the innings. Webster 65 not out, and James Bracey with an unbeaten 204. That is the end of Gloucestershire's innings at 610 for 5. They've set Glamorgan 593 to win. Nice to see. Congratulations from the Glamorgan players to James Bracey, who will take all of the applause that he deserves as he walks off this grand old ground with an unbeaten double ton to his name.
Well, it has been a tremendous performance, hasn't it, by James Bracey, on the back of the work done by Miles Hammond and Cameron Bancroft, and really has turned the screw in style and a superb individual achievement. Interesting to see what a few of the Glamorgan players in conversation with the umpires at the end of that, so not quite sure whether that was all about, whether they just had a word about a little bit of time wasting now and again by Glamorgan, and Glamorgan just thankful to get off the field. And well, Eddie Byram and Billy Root obviously quicker off than most, because they've got to get ready to bat in about 8 minutes time, and that 8 minutes will be accompanied by, of course, the application of a large roller.
Yes, time to get the heavy roller on it. So I don't know if they've taken off the 2 overs for the change of innings. I don't think they have. So 54 overs today and 96 overs tomorrow makes it nice and easy. Gloucestershire have 150 overs to bowl Glamorgan out in, and Glamorgan have those overs in which to score 593 runs. The sun has almost threatened to come out. There are a few patches of blue sky. It's still mostly overcast, and Gloucestershire will be buoyed by a tremendous batting effort. Bizarre looking scoreboard. 179 and 610 for 5 declared. Plays 197. Can Glamorgan pile up a similarly mammoth score in their second innings to either save or produce a piece of not just county championship history but worldwide history in terms of highest successful county championship run chases? We shall see. We'll take a break for a couple of minutes and be back with you for the resumption.
Naeem Ashraf. Our umpires in the field, the Gloucestershire side led by number 12, the captain Graham van Buren. To open for Glamorgan, number 97, Eddie Byram, and number 7, Billy Root.
First of all, then, just to clarify the number of overs remaining in the match, with the 2 overs having already been taken off the board rapidly, meaning the equation is that Glamorgan would require 593 runs from a minimum of 152 overs. So 56 overs remaining to be bowled in the day's play, which means 24 until tea. It's going to be another fairly late tea break, but a good period for Gloucestershire to have a go with the new ball at Glamorgan, and then we'll see what happens with regards to, I guess, first of all, light this evening and then potential rain tomorrow. I've had another look at a forecast on the Met Office, which now suggests only a 20% chance of rain during the hours of play tomorrow, so we'll see. Well, 20% being the highest chance of rain during an hour, to be exact. Matt Taylor to bowl the first over, then left arm into Eddie Byram, and Byram with a forward defence, solid as you like, out to Ben Charlesworth at cover. So Byram and Root, the 2 left-handers at the top of this Glamorgan order, and a rather different field setting from the one that finished off the Gloucestershire innings. 3 slips and a gully. As Taylor is in, bowls, Byram drives, very pleasant looking shot down the ground towards a deep long off, and Buren is in furious pursuit of it. I don't think he's going to get there, though. He's not. Actually, Singh Dale got a bit closer from mid-on, having been a bit deeper, but that just shows the speed of this outfield towards a long boundary, and the ball just kept running away. 4 without loss, Glamorgan. Just another 589 to go. Board does have to win. 589. No fielder at cover. There's a point, a wideish mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. Taylor to Byram, who punches that one through the covers. That's another sweet piece of timing. Van Buren has gritted his teeth trying to get there. He's not going to get to that one either. So Byram off to a brisk start. 8 without loss after the first 3 deliveries, and starting to already see really the fact that this is probably turning into quite a decent pitch to bat on, given the sort of shots that we were seeing from, well, particularly Bancroft played quite a lot of shots like that, just leaning on the ball, pushing it into the gap and speeding away. Imagine as the lacquer maybe comes off the ball that it should still do a bit, but as Taylor is in to Byram, who leaves through to the keeper, still decent carry there through to James Bracey, but Glamorgan should be feeling, not going to start talking about a historic chase, but they certainly, you would think, shouldn't, given the quality of their line-up, etc., and the fact they'll want to take some positives out of this, that they really ought to be looking at a pretty sizable score themselves. Taylor in and bowls, and Byron plays inside that one as it goes through to the keeper. Taylor and Singh Dale, I assume, to take the new ball. Those were the first 2 to warm up on the practice surfaces, leaving De Lange, Actor and Webster as possible first change options. And it might be that Webster's introduced as second change, despite the 5-wicket haul in the first innings, as Taylor completes a tidy enough first over, but Byram getting 2 boundaries from it, Glamorgan 8 for no wicket. The run rate required just under 4 runs per over.
Yeah, realistically, just over 4.5 sessions to survive for Glamorgan. Maybe with a little bit of a delayed start tomorrow morning if they're lucky. But a similar position to the game they were in against Yorkshire, where it wasn't actually a 4th innings target. It was starting a second innings 350 or so behind. And as the pros will tell you in this sort of circumstance, just a question of dividing the time up, taking little chunks, giving yourself small targets rather than talking about batting till tomorrow night. Well, we'll bat till the next half hour, we'll bat until tea, etc, etc. Root then facing up to Singdale, and he turns it off his legs for 4 down to fine leg. Ball racing away over the school wickets, the college square being about 20 metres away from the professional square. This vast expanse of college ground. 12 without loss. Glamorgan, Root up and running. He's got 3 slips behind him. 4 saving the single. 3rd man and long leg back. As Root plays and misses outside off stump. We talk about scoreboard pressure for Glamorgan. It's probably the pressure of having been out in the field for a very long time, been on the back foot, seeing their bowlers pummeled round, and just trying to mentally focus after all that, not let it get to you. I think it's a new innings, it's a new opportunity, and there's a job to be done. As Singdale speeds in and Root cuts down towards 3rd man for a single, 13 without loss.
I mean, that psychological aspect of things is something that, you know, just sitting viewing at home or sitting on a balcony, you just can't sort of, you can't understand it, but you can't experience it, because it's very different from actually being out there in the middle and seeing possibly your chances of winning another game disappear, and then can you steel yourself for then just batting and surviving and blocking and that sort of thing, if that is what you have to do.
Byram drives, it's well stopped at mid-off, and there's no run. So probably even cut down this afternoon period, which is not a full session, but probably thinking of the first hour and then tea, with 22 overs to be bowled after this. As Singdale is in to bowl to Byram, who's slightly squared up by that one. The ball trickles out on the offside, and there's no run. 13 without loss.
I wonder whether we're going to see any uneven bounce at all in this innings. There was one to James Bracey that scuttled underneath him and then underneath Chris Cook. I think his only buys in the end in that innings. Extraordinary keeping effort from Cook. Whether we'll see anything just rise up a little bit into day 3.
Singdale might be the man to do it. Byram firmly defensive off the back foot, sending out to the burly frame of Marchant Delanga. At the same time, one of the politest and most fearsome men in cricket. 13 for naught after 2.
Yes, he can terrify you with a smile. Can Delanga.
A mere 3.9 is the overall run rate required. He must shake more hands than anyone else in Britain, I think.
Yes. So you know you're going to get a firm hand clap from him after
anything, really. Just saying hello.
Just any day's play, regardless of whether you're interviewing him or not. Goes around and shakes everybody's hands at lunch as well in the opposition. Matt Taylor in, and Root hops back into his crease, plays it back to the bowler. Well, there was one time when he bowled at Northampton, he bowled quite a lengthy spell there, and instead of just walking off, as you'd think, just get to the dressing room, put your feet up for a bit, eat something, no, he's marching off to the other side of the ground to say hello to a Northamptonshire squad member who clearly wasn't on the ground earlier. Taylor is in, and this is guided away behind point by Root for a couple of runs. Charlesworth going into the slide and is able to get the ball in, keep it down to that 15 without loss. As another light aircraft makes its way over towards the chapel side of the ground and past Eagle Tower. Its final approach. In comes Taylor, left arm over and bowls, and Root has jammed that one out towards point. The first one this innings that Root has played as though, boy, that kept low, but sort of get used to it after a while. And you might get the odd one that keeps low. It's just, as I say, you are probably less likely to be bothered by that if you're not also seeing the odd one that rises up a bit off a full length. Taylor bounds in and bowls, and Root lets that one go through to the keeper. Gloucestershire not absolutely overdoing it with the early chirp and encouragement. I guess there's the tendency, or the danger perhaps, that you might go out sort of over-amped for the first 10 overs or so. You don't take a wicket and then things just get a bit flat after that if you're not careful. Just maybe try and maintain a sort of fairly level volume out there. Taylor bowls fuller delivery. It's a good ball, but Root respectfully pushing forward to point, and Charlesworth once again called into action. There's not been many other than him who've actually had to do any fielding at all, other than furious pursuits to the boundary, which have turned out to be in vain. 15 for no wicket. 3 balls, almost 3 overs in as Taylor bowls, and that's edged over the top of the slip cordon for 4. He had a bit of a flash at that, did Root, outside the off stump, and it cleared Ollie Price at third slip. I don't think by an enormous amount, but it wasn't catchable, and it's 4 more runs to the total. 19 for no wicket at the end of that over.
Yes, Root not playing that hugely well, to be honest. Wasn't there to play that sort of shot. Looking to work away maybe through backward point, and was lucky that it flew high off the edge. An overslip.
Just seen the score at Southport. Nottinghamshire 95 for 9 in reply to Lancashire's 353 for 9 declared.
Singdale bowls, and Byram is on the back foot defending to DeLange. Or Jimmy?
Yeah, just pretty paltry figures really. 16 overs, 7 for 35.
Wow.
I think he's due retirement, isn't he? I mean,
pick that man for England immediately.
Goodness me.
Yes, it is his farewell test coming up. Why? Not sure. As Singdale in to bowl to Byram, through outside off and allowed to go through to James Bracey.
Nathan Lyon's come on for a bowl. I suppose they almost might have to. Well, it depends actually, doesn't it? I mean, if you've got James Anderson, you might want to give him a bit of a rest, but almost as well enforce the follow-on if it's that easy to run through him. Sure, Dave Bracegirdle will be enjoying the display from one of England's finest.
As that is defended out on the offside by Byram, and there's no run. Mr. Bracegirdle being Nottinghamshire's BBC commentator and a firm advocate of his county's cause, shall we say.
You would feel a bit aggrieved if you ended up being the side that had to face Anderson. I mean, Gloucestershire had that a couple of years back when they were in the First Division, turned up with Anderson in the opposing ranks at Old Trafford.
As Byram swings and misses outside off stump. Not quite sure what that was all about. Yeah, Anderson did bowl against Glamorgan, I'm going to say 21. I think it was one of the COVID-affected seasons and a rather rain-affected game at Old Trafford when he got about 3 for 30 odd in 20 overs or something of that ilk. But the match was just a one-innings affair because of rain.
Anderson, Saqib Mahmood, who was actually fit at that time as well. Hassan Ali as the overseas player. Matt Parkinson back when he was pretty much in England form.
As Byram defends on the offside, and there's no run, fielded by Singdale. Yes, it wasn't a great experience. It rained a lot, as it occasionally does in Manchester, I'm told. It was
could have done with raining a bit more when we were
still in
up there, probably from Gloucester's perspective.
Still in COVID restrictions in the second year of COVID-affected cricket, and it's all a bit gloomy. I was staying in a hotel on the grounds, and I think I went very far. I just read a lot for most of the game in the hotel room. As Byram shoulders arms to a ball from Ajit Singdale that goes through with good carry. It is a maiden over from Singdale. But Glamorgan have survived 4 overs of the 152 they have to play out unscathed.
And what was particularly bizarre about that Lancashire fixture and then the reverse fixture, Lancashire turned up to Bristol with an entirely different bowling attack from the one that they'd faced earlier in the season, because Mahmood was injured, Anderson was playing internationally, Hassan Ali I think had gone back for international duty as well, and Parkinson also I think was on international duty at that stage. I was kind of wondering how many times that would happen. Perhaps more so now, but completely different bowling attack. Taylor runs in and bowls to Root, who's I think hoping for a drive through the covers and then not quite seeing the ball where he wanted it, so it doesn't really go through with the shot. And played up towards mid-off. Ben Slater might carry his bat for Nottinghamshire. He's scored 53 of the 96 runs. 53 off 114 balls. Next highest score, Calvin Harrison with 12. Taylor bowls, and a textbook defence from Root, dropping it basically at his feet for no run.
Well, we are lucky, aren't we, that run rate required is on our screens. It's a mere 3.88, and they're already going at 4.56. Yeah. So Glamorgan's set to gallop to victory.
They're going for it. They're going for it.
Well, they went for 260 last week, but this is more than double that.
That's quite rightly reminded that Anderson bowled here in 2019. As a full delivery is whipped through wide mid-on by Root, a bit over pitched from Taylor, and this pitch has changed quite dramatically in the last day and a bit. If you just over pitch it slightly, then you're pretty much guaranteed to be punished. 23 without loss as Root moves on to 15.
There are sights of some blue stuff up above us. I don't know what that is.
I'm sure that won't last very long. We'll get rid of it soon, don't worry. That game against Lancashire in 2019 was one which was put on earlier in the year. Played 3 games at Cheltenham that year. Taylor bowls full and just leaning into a push through the covers, as Hammond will not get there. If anybody could from the Gloucestershire side, it would be him. Another full paced, wholehearted chase which comes up short. 27 without loss.
Yeah, it's great to see, isn't it? You just wonder when players occasionally take the long view and think the risk of actually getting injured with a dive is probably not worth the saving of a couple of runs.
Taylor gone for 22 so far, and will remain that way as he tightens up his line and just drags the legs back a fraction, more like where you're going to have to bowl, and just pushed into the covers. He's not tended to be going at upwards of 7 runs per over in the T20 this year, has Matt Taylor, so again another one of those strange things, a bit like we're talking about with Crane yesterday, 2 overs for 25 or something like that, and he'd gone for about that many in 4 overs in the T20 at Cardiff, as Root lets that one go, and Bracey has the first of, I suspect, a fair few awkward takes to make as it bounces in front of and to the right of him, but he does very well. Should be pretty buoyed after making a championship career best score. 27 without loss. Glamorgan 5 overs in, a couple of plays and misses, but mostly, and then the edge over the top of the slips, but all 3 of those really down to Glamorgan going at the ball rather than necessarily a huge amount of movement directly beating the bat.
Here comes Singdale then, charging in from the College Lawns end, right to left as we look at it, and Byram is up on his toes defending into the offside. There's no run. So thankfully conditions have improved slightly on this balcony anyway from the morning session, which was probably about as horrible in terms of conditions for us as it was horrible for Glamorgan in terms of the match. Next delivery is played off an angled bat by Byram. Not entirely along the ground, but would have fallen well short of Charlesworth anyway in that point position, backward point. Just brings Billy Root under strike. Single taken. 28 without loss. Target 593, or 152 overs to survive. Root plays that one into a gap on the offside and goes through for a single. Ben Charlesworth is the fielder there. 29 without loss.
Looks like potentially quite a significant result possibly brewing in Division 1, with Worcestershire 137 for 3, needing 94 more runs to win. But Chesley Street launch a recovery bid for Worcestershire.
As Singdale steams in, bowls to Byram and beats the edge there, going through to Bracey. Not entirely plain sailing for these 2 openers. Root's edge over the slips off Taylor has probably been the hairiest moment.
It's not always easy to tell square on whether Byram's beaten or not, but that time, given the sort of nod of the head from Byram to Singdale, it was certainly,
it's not always easy to tell if you're watching straight with Eddie Byram.
Yes.
Singdale bowls, Byram flicks that off his legs down to fine legs. Single taken, 30 without loss. He has the habit, if you haven't watched him, of just tucking the ball, or the bat, very gently towards the body when he's leaving the ball. And it is very difficult to tell whether he's done that or not. 30 for naught, 20 to Root, 10 to Byram. Two openers who haven't had disastrous seasons but are in need of scores. And Root won't get one like that, as he's almost cut in half by that one. Good delivery from Singdale, beat Root. All ends up 30 for naught after 6. 5.93 is the nominal target here on BBC Sport Online, with Ed Seaborn and myself, Nick Webb, your commentators for today. We hope for a bit of relief in our efforts tomorrow when Chloe Brewer is due to be with us.
A good start from Singdale, who was uncharacteristically expensive in the first innings. He's remarkably consistent for somebody of his age, bowling as quickly as he does. But he did go at 5s in the first innings. Taylor bowling, and there's a waft and a miss from Byram. Again, looking to force the ball away through the offside, seeing some width and going after it, and at this stage most of the time you would be thinking about leaving that alone as a championship opener. In the first innings you kind of felt you saw, possibly more so directly from Glamorgan than from Gloucestershire, the effects of moving from the T20 into championship cricket. As Taylor bowls and Byram plays inside that one through to the keeper, in that they saw quite a lot of short deliveries and just couldn't resist the temptation but to go after them, and ended up creating quite a few of Gloucestershire's wickets for them. Byram and Labuschagne and Carlson, so 3 of the top 4 out on the pull, and even Root was chasing a wide one trying to cut it. It's the difference between feeling bat on ball and going after it versus ducking and leaving, as Byram works this one neatly away to mid-wicket, and it's very nicely stopped by Zaman Akhtar, who gets down and saves what might still have been 4 even if it wasn't hit firmly. Just got to get the ball rolling across this Cheltenham outfield, particularly down the hill there towards that lurid yellow marquee.
You sound vaguely disapproving.
Oh, well, it is very bright. Taylor in, and Byram leans forward and defends to point. No, I don't know. I mean, it's surprising to see it though, because they have tended to be quite muted tones, the marquees, but that one certainly stands out. Sort of sandy coloured ones set off the stonework and that sort of thing. That one is very much a look at me. Taylor running in once more, bowls, and I think that time Byram perhaps did play at it given Taylor's reaction anyway, but it's another one of those ones that hasn't bounced a great deal, so even had it been edged, there'd have been no chance for Bracey, who's got to stand a decent way back in order to be able to react to the average carry, but he does know there's going to be quite a lot of half volleys for him to have to pick up. Potential maiden over for Taylor as he's in to Byram and bowls, and that's punched away pretty nicely by Byram, but only as far as Hammond at cover, so it is indeed a maiden over from Taylor. His first 4 overs, 1 maiden, none for 22, and Glamorgan 30 without loss after 7.
Stephen Moss says on Twitter, hope Glamorgan get a draw after the nonsense from Gloucestershire, i.e. batting on. Having said that, Glamorgan really don't deserve anything from this game. Their attack is feeble, Van der Hoogten apart. Surely when Nisa left, they realised they had a problem and needed to rethink. had Mir Hamza in for the first block of games, but no overseas quick at the moment as Root shoulders arms the first ball of the Singdale over. Jezza says some of our members have been saying all season that Van der Hoogten apart, the bowling attack is poor. So, it's obviously an issue for the county at the moment. They struggled to get home-produced fast bowling talent. As Singdale is into bowl, and Root hit maybe on the gloves there. Did well to defend it. The ball rolling out in front of him. And in terms of acquiring talent, well, you do hope that they will have a fast bowler lined up, at least for the last 5 championship games, whether it be Mir Hamza or someone else. 30 for naught. It's as bright as it has been today, which is not saying a lot. Singdale into bowl. Root plays no shot. Must have come back a bit, that one. Taken by Bracey going down leg side. Remind that we are at the moment watching from square leg for the left-handers, so looking over the shoulders of umpire Naeem Ashraf. And a fairly quiet scene at the moment around the college ground as they await wickets tumbling, most of them. Root chops it down, oohs and ahs, and a bit of yelling. He looked to play it late and it rolled down into the gully. I'm not sure why Cover has got his hands up in the air.
No, I can only imagine he thinks it's maybe caught the pad flat before he then made contact with it with the bat. I certainly didn't think that was what had happened. I thought he'd squeezed it onto his pad, but anyway.
Singdale's appeal was over almost before it had begun, as Root definitely plays no shot to that, as the college clock chimes 3. It's bizarre. It's what, we're halfway through the 3rd day, and it's the first time I've noticed the clock chiming, which I presume it does all the time, but I just haven't noticed it before.
No, I must say that's the first time I can recall, now that you say that, actually recall hearing it. And it's not really the wind that kind of been a problem, because it's been blowing directly from that direction, but the flags are now limp on the flagpole.
Singdale bowls, Root knocks it into the offside, thinks about a single good scrambling stop. No run, maiden over, a little bit of pressure beginning to build on Glamorgan, but realistically they shouldn't be worried about maiden overs, because it is pretty much a question of survival. Were they to bat 152 overs, they might be somewhere near a world record chase, but you would have thought it would be survival that would be the key priority.
May also not be quite so easy just to lean on the ball and pick up boundaries as the ball gets a bit older as well, although conversely it might be easier to survive. Taylor starts his 5th over and bowls, and Byram doesn't offer a shot. It has certainly been an impressive opening spell from Singdale. 4 overs for just 8 runs, and has so far looked in general the more likely of the 2 opening bowlers to take a wicket, albeit it was Taylor who had that edge fly over the top of Price at 3rd slip. Taylor, measured approach in and bowls, and a back foot drive from Byram. It's going out towards the boundary. Fielder will need to slide last minute. It's excellent work from Ben Charlesworth. Catching up with the ball is not the easiest, and then having enough room actually to slide and release the ball back in time. And he saves a couple of runs, 32 without losses. Byram moves to 12.
Yeah, had to be firm with the palm there, Charlesworth, so the ball didn't accompany him over the ropes. Got a good strong hand to it.
Saw that a few times at Scarborough. Just, you might be able to catch up with it, but then you just end up carrying the ball over the boundary with you, such as your momentum. Taylor bowls, and Byram maybe plays and misses, but maybe doesn't. It's that wonderful piece of commentary.
It's difficult enough to tell when you're straight in line, when you're watching him from a deep cover position. It really is impossible.
He didn't seem to push his hands towards us very much, so if he were beaten, then it was clearly a very good delivery from Taylor to be that close to his outside edge. He was rehearsing the same shot after it, so perhaps that time he was beaten. Byram in, no, Taylor into Byram, and opening the face and prodding the ball towards Ben Charlesworth, and a bit of extra volume that time in the encouragement, possibly as much from a spectator down below us than members of the field.
Yeah, Root with a high score of 67 this season, just a couple of half centuries, a few 30s and 40s dotted round, but not able to kick on.
Taylor in to Byram, and again drawing Byram onto the front foot and played defensively into the covers.
And Byram, similarly, though he started his campaign 3 matches late because of injury, a top score of 86, but dismissed in the 20s and 30s mostly, so getting starts but unable to go on, and they need to, both of them.
I mean, so often these, well, either big chases or, as Taylor bowls full to Byram, who drives and picks out Van Buren at mid-off. There's no run, 2 runs from the over, 32 without loss after 9. So often either these big chases or survival efforts start with large opening stands. I think particularly big chases, not saying that 5-9-3 is under threat at this stage by any means, but I think back to sort of West Indies, the wreck against Australia, that sort of thing. I mean, quite often these things are either sort of achieved easily or not at all. Same thing with Surrey's chase of over 500 against Kent. Was it 5 down? I think I saw before. Middlesex 6 down. Although, actually, having said that, I seem to remember from that scorecard that they were something ridiculous, like about 50 odd for 4, and chased down 504. So 502. Sorry, you just never know.
First ball of a new over goes past the edge of Root's bat from Singdale.
Yeah, that was going through quickly. I think that would probably only have just bounced once before going to the boundary had James Bracey not been there.
Yeah, he's building up ahead of speed, isn't he, Singdale? Must be nippy to challenge De Lange. Not for 44 in the first innings, the only unsuccessful Gloucestershire bowler, so he's still on 14 wickets for the season. As that is top-edged pull from Billy Root, shouts of catch as it flies away over the keeper and down to the boundary for 4 runs.
I did wonder when the bumper might be used, considering it was quite successful for Gloucestershire in the first innings, not necessarily as a concerted tactic but just as a surprise tactic, because Morgan's batters have clearly shown them from that first innings that they're quite willing to take it on. But it would have had to have been a real short ball barrage for there to have been a fielder at long stop. You do see it happen nowadays especially, but nobody anywhere near that one.
There's Singdale on his way again. Row shot from Root this time through to Bracey. 36 without loss. At Derby I saw a long stop employed by Billy Godleman, much to the bemusement of my BBC Radio Derby colleague. I think it was Logan van Beek, the speedy Dutchman bowling.
Yes.
And was pretty much directly behind the keeper. Singdale bowls, Root dabs it down towards gully, no run.
Gloucestershire had a catch down there in the One Day Cup last season. I think it was last season's trip to Hove by another speedy Dutchman, well, off the bowling I should say of another speedy Dutchman, Paul van Meekeren. Ollie Price took the catch running round from basically a long stop position. I think there'd already been at least one top edge over the keeper, so they thought they'd better put somebody in there, and lo and behold, the catch actually did come for him.
Singdale bowls to Root, who pulls through mid-wicket, a little bit aerial but nowhere near any fielder as the ball crashes into the boards in front of us. 40 without loss. Glamorgan Root has 28 of them.
Well, you can understand why he's done that. I mean, he's got two fielders back on the leg side fine. It just didn't get up quite as much as the first one, so Root was able to pull it away well in front of square and take those two fielders completely out of the equation.
Pull back with Singdale, charging in past umpire Baldwin. Bowls to Root, who had to hurry to play that with that one. Chopped down on it, played it out on the leg side. They go through for a single. Zaman Akhtar is the fielder. Single taken. Root therefore will retain the strike for the next over. Glamorgan, having been set 593 runs to win, or 152 overs to bat out for a draw. They are 41 for naught after 10 of those overs. They're up with the run rate.
Kent have been forced to follow on by Hampshire, bowled out for 343, so only just missed avoiding the follow on, but considering time left in the game, by the looks of things, as Marchand de Lange is coming into the attack, much to the enjoyment of, I think, Mr. Matthew Lee down below us. Looks as though Hampshire have decided their best chances of winning is to skittle Kent a second time. Not looking as if Kent cheer is going to be provided by that match. Here is Marchand de Lange then bowling to Billy Root, who takes a hand off the bat and plays a slightly awkward looking defensive shot. Well, I say a defensive shot, I think as he rehearses a roll of the wrists, he initially was looking to play through the onside. De Lange coming right arm around to the left-handed Root at least, looking to bring LBW into play perhaps. De Lange bowls and Root plays this one towards mid-wicket. It's dived past by Zaman Akhtar. It spun away from him, and in fact he's not going to be the one to field it because Singdale runs all the way from long leg to deep mid-wicket, and it's 2 runs, 43 without loss. But considering the way that this match has gone so far, the only dismissal that you can really bowl for is caught behind. I haven't seen a huge number of LBWs, or, well, in fact anything other than caught behinds. A few catches in the outfield. Stumps haven't been disturbed too much. De Lange bowls to Root, who guides to Charlesworth at backward point. And there is no run. Messrs Barker, Abbas and Abbott do still have some wickets left in them. It seems 9 out of the 10 first innings Kent wickets taken by those 3. And where Hampshire are going to be looking after those 3. Hang it up. They've got a few in their system, but will they look elsewhere? De Lange over the wicket to Root, who drops the hands on a ball that flies through to James Bracey and forces Bracey to go flying in order to stop it.
Wow. That was quite the take.
Webster was, I'm sure, telling James Bracey he had it covered at first slip anyway, but gosh. absolutely went on him. De Lange from the chapel end bowls to Root, who gets down and tries to turn it through the onside and plays it to mid-on, helpfully signals with his glove as to which exact gap he was looking to play it into, but couldn't quite find. Oh, Nottinghamshire's innings ended at 126. Patterson run out Lyon.
Oh.
De Lange over the wicket to Root, who once again sort of half drops his hands on it. Looks like he might want to defend and then have to pull out of it, and that was a really sharp over from Marchand de Lange to start off his spell. 2 runs from it. Glamorgan 43 without loss after 11 overs. Of course, it wouldn't have been, I guess, run out Lyon to end the 2019 Headingley Test match, but he would have finished off the run out had he taken that ball cleanly, hence my derisive chuckle.
Good afternoon to Edward Bevan, my BBC Wales colleague, who says the pitch at the college ground always turned in the past and remembers Robert Croft taking a hat-trick here. Question mark. Ideal scenario, spin at one end and seamers alternating at the other. Well, there isn't going to be an awful lot of spin for the immediate future, that's for sure, with Van Buren and Price, the options there, but what's Van Buren got? Just the 6 wickets this season. Didn't see him bowled in the first innings. As Byram gets a ball that did get up on him and did really well to get on top of it and knock it down into the ground.
Yeah, I think he may have knocked that down onto his leg, but he managed at least to just about get on top of the ball. So what you need now, if you're Singdale, is one just to keep a little bit low. Old-fashioned fast bowling, force him back, and then get it under him.
On his way is Singdale, and
Root dropped his bat.
Does not deliver. He was maybe distracted by Root dropping his bat. Been entitled to bowl, I suppose.
I think he's then joked with Graham Van Buren about needing a change of gloves. Nice to see that occasionally a sense of humour still prevails in professional cricket.
Ajit Singdale, his birthday is tomorrow, I see, when he turns 24. The man briefly on the Hampshire staff before making his way with Gloucestershire. Sees Byram defending that one back to him, and there's no run. See limited overs best bowling here last year. 4 wickets against Northants.
Yeah, he was rapid in that game. That was an extraordinary match in that Gloucestershire were about 140 for 8, something like that, and Van Buren made 100. Anwar Ali, who was Gloucestershire's overseas for that game, made a 70-odd.
Byram turns it away towards square leg Actorfield, single taken, 44 for naught.
One of the best 50-over games I've ever covered. That recovery, Singdale, I think, ripped a few stumps out of the Northamptonshire top order. They themselves were about 50-odd for 5 in response when Prithvi Shaw hit a few boundaries and then fell over backwards onto his stumps off the bowling of Paul van Meekeren. Dismissal I don't think I've ever seen. I think he hooked the ball for 4 as well, but he collapsed right over onto his back and onto his stumps.
As Root defends on the offside, and there's no run.
But then we saw one of the more remarkable 50-over tons that you're going to see from Tom Taylor, who launched the ball to all parts. It was one of those situations where he almost had no choice, running out of partners, and basically just had to go on the attack and really threatened the score. It looked like he might get there. He must have got into the 120, something like that, and finally launched Tom Price down to long off and was caught on the boundary, and Price with the caught and bowled to end the game. Gloucestershire won by about 20 runs in the end, but it was not as comfortable as that.
As Root is hurried there, chops it down into the gully. There's no run, but Root being given the hurry up. He's on 31 not out, but he's looking a little bit jumpy. I mean, he's always a bit skittish around the crease anyway. But Singdale, this the last ball of his 6th over. It has been a good spell, 0 for 18 at the moment. Will they try and get a 7th out of him, I wonder?
Suspect probably not.
Got the 5 seamers they can rotate, which is something of a luxury when you've got more than one option. You just don't have to do it by numbers. Singdale, nice smooth run up, but it's dispatched by Root to the point boundary in front of the donut stall, racing away opposite us. 44 for naught, 48 for naught. Root 35, Byram has 13, and that is the end of the Singdale over.
Has got cap and sweater from umpire Baldwin, who's gone with the flat cap this afternoon. I suspect, given the strength of the wind, probably a more secure option than the more Panama style, which Naeem Ashraf has got on, but must fit in very nicely. Perhaps he's got one of those sort of clip things which holding it in place. They don't lose much in terms of pace, Gloucestershire, if it is to be Zaman Akhtar to bowl from the College Lawn end, but perhaps they might turn to Webster. It'll be interesting to see where they go. De Lange to start his 2nd over into Byram, who gets right behind that back foot defence into the onside.
Well, certainly Gloucestershire had 4 out of the 5 bowlers firing in the first innings. Singdale was a bit expensive, but bundling Glamorgan out for 197, albeit a marginal first innings lead for the Welsh county. That seems a very long time ago.
De Lange into Byram on 13, and once more Byram is right in line and playing a defensive shot to mid-off as De Lange just elongates his follow-through a little bit and makes a gentle gesture of what the ball did towards Byram. Sure, no words there, but just making sure that he's making his presence even more known to Byram, and looks as though he's going to switch sides. It's a ball from round the wicket, switched in his first over as well.
De Lange and Byram would have been brief teammates at Somerset in the 2021 season. Byram joined Glamorgan, I think, for the final month of that season. So they've been in the same squad for most of that summer.
In comes De Lange, bowling round the wicket to Byram, who squeezes the ball behind square on the leg side and takes a single to get up the other end. Might be the best place to play Marchand De Lange from. 49 without loss. Still, 11 overs after this to go until the tea break. It's probably going to be the latest tea of the 3 days. Gloucestershire's over rate is +2 as well, so it's not as though they're going to have to bowl spin just for the sake of the over rate. Back over the wicket now for Root. De Lange bowls and Root lets that one go. Just a small twitch, but nothing more in terms of thinking about playing. Could be an exciting game at the Oval between Surrey and Essex. Jamie Smith added a 70 to his 100 in the first innings, but not many other people have done very much for Surrey. 135 for 6. It's a lead of 217 over Essex. A couple of wickets each for Snater and Bosch as De Lange bowls to Root, who plays a forward defence into the covers. I was waiting for who was going to sign Bosch this year.
Bish bash.
Well, you know, I was fairly sure somebody would, because he's got a fantastic record in South African domestic cricket. He's not played internationally yet, but it's surely only a matter of time. Son of former South African fast bowler Tertius Bosch, who I think played the first test South Africa played after readmission. De Lange comes round the wicket to Root, last ball of his second over. He's there now and bowls, and Root plays no shots. It carries through to Bracey. 1 run from the over. De Lange just 3 runs conceded from his first 2 overs, but Gloucestershire searching for a breakthrough as Glamorgan have started well at 49 without loss. 13 overs in, for what it's worth, still 544 runs for Gloucestershire to play with, as unfortunately the wind kicks back up again and I see some darker clouds in the distance. Still the odd patch of blue, but nothing more than that.
Yeah, we lost 3 overs at the end of the first day when De Lange was bowling after 6 o'clock and it was a bit dark. 11 overs to come before tea, so it's likely to be quite a late interval, despite both sides generally having positive bowling rates in this match. Glamorgan did make the most of those to fiddle around a bit and slow the game down around the lunch interval. 49 for noughts. As Zaman Akhtar begins his bowling contribution, and Eddie Byram turns it away for a single down to fine leg. Despite the aggressive fields, as the applause comes up for the half century in 13.1 overs, scoring rate has slowed a little after initial volley, despite the fact that Gloucestershire had initially 3, now 2 slips in the gully, 4 saving the single.
Goodness sake, bird life now. 2 gulls swooping right at eye level across the pitch.
Root slightly distracted, understandably. Outfielders down at fine leg and third man. Akhtar bowls and Root jumps as he plays it defensively on the offside. Watching from square leg is not guaranteed to calm the nerves when Billy Root is batting, because he does jump around in the crease a lot at the best of times. As he faces up to the pace of Zaman Akhtar, running in from the car park end, and Root swivels and pulls nicely, but will just get a single there down to Matt Taylor, fine leg fielder, in front of the smaller of the scoreboards, way to our left.
And he's not slow, is Zaman Akhtar, but compared with Singdale from that end, Root might just feel he's got a bit more time to play that sort of a shot, help it round the corner.
Eddie Byram is playing that one on the offside square of the wicket, no run. Eddie Byram, slow start from him, that it matters. 15 off 39 deliveries now.
Ahmed Saeed on the field, by the way, at forward square leg.
As Akhtar races in, bowls to Byram, who brings Saeed into the action. Fires his throw into James Bracey to look lively.
Another one of those players who had his first team debut taken away from him, as the T20 match against the New Zealanders last year was rather inexplicably not classified as a T20 match, despite it being a tour match and there being 11 players on both sides. started off as a T20 match and then they removed its official status.
Byram playing through the leg side nicely, will get a couple of runs at least. It will be picked up. Scrambling stop by the skipper towards the cover boundary. Outside was in attendance. That seems a shame, really. If you've got two proper sides and a proper format, then surely it ought to be classified as a proper match, even if it's not in a competition.
Yeah, well, I mean, Gloucestershire didn't perhaps have the strongest batting lineup that they could have done playing in that game. However, actually, Joe Phillips, who opened the batting, made a terrific 70-odd, albeit in a losing cause, but you just feel it's a bit of a shame given those performances clearly mattered at the time. Gloucestershire were very much up for playing the New Zealanders, albeit with basically a second 11. They counted at the time, so you sort of feel they ought to stay counted, really. Marchand de Lange bowling to Root, full and straight. Root, you can tell he's hurried a little bit playing that defensive shot, but still gets down on it well and plays it out into the covers.
His side's a product of Clifton College.
Yes.
Young Londoner.
Effective home of Gloucestershire cricket, really. The committee, I think it was 5 years into games being played here at Cheltenham, as de Lange bowls, and that's defended up towards mid-on. So I think it was 1877, held a vote about whether each of the next season's fixtures would be played at Clifton College, thereby ending Cheltenham's festival almost as soon as it had begun, and that motion was rejected by one vote. De Lange runs in now and bowls, and Root blocks to mid-off, so you do tend to hear a fair amount of doom and gloom about the Cheltenham Festival these days, and it's on its way out here, and it's never been more under threat than it has been now.
Well, you see the
almost
same
over before it had started.
You see the same about county championship cricket, and then people come out with newspaper articles from the archives which were written in the early 60s, and they say, oh, county championship cricket's on the way out.
Yep. Here's de Lange bowling full, and it's steered beautifully through the gap at cover point by Billy Root for another boundary, and he's on to 40 from just 47 deliveries. Possibly one of the shots of the day as a whole, even.
Nicely timed, sweetly timed, doesn't it? Gave Hammond no chance in the covers. It's the invention of one-day cricket in the early 60s at a ferocious helter-skelter 65 overs aside for the first year of one-day cricket.
Dizzying run rates of 3 and over. De Lange bowls to Root. This is played up towards mid-on, and Taylor went into the slide, and sliding towards the end of those practice pitches didn't really get a huge amount of sideways distance on the slide, and ended up not stopping it more than a quarter, and Van Buren has to tidy up at mid-off. So in the end they get through for the single that they were threatening. 58 without loss.
It's just bizarre to imagine 130 overs as a standard in a day of one-day cricket.
Last ball of this over, de Lange is into Byram, who plays a neat forward defence to cover the end of an over, which has brought Glamorgan 5 runs, 58 for no wicket after 15 overs. Was it in that first World Cup that was played that was 60 overs or 65? I think it might have been 60, yeah. Was it Sunil Gavaskar who carried his bat for something like 42?
Yeah. India had been set some mammoth total like 300, which should be perfectly routine these days, and just opted for batting practice, whether it was a protest in some other way. It's not quite certain. As Zaman Akhtar prepares to bowl his second over, it's bowling to Billy Root, who runs it down to point, and there's no run.
First men's World Cup, of course, I should say, because the women had a World Cup before the men.
Indeed. Welsh representation. A woman by the name of Lynn Thomas. Akhtar is in. Bowls down leg side, and that's not cleanly taken by Bracey. It's bounced away for a bye. In fact, a couple of byes down towards fine leg.
It was a pretty much impossible one for Bracey. It bounced so far in front of him that it wasn't even on the hard part of the College Square. It was on the dusty section just before where the bowler might take off from, and it kicked up disturbed the surface, I suppose you might say. Kicked up on him.
60 for naught, Glamorgan. Exactly on the run rate of 3.9. As Root swishes at that one as it goes down leg side. Well taken by Bracey. That's the trouble with these first-class keepers. They don't practice the dark arts of getting their pads behind it.
Get your teeth behind that one.
60 for naught. Akhtar speeds in bowls. Root knocks it into a gap on the leg side. Good call from Billy Root, seeing that it was between the two fielders there, Singh Dale and Van Buren, and safely through for the run. 61 for naught. But just such a mammoth survival effort for Morgan. They can now start thinking about batting the half an hour or so until tea, I suppose, as Byron plays it out on the offside, inquires whether Root wants a quick single. Ben Charlesworth has other ideas coming in from point, and it is a dot ball.
We've almost got shadows now.
Hmm.
Over some of the ground, anyway.
I'm still bringing an extra t-shirt tomorrow, just in case I need a fifth layer. Need the brolly tomorrow, more likely. Akhtar bowls, and they'll take a quick single here, and they're safely home. Eddie Byram had timed that one quite nicely as the throw skimmed past the stumps at the non-striker's end. It looked initially quite perilous, but I think he would have been alright even had the throw hit. But I don't want to be trying too many of those, I guess. 62 for naught. The target 593.
There was a bit of hesitation earlier on in the over. And he thought, well, maybe that'll be the one bit of miscommunication, and they've certainly not looked like running each other out until then. And then all of a sudden, that happened. But they were through well enough. Charlesworth was the fielder. I think he could have made it much closer than it was, and so Byram facing as De Lange starts his fourth over, and caught pretty high up on the bat there, but he rolls the wrists on it and plays it down into the ground, and also takes a single backward of square. 63 without loss. Van Buren has come all the way from mid-off to have a chat with, by the looks of things, well, it seemed as though Bancroft was the one he was talking to, but I wondered whether he might have been asking Webster to loosen up have a go before tea. De Lange bowls, hand off the bat from Root as De Lange dives forward after following through and then gets up to see the ball go down to the deep third boundary. Nobody covering that boundary. Perfectly legitimately played by Billy Root. And approaching another near-ish to a runnable half-century today. We've seen quite a few of those since the opening couple of innings of this match, when nobody past 50. Root on 46. De Lange in and bowls to him, and he comes forward very calmly, especially by Root standards, to defend the ball up towards mid-on. Yorkshire have beaten Derbyshire by an innings and 204 runs at Chesterfield. Ross Whiteley and David Lloyd made half-centuries for Derbyshire in their second innings, but not a great deal else. Ben Code 15 overs, 6 for 30, and Vishwa Fernando 9.5 overs, 4 for 58. Slightly odd figures. De Lange bowls in bright sunshine now as Root plays the ball a very full length up to mid-off. And this is actual proper, not even that watery stuff we had yesterday, proper sunshine. It's going to last probably all of about 5 minutes.
Let's take a picture of it while it lasts.
That will be a maximum bonus point win for Yorkshire. They got to 450, well inside the 110 overs. De Lange is in and bowls. Root hops back and defends the ball to Hammond at cover. So wins for Sussex and Yorkshire, further meaning that there's pressure on the side still going in this division to come up with a win. Leicestershire against Middlesex, the other game. Middlesex 151 for 3, needing 315 more runs to win. Deploy and Higgins at the crease now for Middlesex. De Lange in to Root, bowls a short ball. He's top-edged it in the air, down towards fine leg, and he dives and he's caught it, diving forward. Ajit Singh Dale takes another catch down there. It just about carried. I thought he wasn't quite going to get in far enough. He took a really good catch in that area to get rid of Mason Crane to end Glamorgan's first innings. And he's taken another fine one on the fine leg boundary, and the short ball once again has proved very effective for Gloucestershire. Marchand de Lange it is who's broken this opening partnership. Glamorgan 67 for 1 as Root departs for 46.
Yeah, he was hurried into the shot. It was almost an inadvertent shot, I think. He didn't really look as though he was committed to it, and it was a big looping top edge that Root's hands were never really in the right place to play the shot. And I suppose had he not played a shot, he'd probably been whacked very painfully, so it was almost self-preservation going through with the shot. And somehow it just lofted and lobbed down a good 50-60 metres or so towards the boundary. 67 for 1, and Gloucestershire have the breakthrough that they wanted before tea, with a further 7 overs to go until the interval.
I thought that was getting more easily to Singh Dale than it did in the end. It was hard to tell whether it was just my eyesight deceiving me over on that far side of the ground, or whether actually it was just always somehow falling short. Or anyway, I think he was talking through with umpire Paul Baldwin about what was going on there. He was making a sort of palms up, palms down signal. So I don't know whether he thought that it was going to carry that easily to him that he could just stand there and catch it, and then thought, oh gosh, hang on, I better move in here, and almost didn't move in far enough. Might have been what happened. It's not always easy to judge those sorts of top edges. But all's well that ends well as far as he's concerned, and indeed Webster probably was being asked by Van Buren to get loose, but not to replace De Lange, but to replace Zaman Akhtar. And this has been the end that he has bowled, I think, nearly all of his overs from, the College Lawn end.
As Webster is in and bowls, and Byram on the back foot defends. G. Evans talking about the frustrations of Glamorgan during this game. Ideal scenario if we get 88 for 8. They don't get much more than 100. Well, I don't think that that first innings recovery, all right, it gave Gloucestershire a bit of momentum, but given the scale of their second innings, it looks relatively insignificant looking back, as the next ball from Webster is allowed to go through by Byram. Labuschagne, the non-striker. It's the last ball of the over. Alan Holloway points out that Bracey's innings of 204 just short of the Gloucestershire best by a wicket-keeper, J.H. Board, back in 1900. In comes Webster bowls, and Byram looks a little bit squared up by that, playing it out on the offside, no run.
Interesting one, isn't it? I mean, he was a very fine wicket-keeper. I don't know that you would necessarily have guessed that he would have the higher score by a... Well, I wouldn't. It'd be the first name off the tongue in terms of higher score by a Gloucestershire keeper.
As Webster bowls down leg side, that's flicked something on the way through. Bat, pad, nothing at all, nothing at all. Buys. Thought might have made contact, but 4 runs to the Glamorgan cause. They move on to 71 for 1.
It just kept swinging, didn't it? I was trying to work out how it could have got that far past Bracey, that he obviously didn't even need to dive, but it seemed as if it swung in to Byram and then just kept on going.
Webster bowls, and Byram playing it defensively on the offside, just inquiring whether Labuschagne might want to run, with the way of a quick look at his extremely optimistic partner, Marnus Labuschagne, who is a man for a quick single at most times, but maybe not when you've got over 4 sessions to survive. Webster on his way bowls to Byram, who drives nicely but finds mid-off, and there's no run. So maiden over from Bo Webster, only spoiled by the 4 buys down leg side. Morgan is 71 for 1, and a theoretical target of 593, or 152 overs to survive so far. They've faced 18, I believe, is the total on the bottom of the board, albeit it's rather smaller than it was yesterday, bizarrely.
Yes,
they've got more information on the board, haven't they?
Yes, they've gone with a wealth of information rather than the more simple board that we had yesterday. It's quite useful to have the to win target on there, so you have to keep doing mental arithmetic, at least as long as you can actually see it. De Lange into Labuschagne, and a defensive shot brought out by Labuschagne, facing his first ball there. Plays it up towards mid-off.
Well, this is the big man for Glamorgan, isn't it? The key wicket. If Gloucestershire get him cheaply, then they will really fancy their chances. Conversely, if Glamorgan want to survive, they'll hope that Labuschagne bats for most of the remaining time in the game.
De Lange bowls to Labuschagne, who gets in line, defends, holds the pose for De Lange. He's having a long look and a stare at him, and maybe a word or two. It'll be a good battle between these two if it lasts any length of time, and Labuschagne will certainly hope that it does. De Lange will see himself as the man that should be removing Marnus Labuschagne, I'm sure. De Lange in and bowls, and Labuschagne's forward, working the ball towards mid-on. Again, nothing if not ebullient at the crease, Marnus Labuschagne. And he certainly would have faced quicker than you, Marchand, in my career.
May well have said that in Afrikaans, of course.
Not the quickest bowler Labuschagne faced. I suppose basically who's the quickest bowler in the world at the moment. As De Lange bowls a bumper, launches himself forwards again, and Labuschagne ducks underneath it. I should imagine that spell of Mark Woods at Headingley last year that I was fortunate enough to see would be pretty close to some of the fastest bowling he's ever faced.
Yeah, certainly weighing them down.
96.8, I think it was,
really?
something like that. It was the fastest ball by Wood in that spell. It was incredible. I mean, we're just looking basically up at the big screen up to our right after every ball just to see how fast the last one was. De Lange bowls always padded up to this one as Labuschagne, and not out, says umpire Ashraf. Perhaps the feeling was it was too high, but just any time you see a batter padding up, you think the umpire's likely to get quite twitchy. Too high?
Possibly, especially a man of De Lange's height. But has been occasionally prone one or two dismissals that way, De Lange, during his spell with Glamorgan.
Must admit, I couldn't quite see the ball on that replay. De Lange to Labuschagne, this time gets everything up and out of the way of the ball, including pad, glove and bat. Tremendous over from Marchand De Lange. It's rather flying in the face of anyone that says county cricket is just about friendly medium pacers bowling to supposedly second-rate cricketers, when you've got Marchand De Lange bowling flat out at Marnus Labuschagne, and he is even causing him some problems and giving him the hurry up. 71 for 1 at the end of that over.
Yeah, we did have one such confrontation earlier in the season in the Glamorgan-Sussex game, as Webster bowls to Byram, down leg side, good take by Bracey, when Jayden Seales, the young West Indian, was bowling a hostile spell to Colin Ingram, who got a big century in that match, and you thought, well, this is just cricket that will grace any occasion, really, let alone Division 2 of the Championship. Here's Webster into Byram, who's on the back foot defending. Back to the bowler. Billy Root, by the way, his 46 came off 57 balls and included 9 fours. But Glamorgan looking for crease occupation from all their batters. It is such a long haul to try and get a draw out of this game, as that is allowed to go through by Byram. Shoulders arms. It's noticeable when Labuschagne was shouldering arms to De Lange in that last over that he literally put his arms right above his head, as far as they could go. It wasn't just the get the bat out of the way, it was get the gloves out of the way, and arms fully extended above his head, and the bat above that as well. Webster bowls, Byram plays no shot through to Bracey. 71 for 1. 20th over of the innings. You're on BBC Sport Online with Ed Seaborn and myself, Nick Webb. 4 overs after this, is it, until the tea interval?
Yes, it is.
You've got younger eyes than I have. Well, younger everything else as well.
I had these glasses done this winter.
There's Byram playing inside the line there. To Webster's next delivery.
No chance I'd have been seeing that last season. Prescription updated. Gone back to using glasses as well, because I tended to find in the end, after a day's worth of squinting about with contact lenses in, whilst it's nice and not, it's nicer just to be able to look out and not have to deal with the glasses, but do tend to get a bit tired in the day.
No ball called by umpire Baldwin. The 2 to the Glamorgan total, but well, they'd probably prefer not to have no balls because it just means it's another one they've got to survive.
It does often seem to be that College Lawn end that you see more no balls bowled from. It's not easy, it does undulate a bit, the ground.
Tall man Webster, of course, and Byram just gently defends the last ball of the over. Is it very marginally up the slope from the College Lawn ends? Not a huge slope.
I mean, it's not easy bowling from the Chapel end either, because you kind of go down a bit, and then there's the small crown of the square, and then you go up you are almost going sort of up, down and up again, I think, from the College Lawn end. But that's the beauty of playing on a ground like this.
Big problem for your leg breaks, is it?
Oh dear, I think there are more problems than the ground that I'm running in on. As Labuschagne has played an almost involuntary shot to the first ball of this next over from De Lange. It did go down and into the gully, but I'm not sure exactly whether he was trying to play or leave that in the end, somewhere in between the two. I think it was more play than leave, but it just sort of left the bat there for the ball to hit. He is not looking particularly comfortable at the moment, is Labuschagne, which Gloucestershire are going to have to make the most of, the possibly small amount of time that's the case. De Lange bowls to Labuschagne, who's going to get off the mark here as he dabs the ball quietly behind point, and Charlesworth is unable to prevent the single. Some more thoughts, I think, being exchanged between De Lange and Labuschagne as a single is taken. I think De Lange's going to be able to complete the bowling from that Chapel end, so I wonder whether either possibly Actor comes back for a couple, or Gloucestershire just try a couple of overs of spin just as a tactic before tea. Don't know, there will be a couple of overs more from that end as De Lange's in his 6th now. He's there and bowls, and very good delivery, which Byram sort of fends off a little bit into the leg side. No short leg, it would have been short of him anyways. He played it well, but not at all comfortably. But he does get a single, with there being no fielder at square leg either. 75 for 1 brings Labuschagne back into the firing line.
No, not particularly keen to face De Lange at the moment. No. Alternating singles.
I have to say, Byram has done very well at not facing very much of him. It feels as though any time he's been on the strike, he's got off strike within the first couple of balls, scored a few singles, just nudging the ball behind square.
And who can blame him?
No. 3 balls left, potentially in De Lange's spell. He's running in now, bowls to Labuschagne, who leaves. Swish of the blade and an exaggerated lean forward. It's like operating a lasso, leaving that one.
It's the Zorro slash, isn't it? Looks like a slash of a blade, and the blow of the rapier is about to come out. Sometimes the Labuschagne leave looks like a pull shot. It's reduced those a bit this season, but that was one of them.
It's almost as though the quicker the bowling, the more he's feeling the need to do that. De Lange bowls to Labuschagne, who's turning the ball behind square on the leg side. Gloucestershire would say inside edge, but Labuschagne, would say rolled the wrists on it. And he'll take just the single as Singdale sprints round the boundary from long leg. So 3 from the over. Byram will have to face this last ball. They'd be tempted to stretch De Lange a 7th. The danger is you do have to think a little bit about tomorrow and possibly games to come, as well as just the here and now, but it's tricky because it does feel like a possibly very good opportunity to try and get Labuschagne out before tea. De Lange into Byram, who cuts away over the top of the slip cordon for 4 runs. He slashed hard enough and got plenty enough bat on that, and that was always flying over the slip cordon. So a boundary to end the over. 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 20. Judging by the body language, that is the end of De Lange's spell, and possibly it might be just a couple of overs from Webster. And then, of course, I was not doing my maths correctly with the overs remaining. It'll just be the 1 over from the Chapel end. I'd already taken the over off. Webster to continue then, as Nick Webb has disappeared to update the good people of Wales. 2 slips and a gully for Webster. Starting over number 3 for him, and not ready. Labuschagne, not exactly sure what went on there. Don't think there was any movement at all, but here we go again. Webster to Labuschagne, guided away into the gully, and he's done well there as Hammond, with a one-handed effort to his right, managed to palm the ball in the end towards Charlesworth at point, and in amongst all that, he couldn't risk the single. Worcestershire closing in on a vital win over Durham at Chesley Street. Just 27 more required by Worcestershire, with still 6 wickets in hand. Webster into Labuschagne, and there's no shot played. Kashif Ali, 62 not out. 50 for Adam Hose. Also seeing Worcestershire towards that target. One of those games where the highest score of the match achieved in the 4th innings, and possibly fairly comfortably as well. The attack of Rain, Potts, Siddle and Stokes not able to get the job done for Durham, it seems, as Webster is in once more, and Labuschagne not drawn into a shot wide of off stump. Another one of those balls that doesn't quite carry through behind the stumps. Nick Webb will be delighted to know when he gets back that Be Love Candy are in action again today against the Colombo Strikers. Webster bowls. That's nicely worked by Labuschagne along the ground, but Van Buren gets across from mid-on. I thought he'd found the gap between mid-wicket and mid-on initially, but not to be this time. Goes off on a bit of a wander. Can Gloucestershire squeeze one more out before the tea break? They'll be pleased at least to have broken that opening partnership. Give them something to go with. Webster into Labuschagne, who's dropping and almost running. Charlesworth only had to come in about 4 or 5 steps from backward point. So it's a good thing from a Glamorgan point of view that the 2 batters only took a couple of steps down the pitch before having to head straight back again. Webster working on another maiden over. It's a different challenge that Webster is posing from the rest of the Gloucestershire attack so far, as He's in and bowls, turned away to square leg. Quick pick up from Singdale, running around from mid-wicket, but no chance of even a throw, never mind anything at all close. Labuschagne 3 from 16 deliveries. He's kept the strike at the end of that over, and so De Lange will have a 7th, as it is the last over from the Chapel end before tea, and there will be one over of Webster to come before that tea interval. Ice cream vans still in attendance. It's been too cold to have a single ice lolly so far this festival, and I don't think I'm going to be having one this tea break either. De Lange charges in, bowls to Labuschagne, who has played and missed. He was looking to drive through the covers and put a bit of pressure back on Marchand de Lange, and you were just waiting for the sound of the nick there, but not this time. He's done everything but get the nick there, De Lange. It's been a superb spell once again. Bought that error out of Labuschagne, but no edge. Here's De Lange bowling to Labuschagne, who's in line defending. See how quickly the feet are having to move from Labuschagne. Jumping about, hurried, but still there. Still 4 balls left in this over. It is magnificent entertainment. Every ball a really true contest between fast bowler and top class batsman. De Lange running in, then out bowls to Labuschagne, back of a length, and Labuschagne well in line, playing in defence up to mid-off.
It's great theatre, isn't it?
Yeah.
Just make the most of it. County Championship cricket being played red-blooded fashion.
Pulling at his crease, Labuschagne now holding concentration, waiting for De Lange, who's in now, bowls to him, and left by Labuschagne. It can't have been a million miles away. Also didn't quite bounce as much as some. It might have been more level with the top of the stumps. But of course, having already left one Labuschagne that did strike his pad and was not given out by umpire Ashraf, Gloucestershire are going to be even more interested in even just a regulation leave than they might have been otherwise.
Yeah, it does have the occasional Australian habit of leaving on length, which you can't often do in England.
2 balls left in the over. De Lange bowls full and straight to Labuschagne, but he's comfortably forward and pushing the ball to Hammond at cover. You only need just a little bit of variation in the bounce at the speed that De Lange is bowling. 90 on his back. You're curious to see how close he is getting to 90 in this spell. But it's only got 1 more ball left in it. Labuschagne waggling his bat, waiting for De Lange. He's there and bowls, and Labuschagne is playing the ball beautifully in defence towards mid-on. I thought for a moment he was heading off, thinking, yeah, that's my work done for the session. But of course, there's still 1 more over of Beau Webster to come. Maiden over from De Lange, a superb spell. 7 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 20. Sort of showing in a way possibly how hard Gloucestershire will have to work for at least the majority of these 10 wickets. The fact that even a spell like that has only produced the 1 route out on the sort of get off me pull down to fine leg, caught by Singdale.
Yeah, it was almost self-defence, wasn't it, rather than an aggressive shot. Right, 1 over left till tea. 33 on the board. 81 for 1. Off 23 are Glamorgan, and Byram carves that one towards point, and there's no run. The over being bowled by Bo Webster. If you thought you had to look up to De Lange, you have to look it up even further to get to Webster. But he's not commensurately faster, thankfully for Glamorgan. Byram just batting 6 inches or so outside the crease as Webster bowls, and Byram is dead batting that one out on the offside. Quite a painstaking innings from Eddie Byram at the moment. 24 off 62 deliveries, but strike rate is pretty irrelevant. It's survival rate, yes or no. Labuschagne 3 off 22 balls so far, as Glamorgan look to hang on and keep on fighting as long as possible. Webster in, round the wicket. Byram plays it down towards third man. Ben Charlesworth with the chase down towards the boundary, but it was one of those tantalising ones where the ball was always running a few metres ahead of him and down a slight slope as well. And it did reach the boundary. Byram moves to 28, not out. Total to 85 for 1. Total, though, at the moment is almost irrelevant. As Webster bowls again to Byram, who gets up well there to a shortish ball and gets on top of it very well indeed, deflects it down towards gully, no run. Further 32 overs for Glamorgan to try to get through tonight with as little damage as possible, and try and give themselves some cause for hope going into the final day. As Webster's in and Byram is pushing forward firmly up towards mid-on, fielded by De Lange, and there's no run. Gloucestershire delaying their declaration for almost 40 minutes after lunch. Seemed rather odd, since the game looked to be put beyond Glamorgan's reach by the lunch interval. But on they went to allow Bracey to get to his double century as Webster bowls, and Byram plays that one down 2 point. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is your afternoon's entertainment concluded. One further session to come of this third day. Glamorgan having been set 593 to win, or 152 overs to survive. They've got through 24 of them for the loss of Billy Root. Courtsingdale bowled De Lange for 46 at fine leg. Byram is 28 not out. Labuschagne is 3 not out. And we'll be back with you at around about 4:30 here on BBC Sport Online.
our umpires for this match. In the field, the Gloucestershire side, captained by number 12, Graham Van Buren, and to resume for Glamorgan, number 33, Marnus Labuschagne, and number 97, Adrian Byron. And to bowl the first over after tea from the College Chapel end, number 17, Zaman Akhtar.
And welcome back to Cheltenham College for the final session on day 3 between Gloucestershire and Glamorgan in Division 2 of the County Championship. Gloucestershire need 9 wickets to win this match. Alternatively, Glamorgan either need 508 runs more to win, or they have 4 sessions exactly to survive. 32 overs remain today, and then 96 overs tomorrow as a minimum. However, given that Gloucestershire are likely to be bowling seam for nearly all of them, it's hard to see that they will get many overs more in. If 152 overs are not enough, then I suspect it will have reached a point when it might not matter too much who's bowling. Zaman Akhtar is going to bowl the first over after tea once the movement behind him has ceased. In that time, mid-off and mid-on have decided to switch around. Van Buren at mid-off and De Lange at mid-on. Zaman Akhtar, first ball after tea, bowls a short ball to Marnus Labuschagne, and he's climbed into it for 4 runs on the pull shot. Didn't get up a great deal, and just swivelling and helping it round the corner for 4 runs. 89 for 1. Ed Seaborn and Nick Webb on the BBC Sport website and app. As once again cloud cover has dominated proceedings. Cheltenham still a few patches of blue visible, but we haven't had a great deal of sunshine. Akhtar bowls another short ball. It's pulled away on the bounce in front of Taylor, who knocks it down enough that it won't go to the boundary, but they will come back for a second run. Not too far in front of Matt Taylor, but Labuschagne rolled the wrists on it enough, and 2 more runs, so 91 for 1. Labuschagne on to 9. Marchand de Lange producing the only breakthrough for Gloucestershire so far. Billy Root caught down at fine leg for 46 by Ajit Singh Dale. Akhtar bowls, that's short, but it's wide, and it's clattered away for 4 runs. That was a bit of help yourself that time for Labuschagne, certainly. And 10 runs off the first 3 balls of the session. Morgan off to a flying start.
Well, Labuschagne might take the view that attack is the best form of defence, and if he plays a few shots he might get rid of one of those slips at least.
3 for now as Akhtar bowls, and Labuschagne will get another boundary here. There's no fielder down at deep third. It was back of a length from Akhtar and not as wide, but Labuschagne just able to stand tall and deflect it down wide of the cordon. So 14 runs in 4 balls. Umpire Paul Baldwin has just shed something. I was wondering what he was running off towards mid-wicket for. I don't know whether his GoPro camera wasn't working or something like that. Anyway, he's back in position. Akhtar bowls down the leg side. Labuschagne can't get a touch on it. There's another potential scoring opportunity there, with more of a long leg than a fine leg. Again, run rate is not really an issue because it's such a large number of overs. It'll take quite a long time for that run rate required to build up anyway, so Glamorgan don't have to worry about anything like that for now. Akhtar bowls, oh, that's a good delivery, and now there could be a run out. He's going to have to do some footwork onto the stumps. but not out, says the umpire. Extraordinary piece of cricket, as Labuschagne is now asking for... I'm not quite sure what he's asking for to the dressing room, but it was a ball which spat up off the surface, and all that, the 100 has come up with the single, but striking Marnus Labuschagne on the gloves, not knowing whether Byram wanted to come through for the single or not. Actor's only hope was the fancy footwork, and he hit direct. It looked very close, but umpire Baldwin says no. An eventful start to the evening session.
Well, there was a bit of yes, no, maybe between Byram and Labuschagne. It was almost yes, no, sorry, as Actor had actually got in front of Byram and hit the stumps, and Byram really needed to slide his bat in and was just about there, I think. And umpire Baldwin would have had to think about it. That's not the way that Glamorgan want to proceed, and there was quite a long conversation between the two batters to try to avoid that sort of misunderstanding. 15 came off the over. But it's a rarity, I suppose, where Graham Van Buren can think 15 off the over, so what? It doesn't matter, really, in terms of the long distance haul. That single did bring up the 100 in 25 overs. So Glamorgan just over a sixth of the way to their utterly improbable target. And there's short leg now being brought in, and a bit of spin from Ollie Price. It's bowled to Marnus Labuschagne, short leg and a slip, as Labuschagne steps back and whacks it towards backward point, where Singhdale fields at the second attempt, and they'll go through for the single. It's relatively early in proceedings for Gloucestershire to turn to spin.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how long he stays on for. They almost used this as a bit of a surprise tactic at the start of the final day at Northampton, where they needed, it was 8 wickets to win there on the final day, and nobody was really expecting spin to come into it very much, and Ollie Price started off the day. They had Zafar Gohar playing in that game as well, so I don't know whether it's just a surprise tactic or whether they just decided to see what it's going to do for him.
As Byram plays no shot to the first ball that he receives from the off spinner. Well, there's nothing to lose really, is that they've shuffled through their 5 seamers in the space of 25 overs, and just gives them a bit of rest as Byram cuts that one strongly down towards backward point. There should be an easy 2 there. It's a good stop, I was about to say, from Ben Charlesworth, but he looks back in anger because the ball somehow has spun back over the ropes, even though it looked as though his pursuit and dive had paid dividends in the far distance. He just somehow slid past it, didn't get a firm enough hand to it. 4 runs to Byram, 32 to the Zimbabwean-born opener as he stretches forward, defends 2 short leg, and there's no run. As Price bowls again, Byram stretches forward. Is that Bancroft under the lid?
Yes, it is. Yeah, he is very much Gloucestershire's short leg fielder. He seems to love fielding in that position.
Sort of senior member of the squad would pull rank and avoid that. 105 for 1. Price to Byram, stretches forward and defends end of the first over of spin of this 4th innings. In terms of spin previously in the match, we had 2.4 overs from Crane in the first Gloucester innings, nothing at all from Gloucester in the first Glamorgan innings, And then 31 overs between them from Crane and Carlson, delivered by Glamorgan, who sent down 116 overs. Just 3 of them were maidens, which is an incredibly low percentage.
Yeah.
Shows you the struggles that they had with the ball.
I mean, even Van der Huchten
Just the one?
struggled, yeah. Here's Actor bowling now to Labuschagne, who works this one off his hip area, takes a single and won't take a second because of the left arm throw of Matt Taylor from fine leg. Although he did have to throw a bit off balance, they had to respect the fact that it was the left arm. 106 for 1. 487 more required. Actor looking to double up in terms of removing Marnus Labuschagne, having got him in the first innings, pulling the ball to deep square leg. It was a bit of a half-hearted shot really from Labuschagne, which he paid the price for. Coming round the wickets to Byram on 32. Actor in and bowls down the leg side. Byram has a go at it, but can't get, I don't think, particularly close to it.
No, it looked rather as though he's following that with no firm intention, which might have been dangerous.
You do just wonder in these sorts of games where you sort of wonder a little bit sometimes where the next wicket's coming from. It doesn't feel like a cascade of wickets is necessarily about to occur. Just a strangle to start something as Byram plays inside the line. Actor round the wicket, goes through to Bracey, I think possibly just about on the bounce even. But you do never know at Cheltenham. Can remember plenty of occasions where absolutely nothing has happened through the first couple of sessions and all of a sudden 6 wickets have fallen in the final evening. That's happened a couple of times in recent memory as Byram once more plays inside that one. The last time that Gloucestershire won in Championship cricket on this ground back in 2021, it was 6 wickets inside the final session on the 4th day to beat Middlesex, and they did exactly the same thing a couple of years before that in the promotion season in 2019 to beat Leicestershire, and then had to knock off something like 48 in 8 overs to win the game late on. Actor bowls to Byram, and much tidier line and length in general in this over from Zaman Actor as he draws a back foot defence from Byram. So it can be a little bit capricious, perhaps you might say, this ground here. Not just, well, I mean, it certainly has been in this match, that's for sure. Actor is in and Byram leaves to end the over. Just the 1 run from that one. 106 for 1. 29 overs remaining. 15 wickets on day 1, and then 5 wickets pretty early on day 2, and after that, well, 1 more wicket in the rest of day 2, and only 2 wickets in the first session plus, and well, 3 I guess have fallen today.
3 today, yep. So Price to continue. Bowling to Labuschagne. Will Labuschagne look to get after him? Mid-on is slightly set back. Labuschagne has placed that one well into the offside, but it is picked up by Singhdale. Running around the cover boundary, and they'll settle for just a single. Morgan just cannot afford any more misunderstandings after that near calamity when they went for a quick single when Labuschagne basically played it down into the crease. Price bowls, Byram stretches forward and defends. short leg and a slip for both right hand and left hand bat at the moment. You're on BBC Sport Online as we take you through this final session of day 3. Price bowls and Byram defends. Back to the bowler. You'd have thought that further two down tonight would be the maximum that Glamorgan could have and have realistic hopes of survival. And Gloucestershire would still fancy the chances even if they only claimed one more this evening, I think. They'd still be favourites to win the game, subject to not too much weather disruption on the final day. Price round the wicket to the left-handed Byram, who's forward defending. Byram, of course, can't bat outside the crease as he was doing against the seamers, with James Bracey lurking behind them. A fine match for Bracey, double century and his 5 catches, as Byram turns it to short leg on the bounce. Price has rattled through that over with 5 dot balls in a row. 107 for 1 Glamorgan, and the theoretical target is 593. Realistically 152 overs to bat out, and Glamorgan have now got halfway through the 56 overs that they are due to face today.
Yeah, I think, as you say, if probably you offered Gloucestershire Glamorgan being 3 down at the close, that's probably the point where they'd say, yeah, okay, we'll take that. We'd like more than 1, but more than that would certainly be a bonus. Actor to Labuschagne, full and straight, and played back to him. So they took 8 wickets quite comfortably in the end on the final day at Northampton to win that game. Having said that, point to other occasions where they've made life very difficult for teams coming in to the final day 4 wickets down even, almost managed to defy that Lancashire attack that I was describing earlier on, being 4 down going into the final day, and got within a matter of, I think it was something like 3.5 overs as Labuschagne blocks this next delivery. 3.5 overs from drawing that one. And even actually earlier this season against Sussex, albeit different in terms of Gloucestershire were ahead, so it could take some time out of the game that way, but we're 6 down going into that final day and made a good fist of it. Actor is in to Labuschagne, who drops that one at his feet, and Actor's going to go for the kick onto the stumps and does rather less successfully than his first attempt. That was closer to hitting the 2 helmets behind James Bracey than it was to hitting the stumps, but there was absolutely no chance that time of getting Byram run out. 108 for 1.
If you weren't with us earlier, 2 results already in Division 2 today. Sussex beating Northants by 63 runs. Yorkshire victorious at Derbyshire by an innings and 204 runs.
Have Worcestershire won yet? It must be very close to, if they haven't.
Scores level.
Oh, right. Actor over the wicket to the left-handed Byram, who deflects the ball down into the ground and towards backward point. Price decides he wants to do the fielding from gully, saving Taylor the bother of picking it up.
Yeah, and Division 1 Worcestershire about to make the highest score of the match to win it. 231 the target, 230 for 4. Kashif Ali 76 not out. Adam Hose made 50. And Ben Stokes has taken 2 for 70 in that innings. Had 1 for 23 in the first Worcestershire innings.
Actor bowls full to Byram, who's well forward and pressing this one up to mid-on.
And Stokes' innings of 56 and 26 in that match, so he's in reasonable nick. Hasn't been as much fuss about Stokes playing a county match as there usually is.
No, I suppose the lack of 17 sixes is a little bit of it, but yeah, he been able to play in a couple of games in the lead up to the Test summer, as Actor is in and Byram offers no shot. And once again it bounces in front of James Bracey, who picks it up off the easier end at which to do that. The College Lawn end, no square to have to negotiate. 108 for 1.
James Anderson 7 for 35 for Lancashire, as Notts were bowled out for 126. Ben Slater, their opening bat, did carry his bat 64, so just over half the Notts total. Last man Patterson was run out by Gary. Nathan Lyon
apparently denying James Anderson his maiden first-class 8-for.
It looked as though the last wicket had hung around a bit, though. As Price bowls to Labuschagne on the back foot, watching it carefully back on the offside to the bowler. Nottinghamshire 50 for 1 in the second innings, and it is Nathan Lyon who's taken that wicket. Slater gone for the first time in the match for 17. Anderson bowled 3 overs, 0 for 4.
It's a bit unlucky, really, isn't it?
Back on his stumps again goes Labuschagne, trusting his eye to play it off the pitch. So Lancashire enforcing the follow-on. Worcestershire have now beaten Durham by 6 wickets in Division 1 at Chester Le Street. Price bowls, Labuschagne drives firmly on the offside out towards us, and Ajit Singh Dale is the man on this shortish cover boundary. Single taken, 109 for 1. At Grace Road, Leicestershire made 372 all out in their second innings. Middlesex are 187 for 4 in their second innings, needing a further 279 runs to win. So it looks like a Foxes victory there. Here, almost pleasant. As Price bowls to Byram, who defends off the back foot back to the bowler. I was talking to one Glamorgan supporter here, brave man in shorts, who said he almost went home at lunchtime. It was so cold. Has improved a little since then. As driven by Byram, but not really timed. Again back to the bowler, so Price must be bowling nice and straight because he's having to do a lot of the fielding off his own bowling. In comes the next delivery that's hit firmly through mid-wicket. Not quite all along the ground, but nowhere near any fielder, and Byram picks up 4 more and moves to 36 not out, and the total to 113 for 1. The target, if you are just joining us, 593 or 152 overs to bat out for Glamorgan. That last ball was slightly over-pitched from Price, and a fairly safe shot from Byram to tuck it away through the gap on the leg side. Byram 36, Labuschagne 23. 26 overs to go tonight. Sorry.
Maybe you'd imagine they would give Price at least enough of a go, but there's not really a great deal, I don't think, for him. It was almost, you wonder whether it was just a case of something Glamorgan weren't particularly expecting, change the pace of things. Actor to Labuschagne, who comes well forward and is looking as though he's got plenty of time now, unlike when he was facing up to De Lange from that Chapel end.
Oof.
Van Buren picks up at mid-off. So in Division 1, Warwickshire are the only side now that haven't won a game. It does very much open up that second relegation spot. Actor bowls driving off the back foot, beautifully timed by Labuschagne, backward of square on the offside, no chance for either gully or backward point. races to the boundary and brings up the 50 partnership between Byram and Labuschagne. 27 contributed by Labuschagne, including that boundary. Fairly partisan crowd, it seems, in today. Mind you, they've seen quite a lot of 50 partnerships.
Yes, and Glamorgan supporters know there's a long way to go. There are a reasonable number still dotted around.
Actor bowls to Labuschagne, who hops back and defends back towards the bowler.
The Balconeers chairman, venerable chairman John Williams, still directing operations in the 49th season that the Balconeers have been sending away trips.
So I guess Warwickshire, if they are able to force victory at Taunton, you'd probably have to say odds might still be in favour of the draw there, but every side in Division 1 could have a win. Actor bowls to Labuschagne, who leaves and then motions as if to cart the ball somewhere into the hospital. Yeah, Worcestershire will have closed the gap on those above. Nottinghamshire might be right back in to the relegation scrap, and really just about anybody. I mean, even Durham, who were sitting in 4th at 27 points behind Worcestershire, are going to see that gap really narrow. Could be an exciting battle, that, relegation-wise. Actor is into Labuschagne, who tucks the ball behind square on the onside, takes a single, and the attempted one-handed pick-up and throw from Singh Dale is unsuccessful and has to call upon Taylor behind him, and as a consequence they can make a second run comfortably. 119 for 1, 474 to win.
Yeah, Glamorgan's next championship match after this is up at Derby on the 22nd of August, in which they will be looking to add to Derbyshire's miseries, no doubt.
Actor to Labuschagne, who leaves, and the end of the over, 6 from it. Actor 6 overs for 29 so far. Glamorgan 119 for 1. Yeah, a lot of white ball cricket coming up. The conclusion of the group stages of the Blast, and then the Metro banking gets underway. 50 over tournament, still in the same format as previous years. It's not an easy group, looking at sides that have done well over the course of that competition that Gloucestershire and Glamorgan are in, with Warwickshire and Leicestershire both in there. Semi-finalists last year Warwickshire, winners Leicestershire, former winners Glamorgan, and of course semi-finalists last year Gloucestershire as well.
As Price starts his 4th over from the College Lawns end, still around the wicket to the left-handed Byram, who's forward defending back to the bowler. It's you never quite know what you're going to get until you get there with the One Day Cup, because teams do sometimes take the chance to rest 1 or 2 players. As forward is Byram again, defending back to the bowler, with late call-ups to the franchise sides. Glamorgan a couple of years ago had Van der Hoogten in decent form, took 4 wickets in the first match and got a franchise gig. Byram back on his stumps and just taking an easy single steered out towards point. 120 for 1. And some sides arrive with virtual second 11s, having lost the entire first teams to the 100, and others like Glamorgan are relatively little hit. Just Cook and Crane have gone at the moment. Payne and DeLanger from Gloucestershire ranks, as that's through outside off stump. Labuschagne has nothing to do with it. 120 for 1, as Matt Taylor was bouncing around, and Ajit Singh Dale is also swinging the arms in front of us. driven firmly by Labuschagne into the offside, and scrambling half stop by Van Buren, running around from mid-off to deep cover position. Keeps them down to a single. Labuschagne onto 30 not out. 121 for 1. Glamorgan a fifth of the way towards their utterly improbable target. Still the short leg crouches in front of Byram, who is stretching forward. A steady in concentration at the end of the price over. 2 singles off at 1-2-1 for 1. 24 overs to come tonight, so we will be looking at a finish somewhere around 6:30.
Yes, it's the annual barbecue and quiz night in the sandy coloured marquee at the college lawn end this evening, so I'm sure it's in Gloucestershire's interests to get through these overs as quickly as possible. Some of the players certainly will be eating there. I'm not sure that a huge number will be staying all the way through the quiz if it's like last year. Paul van Meekeren was the only player who made it through, despite the fact that he had some more bowling to do the next day. So enthusiastic was he, and he got a Dutch football question for his reward later on, which, needless to say, he got right. But certainly some of the players will be over there at the start of things. I suspect if it's a late finish, I'm not sure anybody's going to be particularly blaming them for not staying for too long. Matt Taylor replacing Zaman Akhtar from the Chapel end. This is down the leg side. Labuschagne may have walked across his crease a little bit there. I'm not sure that it can have been amazingly close to leg stump. Can't tell exactly, and Bracey once again had to take the ball on the bounce behind the stumps.
Yeah, it's De Lange who has caused most difficulties, as well as taking the only wicket so far.
Taylor bowls a little over pitched, I thought, but then Labuschagne has somehow contrived to squeeze that one back towards straight mid-on. Quite sure what happened there. He just squeezed it straight into the ground.
Yeah, looking forward to another 6 or 7 over blast from De Lange against his former teammates. It'll be good theatre.
Yep.
Especially if Labuschagne's still there.
Yes. Singdale bowled an impressive opening spell, might be coming back fairly soon. Taylor bowls, and that's clipped away through square leg for 4. A cry of annoyance from Matt Taylor. Didn't stray too much, but the margin of error on this surface has really become very small, just a bit short and just a bit leg side-ish, and Labuschagne has picked him off through square leg for a boundary. 125 for 1, so the run rate and the required run rate continue to be basically identical on the board at 3.9 apiece. I'm sure to the second decimal place it's not the same, but
oh, they're just behind actually. 3.85 run rate required, 3.92 according to the screen.
To get a shift on. Taylor coming round the wicket now into Labuschagne, who's pushing and not running to backward point. Good decision not to do so, as Charlesworth didn't have far to go. Gloucestershire just looking for that one moment to open things up again. They'll, I guess, be hoping that they can just stick in their chip away at the top order, and then maybe things might open up if they can get the middle to lower order in still fairly early into maybe say the afternoon tomorrow. Taylor bowls, and you can only assume that was a shout for leg before wicket, even though there was an enormous amount of bat on it. Possibly hoping for pad first, but anyway, may well have been outside the line, judging from the stride that Labuschagne got into the ball, even if it had been pad first, which I don't think it was. Taylor certainly didn't appeal. completing this over with a full ball, which is driven up to mid-off, not timed perfectly, and Van Buren is able to get in front of it. 125 for 1 at 23 overs left to try and make further inroads. And it does look as though the Ollie Price, I'm going to say experiment, but the spell of Ollie Price is over after 4 overs for 13. Didn't really get after him, but they weren't looking in a great deal of trouble, Byram or Labuschagne.
So it's going to be a bit more of Singdale. Spelled 6 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 22. I suppose Van Buren would be the next spin option if the captain fancies firing a few darts in. May see that before close of play. Should Gloucestershire struggle to make any more breakthroughs, as Singdale, he is on the scorecard because he took an excellent catch running forward to get rid of Billy Root off the bowling of Marchant de Lange. Singdale on his way from the College Lawn ends, and Byram on the back foot plays firmly to mid-off, and there is no run.
I did see, interestingly, this morning, Ben Charlesworth doing just a bit of bowling.
All right.
He's not bowled for quite some time, not this season, and don't think much last season, just 23 overs, bowled in 5 of the 9 games that he played. He bowled a decent amount towards the start and the middle of the season, but not at the end.
Singdale bowls, Byram turns it off his pads. There's inquiry from Singdale, just in case it was pad first, but oh, actually it was only pad. That sounded very wooden from here, but going down leg. It's got odd sounding pads. Eddie Byram could have sworn there was a bit of bat in there.
He's going to be a bit careful about that then. Gets a little clip of that through to the keeper.
Well, it could work for or against him, couldn't it? It's going down leg. Oops, optimistic appeal. Anyway, 126 for 1. For Labuschagne, there are 2 slips and a gully. Pointers drop back, cover mid-off, mid-on, deep square, and fine leg. And this is deep square who is into action as Labuschagne turns it away through mid-wicket. Ooh, that's not a great throw on the half volley to James Bracey, who gives the errant fielder something of a stare. 127 for 1. As Glamorgan look to take the drama out of the situation. There's 2 slips in the gully for the left-hander as well. And Singdale bowls to Byram, a grunt of effort as Byram defends to mid-off. No run.
Going back to Charlesworth, he did also do a fair amount of bowling in the T20, though I think it was fair to say the results of his batting were what caught the eye. He does bowl some occasional handy medium to fast outswingers, which have proved to be quite handy in the past, but he's had a lot of shoulder trouble, so I wasn't quite sure whether we would really see him bowl again, even at his young age. But he was doing a bit of bowling in the nets. I don't know whether that's with any view to actually bowling in a match, or whether it's just the case that he's rolling his arm over for a bit.
Short leg is restored as Byram defends back to Singdale. Cameron Bancroft has become behelmeted once more, just in front of the batting crease, and just a strip or so away from Byram. He's behind you. 127 for 1. Byram on a quiet 37 not out. But quiet is good as far as Glamorgan are concerned, as Singdale bowls, and inquiry there as the ball struck Byram on the pads at some part in the process. Might have flicked the bat on the way as well, but didn't ricochet to short leg as it might have done, as Singdale concludes his over. 7 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 23. Morgan 127 for 1 with 22 overs to play.
Does look like the 2 quickest men for Gloucestershire who are the most likely to make a breakthrough. I like the fact they've put that short leg in play. Not for Taylor though, who's running into Labuschagne, who's playing close to his body and back towards the bowler. We have seen there be just enough pace in the surface that if a ball is dug right back in, there have been a couple of issues caused with the shorter ball, more like a sort of chest high type short ball rather than a real bumper trying to get people out on the hook or the pull. Taylor to Labuschagne, who's bottom edged this one, and it goes on the bounce to Webster at first slip. Bottom edge, I mean, it was a toe end. As he was looking to drive. I mean, he'd be pretty unlucky if that went anywhere dangerous, but perhaps again indicating that the surface isn't 100% true.
No, maybe keeping a bit lower than he expected. Anticipating a bit more bounce.
Sharp work from Webster at first slip, flying at him at an angle that you wouldn't usually expect. Taylor bowls, Labuschagne opens the face, runs the ball to backward point, but straight to Ben Charlesworth. He flips one side arm and Miles Hammond has to go diving off to ensure that the ball doesn't hit the ground, shining the ball on those newer style jumpers. They like to try and polish the ball with. Van Buren's also got a large red stain on his front, as has Hammond. Taylor to Labuschagne, who's back foot driving, and once more Charlesworth called into action at backward point. He's always been a bowler, Matt Taylor, who, certainly in first class cricket anyway, can sort of look as though things are, you know, just, well, not quite drifting, but he can go quite a few overs without taking one, and then he just needs one, and then he can go on a roll. He bowls now, and that's over pitch. Not with that delivery, he won't start something off. Labuschagne drives with a minimum of fuss through the covers for 4. 39 to Labuschagne, 131 for 1.
Nice shot to punctuate the serenity of this evening session, by and large. 1 or 2 nervous moments for Glamorgan, but Typhoon Marchant, I think, is probably the next major obstacle facing them.
Haven't been any dropped chances in this match, and other than the De Lange boundary effort, which we're far too far to say whether exactly it was a definite drop, as Labuschagne has pushed at that one, and he'll get 4 runs off more of an inside edge than I think necessarily a deliberate work down there 100%. At least that was the first view of it from side on. Perhaps it was more comfortable than it looked. It was hard to tell exactly what sort of a line that was taken off. I mean, coming from round the wicket. I don't know, maybe it would have been missing leg anyway, but either way he didn't quite roll the wrists on it, but it doesn't really matter. It's gone down for another boundary, so Labuschagne on to 43. And considering how quietly he started, especially given that he was facing that barrage from De Lange, he's now scoring at a very decent rate and above average rate in terms of what Glamorgan need. 135 for one, small matter of 458 more runs to win, and 21 overs left in the evening, so still a lot of cricket to come.
Singdale, as Byram defends, getting on top of it well. It's getting a bit of bounce as Singdale, operating at a fair leck and trying to bring Cameron Bancroft into play at short leg. There is a slip, a gully and a backward point, who's almost in a catching position as well for the speed of Singdale. There's a cover mid-off, mid-on, fine leg and deep square leg. Byram plays that one gently to mid-on, and there's no run.
He's got licence to bowl short with this field, but still with the mid-off, mid-on and cover, he's not going to be banging every ball in short, and you wonder at what point would Gloucestershire and which bowler would Gloucestershire decide if they were going to go for a full-on short-pitched assault, would deliver that, and what would Glamorgan do? Will they try and take it on?
Ball through Byram, may well have played inside the line, I suspect that. Difficult to tell from square leg, of course.
Some good bounce though, off a full length, more like what we saw earlier in the match rather than most of the ones that we've seen today. Nice and full and good carry.
Not quite sure why Akhtar is down here at square leg on the boundary in front of us if he's not going to drop a few in short. Singdale to Byram, leaves and is bowled. No shots, worst way to go. Stump leading back. Singdale makes the breakthrough. Byram goes for 37, 135 for 2.
That was a rapid delivery from Ajit Singdale round the wicket, slinging it in, maybe a bit of movement back into the left-hander. It's what he tends to do, whether he's bowling actually to right-handers or left-handers, especially round the wicket. It just seems to be quite a natural thing for him to move the ball into Byram, and at that pace don't have a great deal of time to judge whether you're playing or leaving. And I mean, the initial line of it suggested if it hadn't swung back that he probably could have left it, but that seems to have done quite a bit through the air, more than... I mean, obviously it's impossible for us to tell every ball. I know it sounds like we keep making excuses, but we do have to point that out. Don't know whether too many other balls have done that, but easier to see why Byram left that one. It never looks great. I'm sure it never feels great, but
it did hit the outside part of the off stump,
you
fairly
can
near the top.
Sort of see why that happened. And you know, it's something I've said before in a way. You know, you get chastised more for leaving a ball that smashes into your off stump than you seem to for playing at a ball on about 4th or 5th stump, which you didn't have to, and then nick it through to the wicketkeeper. But it's just different ways to go. A terrific piece of bowling from Ajit Singdale, and he did look like he might produce a wicket, and he has done just that. And Gloucestershire, I'm not sure they would have been starting to fret at all, but just eases any anxiety they might have about picking up at least something in this evening session.
Singdale into the new bat, Kieran Carlson, who defends the first ball. He receives back to the bowler as the sun does its best to peek through. Eddie Byram faced 100 deliveries for his 37 runs and hit 6 boundaries. He was at the crease 2 hours and 18 minutes, but Byram 37, Root 46 the man out. Although those are reasonable scores, it's a longer occupation of the crease that Glamorgan need from all their batters. As Singdale is on his way in to bowl to Carlson, who defends to cover, and there's no run. The applause from the crowd then here at Cheltenham. As the sun comes through, they have a wicket to celebrate. It is a wicket maiden from Ajit Singdale, 1 for 23, and Glamorgan facing a notional target of 593 and now 135 for 2 after 36 overs. They have 20 remaining to try and survive tonight, and of course 96 tomorrow.
Singdale getting some more applause from those spectators down to our right in the luxury seating. No, it's the same seats we're on, I think, down there. In comes Taylor to Labuschagne, and Labuschagne struck on the pad and not out, so as umpire Ashraf turned that one down fairly quickly. It looked possibly a bit better in terms of an LBW shout than some we've seen, but
bit of a stride in.
Yeah, it still didn't look absolutely right from mid-wicket anyway. Certainly better than the rest of the ones in terms of LBW shouts we've had, which have clearly been going down the leg side. Taylor moves in once more, and Labuschagne plays off the back foot to the bowler. And if there is just a bit of tail on this, then that is where Matt Taylor can sometimes be at his most dangerous, when he's bowling round the wicket with the ball tailing back into the right-handers. Bowled some of his best spells in a Gloucestershire shirt. He's been doing that. Runs in now to Labuschagne, who hops into line and defends towards mid-on. Whether it's just sort of confirmation bias or whatever, but this over from Taylor after that wicket of Singdale, he just does look to be bowling just that little bit quicker. Whether it's
spring in the step, isn't it? Spring in the step.
It does look like it. Taylor in, bowls. Labuschagne struck on the pad again, looking to drive. The ball squirts to backward point. Will it be signalled run or leg by? Well, obviously it won't be signalled run, but you know what I mean. There is no signal for umpire Ashraf indicating he feels it's inside edge onto pad, but Taylor all of a sudden causing Labuschagne a lot of problems. Carlson now to face. 136 for 2 with that single. Labuschagne to 44.
Yeah, you can tell from the volume with which Gloucestershire fielders are joining in from all points of any appeal against Labuschagne that he is obviously a very key wicket in terms of their hopes of making breakthroughs tonight.
Taylor to Carlson, who leaves. Enormous theatrical gasps behind the stumps. Certainly feeling as though Taylor is looking more threatening the Gloucestershire fielders, and trying to put Carlson under a bit of pressure as well. Somebody who might want to, well, I mean, of course everyone wants to get off the mark, but somebody who might want to do that and possibly transfer a bit of pressure back onto Gloucestershire. Deep square legs dropping back for the last ball of this over. Taylor into Carlson. He tries a Yorker, and Carlson gets down well and digs it out to cover. Excellent over from Taylor, though, to follow up that over from Singdale. Probably Taylor's best over of the match there. Still wicketless in this innings, but Gloucestershire might just be starting to make this ball talk a bit. 136 for 2, Glamorgan.
Yes, you never quite know at what stage in the innings the ball will start misbehaving, do you?
I mean, it looks more like probably reverse than conventional now. It's been a while since it has done anything through the air, but difficult to know in this sort of period which it is.
Yeah, 38th over of the innings coming up, and it will be delivered by Singdale, looking to add to his dismissal of Eddie Byram in the last over, and he comes bowls, and Labuschagne defends back to him, and there's no run. So Glamorgan have lost Billy Root, caught Singdale, bowled DeLange for 46. That was 67 for 1 in the 17th over. Stand of 68 for the second wicket before Eddie Byram was bowled, playing no shot at Singdale. Ball that came back and clipped the top of off stump. Byram out for 37 off 100 balls, 135 for 2 in the 36th. As forward comes Labuschagne, plays out on the offside, and Labuschagne hasn't always found life easy in this innings. He's been hurried once or twice. Bottom edge off Taylor. LBW appeal from DeLange before he'd scored. He's battling away, knowing that Glamorgan need him to try and bat for a day. Another defensive shot up to mid-on, and there's no run. And although, let's say, run rate doesn't really matter, then runs are drying up a little bit. Shows you that the bowling is on point. It's nice and straight. And Glamorgan are being asked to play more often than not. Labuschagne 44 not out as he cuts a wide-ish delivery from Singdale, wide of gully. Has raced away for 4. Had to stretch to reach that one. Just so I was talking about the bowling being pretty straight, and a dive from Price at gully was in vain.
It was a really curious shot from Labuschagne. Just, I don't really know how to describe him. He was hanging the bat out there and knew exactly seemingly what angle it needed to be placed at, and it was almost like he shoved the bat at the ball at that precise angle.
Yeah, deflecting it away. Squarish cut, maybe. 140 for 2. Labuschagne has 48, which is where he remains as he drives to mid-on. And there's no run. Another little bit of gentle sunshine, gentle breeze as well.
It's probably about the most blue sky overall that we've seen in the 3 days so far. Don't know whether it's at all forecast to be sunny whatsoever this evening. It doesn't really look like it, but enjoy the vista while it lasts.
On the back foot, Labuschagne plays to mid-off to finish the over. One scoring shot boundary off it. In Leicester, Middlesex 219 for 5. Requiring a further 247 to beat Leicestershire. Looks unlikely. Wins for Sussex at Northampton, and for Yorkshire away to Derbyshire at Chesterfield, and in Division 1 for Worcestershire at Durham. It's a loud one.
Yeah, sirens squealing down the Sanford Road. It's a fire engine this time. Heading up towards the Bath Road. In comes Taylor, starting his 9th over, and no alarms for Carlson there as he turns the ball to mid-wicket, and there is no run. I think it looks as though with Middlesex 5 down, I don't know what the forecast's like for Grace Road tomorrow, but you'd imagine they'll get enough cricket in to see that result go Leicestershire's way. But it's funny how this division has panned out this year as Carlson plays the ball up towards mid-on, and with basically no wins taking place in the first few rounds at all. And you're thinking, well, this could be like last year where you only need just a handful of wins to go up into Division 1, and all of a sudden this year wins coming aplenty. And after that start, you see the sort of situation that Gloucestershire have been in. As Taylor is into Carlson, takes a bit of pace off that delivery, but Carlson plays it nicely, just deflects it down into the ground, and you're not stopping that. That's 4 runs. He's using the pace of the ball. Taylor kicks away at the footholds there, as if to suggest that might not have been a deliberate pace off delivery from Taylor, but that was nicely played by Carlson. 144 for 2. But Gloucestershire have gone basically from, well, they were 11 points behind Middlesex going into this couple of rounds. Then they find themselves second from bottom all of a sudden with a heavy defeat to Yorkshire, and if they can take these remaining 8 wickets, and assuming Leicestershire beat Middlesex, they could find themselves very much right back in the mix. Taylor round the wicket, bowls, over pitched and driven, and Hammond can't stop it at cover. One of Gloucestershire's better fielders. I think he's signalling that the ball stayed down a bit on him more than he was expecting, but usually really if Hammond can't stop it, then probably others would have struggled as well. But more annoyance for Taylor after it looked as though Gloucestershire were really building up some pressure, but Carlson has got underway with back-to-back boundaries.
Yeah, one of his trademark shots, that square drive through the offside.
148 for 2. Taylor moves in, he bowls. Oh, that has been edged by Carlson, but down well in front of Bancroft at second slip. Slip catches in this match. Well, have we still not had one? I'm trying to think back.
Labuschagne to catch Charlesworth.
That's right, yes, of course.
First ball. That Charlesworth faced some 600 runs previously. You can be forgiven for omitting that one from your memory.
Of course. Anyway, a long way in front of Bancroft. Taylor bowls and an exaggerated stride forward to leave the ball alone by Carlson, ends an over which brought 8 runs, but also Taylor finding the edge of Carlson's bat, which might just mean that he's not quite as irritated as he takes his cap from umpire Ashraf as he might be. 17 overs remain, so we're going to be here well past 6:30 this evening. 148 for 2.
Mark Perryman with a rather ironic comment about Glamorgan's first innings lead being important. 18-run advantage, not hugely significant in the wake of Gloucester's 610. as Ajit Singh Dale looks to keep the threat going from the College Lawn ends in what is now bright sunshine. Grunt of effort. Labuschagne plays it back to him, and Singh Dale for some way manages to drop it, having initially connected it. In Division 1, Surrey against Essex. Surrey are 230 for 8 in their second innings. That's a decent lead of 312 over the visitors. Jamie Smith made 70. Ryan Patel is 65 not out, and Ed's mate Bosch has got 3 of the wickets to fall. Ethan Bosch.
Ethan with an A.
With an extra A, yes. Singh Dale bowls. Labuschagne turns the wrists on it, deflects it down towards fine leg, and they'll take the single. Also in Division 1, Somerset against Warwickshire. Warwickshire in their second innings are 185 for 5. Centuries from openers, half centuries rather, from openers Yates and Davis before a little bit of a wobble. But that is a lead of 313 over the Siderman.
Glider right overhead.
Yeah, as long as it stays there.
Yeah.
149 for 2, Glamorgan. 593 is the unlikely target. Singh Dale in. Carlson jabs it towards us at point, nicely timed as the ball flicks up off the rope. It's the top of the fence, and that is the 150 up for Glamorgan. To very generous applause. It was a nice enough shot. 150. It's a milestone, not maybe the biggest one. At Southport, Notts 75 for 2. Following on, still 152 behind Lancashire. Jimmy Anderson got 7 wickets in the first innings. As it's back on his stumps from Carlson and clipping it out into the leg side, they'll settle for a single down to deep mid-wicket. Nathan Lyons got a second. Hamid for 41. Anderson 4 overs for 4 in the second innings. And down at Southampton, Kent struggling badly. 85 for 2 in their second innings, still 77 runs in arrears. Kent following on after being dismissed for 343, so a decent enough effort. Century from Jack Leaning. 4 wickets for Keith Barker, 3 for Mohammed Abbas. Ajit Singh Dale in, bowls up in the block hole. Nice delivery, well played by Labuschagne to mid-off. There's no run.
He's not been scared to try things this spell to Labuschagne as Singh Dale, and I think he's got the right sort of balance between trying to settle in, which bought him the wicket, helped buy him the wicket of Eddie Byram, constantly challenging him, play leave, but just the odd delivery thrown in there to mix things up, and sort of in-play bowling nous that you can't always teach.
Singh Dale bowls. Labuschagne turns it towards mid-wicket. No run.
Having said that, though, he's strained a bit too much there and overstepped.
The 2 then on to the Glamorgan total. 156 for 2. I'm still disappointed about the lack of information emerging about Be Love Candy. Search the internet while you may. As that's a decent delivery that has gone through Labuschagne. Singh Dale working up a good head of pace. Beat the edge there. 156 for 2. Carlson 13. Labuschagne 49. The scores from the Sri Lankan Premier League appear somewhat difficult to come by. Be Love Candy were playing yesterday, but can't see it anywhere.
No, still no result in. Perhaps the undersea wiring has been damaged, like our ISDN line was just days before the festival. Taylor it is to continue. 9 overs for 45, but his last few overs has got a bit of a rhythm going from round the wicket to these two right-handers. Can settle in from round the wicket now. Taylor into Carlson, who defends the ball up to mid-off, and there is no run. Warmer now than it was first thing this morning, although still not quite what you'd have in mind if you were drawing up the ideal festival conditions. Still a decent smattering of spectators around. It's a sort of time of day where some begin to drift off. Taylor in bowls, and he's caught behind. Carlson has gone as Gloucestershire take their third wicket. Matt Taylor drawing Carlson forward, and just a thin edge. It's yet another caught behind dismissal in this match. James Bracey's magnificent day continues. Carlson just flinching at it a bit away from his body, and that proved his undoing. He goes for 13 and Glamorgan 156 for 3.
Yeah, just the 41st over of the innings as the Glamorgan captain Sam Northeast replaces his vice-captain at the wicket. And well, this is a huge mountain to climb for Glamorgan now, with best part of an hour still left tonight, and 3 wickets already down. They really are staring down the barrel now, Glamorgan, with a lot of cricket still to be played tomorrow.
That was put by Taylor in the sort of avenue of apprehension. As that's not mine, that's Damien Fleming. But just outside the off stump, close enough that if you're somebody like Carlson early on in your innings that probably likes to feel bat on ball, you just have a little prod at, and it only takes just that slight error to see you marching back to the pavilion. Here comes Matt Taylor bowling to Northeast. It's down the leg side, and a brilliant one-handed take down the leg side from James Bracey. Did not think that he was getting that one. Stretch out that back. Been a strenuous day for James Bracey. He had to do a decent amount of heaving in that double century, becoming just the 7th Gloucestershire player to score a first-class double 100 on this ground. I say first class. As Taylor bowls, and Northeast has deflected this one out towards backward point. It's not as though anybody's scored a list A double 100 on this ground. James Bracey being the only man in Gloucestershire's history who has a list A double 100.
There's probably been a few schoolboy double 100s along the way.
I'm sure, given the calibre of players that the college has produced over the years, that's the case. Well, Gloucestershire have got what they'd have wanted. A couple of wickets in this evening session as Taylor bowls to Northeast, who plays late and dabs it to backward point. But can they get another, especially if they were to remove Labuschagne this evening? The barbecue would taste all the sweeter.
Yeah, be almost start the cars time.
Northeast sort of holding his bat in front of him at the moment, gives it a twirl and cocks the wrists ready to face, but Van Buren wants to give the ball one last polish before he hands it to Taylor, who's working on a wicket maiden. running in now to bowl to North East, who's forward and will spoil the wicket maiden, as this time his dab gets one down to a wide deep third position. North East will keep the strike at the end of that over. Taylor 1 for 46, but in his last few overs he has just found that rhythm that he hasn't always had in this match. And it's 157 now for 3. Labuschagne still on 49 and will be at the non-strikers end for this next over. North East having kept the strike on 1, and Ajit Singh Dale's spell is over. May well be that Matt Taylor's is as well. You would have to think, getting towards the end of the day, that it might be time for Marchand de Lange to have his evening stroll into the crease.
Yeah, if he's expecting another 6 overs out of him, maybe. 15 overs remaining in the day's play as Webster is in and bowls and North East defends on the offside. No run. Webster approach is not quite in the same league as de Lange or Singh Dale, despite his height. He's bowling at a more gentle medium fast rather than aspirations to the fast side of things. Through outside off stump. North East playing no shot.
Probably a good thing is Gloucestershire's over rate, which started the innings at +2, is now at level. It's not into the minuses, but could do with Webster just not exactly hurrying through these overs. He doesn't have to, but just improve the over rate a little bit, as Gloucestershire have been straining their fast bowlers to produce a bit of extra pace, take some wickets.
That's shouts of catch there as North East drove at that one. It wasn't under control, it was wide of point, and the ball raced away to the boundary, but it wasn't that far wide of Zaman Akhtar at point, who went full length to his right but couldn't get a finger on it. But just the suggestion of an opportunity for Gloucestershire there, and Webster might be quite encouraged to see the Glamorgan captain playing uppishly at that one. And he comes again at 161 for 3, and that was drilled straight back, and the stumps prevent North East from picking up a boundary. I don't think that would have been cut off by mid-on or mid-off,
No.
had it gone a couple of inches either side of the timber.
Webster can feel a bit aggrieved about the previous boundary. He's had it made up there. Often talked about as a game of millimetres, but it's sort of also a game of fractions of a second. Another fraction of a second later on that drive and North East would have planted it into the hands of Akhtar.
Next delivery, no shot from North East. 16143 here on BBC Sport Online. Ed Seaborn and myself, Nick Webb, with you through till the close tonight, which 14 overs to go at 10 to 6, talking 20 to 7ish, I guess. Another 50 minutes play. 50 minutes for Gloucestershire to try to do further damage. As North East drives and gets it off thick inside edge on the leg side. Just the one slightly perilous boundary shot in that over. 161 for 3. Labuschagne has 49, North East has 5.
Who's bowling? It looks as though one more from Taylor and then maybe 6 from de Lange. He is starting to go through a few exercises. I think right that Taylor gets one more, given what he's produced the last couple of overs. I mean, that inside edge on the drive, last ball from North East back onto pad. Haven't seen a played on yet, but feels like the sort of surface where you might get one if you're not careful. Taylor then to Labuschagne on 49. He bowls and Labuschagne gets to 50 as he tucks the ball to fine leg. Ahmed Saeed on the field doing the fielding, and a 74 ball half century for Marnus Labuschagne. 8 fours. He battled through a really testing spell early in his innings from Marchand de Lange. Magnificent to watch that was. We might get some more of that head-to-head battle in due course, but it has been an innings so far of quality from Labuschagne, which you sort of felt might be coming a bit after he missed out in the first innings. Taylor bowls to North East, who tucks the ball wide of de Lange up at mid-on, and that will be another single, 163 for 3.
The fourth time that Labuschagne has reached the 50 mark in his 8 innings for Glamorgan in the Championship this season, and he's converted one of the previous 3 into a century.
Bit of movement disturbing Labuschagne. A few spectators settling in at straight wide mid off, straight long off is what I was trying to get to. Oh dear, it's been a long day. Down the leg side from Matt Taylor, and Labuschagne nothing on it as Bracey gets across.
It's an issue about which Mr. Labuschagne is very particular, spectators moving next to the screen. Seen it in Cardiff a few times where he's halted proceedings until people have got firmly out of the way.
Here comes Matt Taylor then now to bowl, and just a little tuck from Labuschagne to deep backward square for a single as Tom Price comes along the balcony. We've got a bit of an update earlier on in the members forum about Tom Price's fitness, hoping to be back batting only in a couple of weeks at the start of the One Day Cup, but they're hoping that he will be able to return to bowling as well at the back end of that and into the last section of championship matches, as this time a false start from Taylor, and I think it might have been a bit of chat between skipper and fast bowler causing the hold up there. Taylor into North East, who's played that one awkwardly, as though he came down the pitch and it was almost as though he was thinking that he was going to have to play on the back foot, and then sort of ended up almost half throwing the bat at the ball.
Hasn't been a hugely assured start from the experienced Glamorgan captain, who's been a little bit short of runs last week. Certainly got a half century up at last the previous match. Century at Yorkshire, and of course the triple century to start the season at Lords, but just getting a word of advice from Marnus Labuschagne there.
It was a bizarre sort of shot. Last ball of this over, Taylor to North East, and well left that time to end the over and possibly end Taylor's spell. 11 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 49, but he's produced the wicket of Kieran Carlson. It was almost like that penultimate ball of the over. I sort of described it as though he was almost throwing his bat at the ball. It was as though he threw his bottom hand at it whilst holding the bat still with his top hand. I don't think I've ever really seen somebody try to play the ball like that before, but anyway, he got bat on it. 164 for 3.
2 batters in further consultation then before the new over, as Miles Hammond changes position in the field. He's been deputed to go to mid-wicket, just the 1 slip and a gully now for Webster to bowl to Labuschagne. I think any further inroads in the remaining 13 overs are going to be bonus for Gloucestershire as Labuschagne plays that trademark whippy leave through to Bracey. 1-6-4 for 3. And Morgan just need to see an awfully long time of Marnus Labuschagne at the crease if they'd have any remote hope of saving this game. Labuschagne batting outside his crease to the seamers and defending that one. Out on the leg side, no run.
Day 4 tickets, £15
Okay.
reading, so discounted price if you'd like to come and potentially watch either a heroic Glamorgan fight or Gloucestershire's second championship win of the season.
Webster bowls and Labuschagne defends on the offside, and I'm sure Labuschagne would disagree, but Gloucestershire's second win of the season does at the moment appear the more likely of these two options.
Certainly not if he's got anything to do with it. It should be an exciting finish to the day with De Lange likely to be bowling to him. Here's Webster bowling to Labuschagne, who takes a step down the pitch and leaves, as Nick Webb also leaves in order to deliver his latest Radio Wales update. Still 12 overs remaining. Good job from a Gloucestershire point of view as well that the clouds have cleared and we don't have the sort of murky skies as Webster bowls. This is flicked aerially by Labuschagne, but into plenty of space. Backward of square on the leg side, down to Marchand de Lange fielding at long leg as we get some bright sunshine again. 165 for 3. Yeah, it's a good job in terms of getting these overs in that the skies aren't darker, because you can't make time up on the final day anyway. 96 overs fixed. Webster, last ball of this over, bowls down the pitch, comes northeast and runs the ball away towards deep third. Ahmed Saeed is running after it from deep backward point and keeps it to a couple of runs. 167 for 3, northeast on to 8. Gloucestershire have had plenty of choice as far as their substitute fielders have gone in this one. Josh Shaw was on the field on day 1, but the likes of Saeed, Bailey have been about quite a lot the last few days. It still won't be De Lange. Possibly the feeling that he might just, in 5 overs, really open up the taps, and Taylor has continued to cause problems as he's in now, bowling to Labuschagne, who's setting off for a single that's not there, has to get back as Hammond is quickly in from cover. A good thing from his point of view was that Northeast not interested whatsoever, so it wasn't one of those where Labuschagne realised his error. And then there was that dance in the middle of the pitch to decide who was going to go to which end. Still quite breezy as Taylor round the wicket, bowls, tries a Yorker. Labuschagne digs it out. Well, now they are going to come through for a single, which it took quite a lot of time to decide was there. Labuschagne grins at De Lange, who was the fielder up at mid-on, who really had very little chance of preventing it. But just a little bit of frantic cricket developing. Labuschagne 53. Glamorgan 168 for 3. So 100 7 overs and 4 balls left to survive. 7 more wickets needed by Gloucestershire. Taylor into North East, who goes back and plays this one with a full face of the bat to Taylor, marching back to his mark again. Lovely golden light over on Cleve Hill in the distance, as we're just about in sunshine, but that's in full sunshine. Looking quite leafy this year with all the rain that we've had. In goes Taylor, bowls driving, is North East, but well short of cover. Again, not a particularly controlled shot from North East. Certainly not had a great deal of success with that cover drive so far. Marnus Labuschagne, I think, signalling for, well, he wants a drink. Might also want a change of gloves. I don't think I've particularly seen the signal that he made pointing at his throat before, but must mean something. Taylor bowls, and North East comes forward, clips the ball away through square leg for 4 runs. That was probably the most assured shot that North East has played in this innings so far. And he's into double figures, onto 12, 172 for 3. De Lange very much loosening up now. So probably one more delivery for Matt Taylor to send down. Actor moving back at square leg now. Just the 2 slips as Taylor into North East. It's straight and allowing North East to work the ball to Zaman Akhter, who runs around to deep mid wicket, and it's 173 for 3 with North East on to 13, keeping the strike there. Webster it will be to continue, but definitely Marchand de Lange to bowl the next over from the Chapel End. He says setting himself up for failure, but he's just been taken on a drink by Archie Bailey, who's wearing one of Marchand de Lange's shirts, and actually it didn't look that big on him either. Bailey, one of the 3 Gloucestershire players who've graduated from their academy and awarded rookie deals this year, along with Ahmed Saeed, who was out there earlier, and Tommy Borman. Bailey, a pace bowling prospect. Here comes Beau Webster from the Chapel End to North East, who leans forward and watches that one pass through to the gloves of James Bracey. He's been miserly in this innings as Webster as he was in the first innings. That 5-wicket haul. 10 overs, 4 maidens, 5 for 17. There's been less movement for him to work with than in the first innings, but still doing a job building pressure from that College Lawn end. However, North East is going to pick up at least a couple of runs here. In fact, I think it's going to be 4. It is. De Lange running round from long leg, couldn't get there. And Glamorgan starting to have another little burst of scoring after they were tied down a bit by Taylor and by Singh Dale. Gloucestershire have got 2 wickets in this evening session, having taken Billy Root's wicket before the tea break. Webster into North East, who works him to mid-wicket this time. There's no run. North East 17 from 20 deliveries, so despite the fact that has looked a bit on edge, he's still scored at a good rate. But it is, for the most part, survival that Glamorgan need. Webster is into North East, who drives slightly in the air, forced Webster to make an attempt in his follow-through at a catch, but it fell short of him anyway and wide of him. There's no run up to mid-off. Not quite in the stage of night watchman territory, but you'd imagine that somebody like a Mason Crane would potentially relish the opportunity to come out and do that job and bat for a long time tomorrow as well. Webster is in, and this is turned away through square leg. That is going to be 4 more. I think, yes, Charlesworth does give it the dive, but there's too much pace on the ball. And a rare over sent down by Webster that has contained 2 boundaries. North East 21 from 23 deliveries. Glamorgan up to 181 for 3, requiring 412 more in terms of that. But North East just beginning to get himself settled in the middle, seemingly.
Yes, he's another one that we know has the concentration to play very long innings.
Webster bowls a short ball. That's well played by North East. He absolutely made sure that that was going down, even if it was not going to bring him a run and he'd hit mid-wicket with it. One thing he was not going to do was hit that ball in the air to a fielder, and he's picked up a single to the leg side sweeper. 182 for 3, and it is time for Marchant de Lange.
Here we go. So he can bowl the rest of this evening, potentially. 10 overs to go. He can bowl, obviously, 5 of them. And, well, Gloucestershire in a very strong victory position as things stand. And anything else in these remaining 40 minutes is something of a Billy bonus for the Shire, as he will be bowling initially to Sam North East. Zaman Akhtar is brought in from the boundary at square leg to lurk in the vicinity of umpire Paul Baldwin. And de Lange in then to begin this second spell, and North East defends his first ball out on the offside, and there's no run. It was a tremendous contest between de Lange and Labuschagne in particular in de Lange's first over. Claimed the wicket of Billy Root, who was caught at long leg off a sort of self-protective hook shot, which I'm not sure he entirely wanted to play, but got drawn into playing it he did, as North East defends on the offside, and there's no run. So Lang was a favourite of supporters in Cardiff. Wholehearted effort. Things didn't always go his way. He wasn't hugely consistent at times, but certainly a valuable part of the county's armoury at the time.
The other thing is he's got time for the supporters as well.
Yes. As North East plays a rather odd slash at that, one hand off the bat. Whether he really intended to hit that one, I'm not quite sure. Yes, Marchant de Lange, a man who will have a friendly greeting for virtually anyone on the ground. And that's something that's always appreciated as well. North East needs to cut out that sort of shot, certainly, because that would have been rather gift wicket had he made contact there, as he's forward driving at that, but well stopped at cover by diving Hammond, possibly.
Yes.
Who tries to flick the ball up and over his head to Van Buren and made a complete Horlicks of it.
closer to hitting himself on the head than throwing it to Van Buren.
Oh well, anything to keep yourself occupied at this time of the day. As De Lange steams in, and North East hurried slightly into the shot, but plays it carefully enough on the leg side. No run.
Middlesex 6 down now against Leicestershire, 250 for 6. Josh De Carey's 34 not out, and Luke Holman 10 not out, but Jack Davies has been dismissed, so that doesn't look as though it's going to go too far into day 4.
Gloucestershire will be hoping the same is true here as De Lange is into bowl. North East up on his toes, playing it nicely down on the offside. Maiden over to start De Lange's second spell, earns the applause of the crowd. From the Glamorgan point of view, and probably be thinking in bowl all the maiden overs he wants to, as long as he doesn't take any further wickets.
Run scoring does not matter at all in these final 9 overs from Gloucestershire's perspective. Starting to, I was saying when you were off air, starting to get towards the stage you wonder if Glamorgan might use a night watchman, so could they break this partnership and then take one more?
Yeah, Van der Hoogten may be padded up by now.
Webster bowling to Labuschagne, who works him through the onside. He's now got protection at deep square leg, where a lot of the runs have been scored recently, and in fact he's going to stay back for Sam North East, but the fielder from deep point comes up. 183 for 3.
Can't quite see who is padded up in the dugout down there, being blocked by, I think it's David Harrison.
Glamorgan seem to sit more at the far end than Gloucestershire do, out of sight. Webster to North East, who leans well forward and defends towards extra cover. But it does always open up that possibility. Equally, having seen the name of the man who took that Leicestershire 6th wicket, Scott Curry, they can also then bat for 2 sessions, as Scott Curry did against Gloucestershire earlier this season. Webster to the crease bowls, and North East works that one with pleasant timing wide of mid-on. Singdale will hair after it, but have no chance to bring in the ball. So 4 more runs to Sam North East, who appears all of a sudden to be rather liking the bowling for Bo Webster. 3 boundaries in the last over and a half. 187 for 3. So Morgan almost got it down below 400 runs to win. Ollie Price is doing a bit of loosening in the gully, maybe partly for over rate as well as just a change at that College Lawn end, excuse me, and a wide ball from Bo Webster. They've called a few in this match of the umpires. More wides, yes, exactly.
There's often quite a lot of leniency, isn't there, in the first class game, in very sharp contrast to what goes on in white ball cricket, but if you can't hit it, you can't hit it.
188 for 3, offside wide from Webster, who bowls now to North East, and picture book forward defence to this next delivery. Not tempted to try and whip this one through the onside. He has on several other occasions. They certainly haven't rushed through their overs this evening of Gloucestershire. Webster runs in, and North East lets that one go. Again, I'd imagine that was quite a long way wide of the off stump, judging by the way that North East left it. Eight overs still remaining after this one for Gloucestershire to prize out one of these two prize wickets. Labuschagne and North East. Webster bowls, and North East has reached for that one and got a thick outside edge on it. It goes fairly quickly to the floor and stopped by Ollie Price in the gully, but he did go reaching for that ball, did Sam North East. But no harm done. 188 for 3, 54 to Labuschagne and 26 to North East, who feels as if he's had about 80% of the strikes since he's come in. Gloucestershire have been fairly happy to let Labuschagne take singles, but also North East has kept him off strike on a few occasions as well.
There'll be enough bowling to go round for everyone tomorrow. As Labuschagne rechecks his guard with umpire Naeem Ashraf. And in comes De Lange once more, roaring in and bowls, and that's pulled through mid-wicket as De Lange falls over for the second time in proceedings today. And if ever a ball from De Lange can be friendly, that one sat up reasonably nicely for Labuschagne to pull through mid-wicket and move on to 58 not out, 192 for 3. And, well, Glamorgan in most other circumstances would be satisfied with this sort of score on the board. As it is, they're less than a third of the way to the victory target with 3 wickets down. Labuschagne turns another one into the leg side, this one rather more gently, and they amble through for a single as Matt Taylor retrieves ahead of Zaman Akhtar in front of us. As we look out from our balcony position, which at the moment is at mid-wicket for the right-handed Sam North East, with the bowling in the hands of De Lange from the Chapel end. Could be the Chapel's end, since there are 2 of them. A little bit of a field change. Cover is coming in. To where exactly? Sort of squarish catching cover position. De Lange to North East, who works it off his legs, will pick up at least a single. They'll have a look and come back for the second. Neat enough. Initially a nice enough piece of fielding from Ajit Singh Dale. His throw then eluded James Bracey, but it was well backed up. Otherwise, buzzers would have ensued. 195 for 3.
It would be Miles Hammond having to throw himself across the floor one-handed to stop the overthrows. Grass stains to add to the shine stains.
North East plays no shot to the next ball. Through to Bracey. Yeah, that'll have to be at least a 40-degree wash, if not 50.
Seems to be one from most sides like that. I mean, Dom Bess last week at Scarborough seemed to be on a mission to see how many stains he could get on his whites.
As North East is forward, defending up to mid-on. Not something which troubles me greatly these days, since our league games are played in coloured kit, and black trousers don't show the stains as much.
What are your colours?
Maroon and black. As that is defended on the leg side by North East. End of another De Lange over. Glamorgan have survived another one. 195 for 3, with a large buzzard motif on the chest.
I suppose that's a good colour for cricket stains, well, particularly
Yes.
for the polishing the ball variety. Makes more sense than some. If you're going to have a, like a, I don't know, Derbyshire's 50 over kit last year, sort of powder blue that
yes, an
they had.
odd thing, isn't it? An odd. And some stripes across the leg, which looked very odd. Chocolate and mustard and something like that.
Here's Webster starting a new over. Labuschagne leaves, perhaps a tighter leave than some. Bounces through to Bracey. I do always like Gloucestershire's 50 over kits. I must say, I think that the yellow numbering and outlining on the black, I think, looks quite smart.
Yes, quite dramatic, isn't it?
Webster into Labuschagne, who's back in his crease, tapping to Saeed, who's back on the field at cover.
Yes, we've got a nice subtle inlay of a buzzard, which is quite on our shirts, club shirts.
Cost a few quid extra for the printers.
Which is as a result of that bird being traditionally prominent in the locality.
Webster running in, bowls, tries a Yorker. Labuschagne squeezes it out towards Hammond at mid-wicket. There's no run.
I've entirely failed to popularise a hashtag of Back the Buzzards on social media. Doesn't seem to have taken off.
Haven't seen any birds of prey, any variety here over the last few days.
There'll
Get
be a
the
few vultures round the bat towards the close if Glamorgan are 8 and 9 down at some point tomorrow.
The odd stray kite or something. Webster to Labuschagne, who gets a toe end on that, out into the gully, straight along the floor as Price fields and decides that it's time for him to have a shine of the ball. You can tell he's not been doing it very much because there's no stain on the outside of his thigh, which is used there. Still wonder if he might get a couple of overs at the back end here. I don't know that Webster's going to be able quite to finish off the day, but we might go back to another one of their quicks. Webster to Labuschagne, no shot through to the wicketkeeper. I think that was, Actor just down below us, maybe just staying loose. Don't know whether he's got the call or not, or whether he's just making the signal that he's ready to bowl, although Graham Van Buren is actually the man not on the field at the moment, with Ahmed Saeed still at cover. Last ball of this Webster over, and once again Labuschagne not forced to play, and so doesn't. It is a maiden over from Webster, 9 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 29. Some applause for the maiden over, but he's not quite been hooping the ball about Webster like he did in the first innings. Not particularly surprising, really, given that there has been less in it for the bowlers than all that time ago when Webster took some really key wickets in the middle order of Glamorgan in that first innings, just as it looked as though the man on strike northeast might start to take the game away from them.
De Lange starting a new over. Northeast driving and gets the ball back past De Lange, who can't stop it in his follow through. Nicely timed up to a straight long off, and the ball hopping over the boundary boards, has it? Oh no, it's rebounded off them to the relief of the fielder, who might have had to go searching underneath the covers. And otherwise 199 for 3. Northeast to 32 not out. Come on, Shanna. The cries of encouragement to Marchant de Lange, the South African international, who's in and bowls to Northeast, who's defending that one to mid-off, and there is no run. I'm sure that Northeast would like to have de Lange still in the Glamorgan Armoury. And of course now he doesn't count, does he, as one of the
No,
overseas, which
no.
was the reason that he left Glamorgan, that he did count as an overseas at that point.
Yeah, that happened as soon as the 3-year contract with Gloucestershire was announced last year.
Northeast drives, doesn't quite time it to Van Buren.
I say last year, I mean 2 years ago for last year.
I think Glamorgan would have been pretty likely to retain his services all through had he been able to retain that domestic status all the way through. But perhaps he would have get fed up of bowling on Cardiff wickets. Mind you, has to bowl on Bristol wickets, which aren't more responsive. Beautiful shot from Northeast, creamed through the covers. 200 up for Glamorgan in the 51st over. Van Buren could do nothing to hold that one back. And yeah, it's nice to see a crowd that applauds the landmarks of both teams. And indeed a very nice shot from Northeast to move to 36 not out.
Yeah, he really has knuckled down Northeast and settled in. Looks like it is going to take either a serious error of judgment at this stage or an excellent piece of bowling to get rid of him.
Well, de Lange is capable of the latter, and a big appeal for LPW as he looks to play through mid-wicket Northeast. Ball bounces out on the leg side to Actor, and it is a dot ball.
Still didn't look quite right from this off angle.
As far as we can give LBW verdicts from mid-wicket, with the video evidence arriving a little later to us. Short ball. Northeast manages to get underneath it. Dot ball to end the over. The anti-penultimate over of the day from de Lange from that Chapel's End. In other words, he's got 2 left.
And
Or was it 3? 5? Oh,
No, 2.
2. Right, so thanks
3
for that.
from Zaman
3 from
Actor.
Actor, 3 from Actor's End.
Who's coming back into the attack, replacing Bo Webster.
Token over of spin at the end.
Suspect probably not, unless Actor is going to start to spray this ball about. What happened there?
It's just the announcement of the bowling change.
Seemed to be a large murmur for some reason. Anyway, I don't know what that was about. Here comes Zaman Actor then bowling, and on the pads of Labuschagne tucked down to fine leg for a single. Looks a man determined this innings, does Labuschagne. Gloucestershire at least have the hope that they might be able to catch him early tomorrow, having to start again. But he's looked a fairly immovable object for them, as you rather feared that he might be. He's on to 60, 204 for 3. Actor into Northeast, who's forward and prodding the ball to mid-off. Just felt as though, especially having seen his compatriot Cameron Bancroft score 100, and a big one at that, 184. Just felt that might provide a bit of extra motivation for Labuschagne to
Top that.
Yes, go even bigger perhaps. Actor to Northeast and beats him on the outside edge. Nicely bowled by Actor. Northeast just a little bit caught in two minds, front and back foot. There's, by the looks of things, a length that kind of needs to be hit, and if it's off there by a small amount, then looking quite so threatening. Actor into Northeast, who played a sort of fiddly defensive shot into the straight mid-wicket area. Hammond comes across the field. He did again do a little bit what Kieran Carlson did with that play and a miss, though, to Northeast. Just follow the ball a fraction. Some late evening sunshine as Actor moves into Northeast, and that's steered away to cover. Ollie Price fielding and still doing a bit of shining, but I mean it's difficult to say for sure from the pictures that we've got, but it did just seem to do something when Byram was dismissed in that sort of period. There's not been a great deal to suggest that it's been doing a great deal since then. Actor bowls down the leg side. Northeast goes after it, but does not meet the ball with the bat, and Bracey takes down the leg side. So 1 run from the over. 204 for 3, 4 overs remaining. There are some darker clouds in the distance. I think the probability, though, is that they're going to get these 4 overs in. It's been a slightly better evening in terms of breaks in the cloud than I think was forecast, and Gloucestershire will have to hope that that's the general run of things tomorrow as well. It still looks more as though it's confined to the morning, the chances of rain, but it sort of varies the actual time that it finishes.
Delanger's first ball of his 11th over brings no shot from Labuschagne. Whew. Glorious sunshine. Why isn't the place packed out? Well, maybe the previous 7 and a bit hours haven't been that sunny. It really is a picture in this last few minutes of the game as Delanger bowls, and Labuschagne will take a quick single, but a fairly safe one, as Matt Taylor was well set back at mid-on and he steered it towards mid-wicket.
They now seem to have a fairly high likelihood of rain from about 3 to 6 a.m. and then not quite sure where it's going to hit, but probably a bit more rain between 8 and midday somewhere, with the chances getting less, so could still have a few interruptions.
Northeast turns towards mid-wicket. Actor is round to cut off any possibility of a run. 205 for 3. Yeah, we were talking about possibility of a delayed start probably for an hour or so, I would have thought. Obviously it doesn't drain and get mopped up quite as quickly as at a headquarters grounds, but I think Gloucestershire will get at least a good 2 sessions, probably a bit more, in a bid to win this match, as Northeast jumping slightly to get on top of it, plays it towards square leg, and they go through for a single. And oh, that's a 50 partnership, and Labuschagne's only got 12 of them. Well, as you said earlier, he didn't face a lot of the strike for a while.
No, and they've been quite content just to cut his scoring options down to singles through point or square leg.
61 not out for Marnus Labuschagne, as Delanger bowls and Labuschagne behind that. Oohs and ahs. Delanger just stood there, hands on knees, as the ball trickled back past him. giving Labuschagne something of an evil eye, maybe.
Did stay down a bit. Not as much as it would have needed to get underneath Labuschagne,
who had everything behind that one. De Lange bowls, short pitch ball. Labuschagne makes no movement towards it. That is the end of De Lange's over. 206 for 3, and 3 overs to come tonight as the scoreboard clicks on a couple of balls at once. 206 for 3, Glamorgan. The target 593. So they're a third of the way through, but obviously 3 top order wickets down.
Time to start firing the barbecue up, though. Over on the College Lawn side of the ground. Actor into his 8th over, 7 overs for 30 so far. He bowls onto North East's legs. He plays it down into the ground and loops out towards Hammond at mid-wicket. There is no run. Naeem Ashraf looking in the direction of the sun and having to shield his eyes, just about remembering that that's what you have to do. You're going to look towards
the sun. Yes, we remember
the
that.
sun. Oh gosh, cramp. That's not good.
As the next ball from Actor is flicked away down leg side by North East, and that will fly down to the boundary in front of one of the hospitality marquees. Just a little bit straying down leg side there, Zaman Akhtar, and carefully put away by North East. More consultation between the two batters as the ice cream van departs.
Oh, I might as well
You've had
call it off now.
And ice cream is a well-known cure for cramp as well.
Thank you for covering for that ball. That was not particularly pleasant. Actor into North East, who plays the ball back to the bowler. Not drunk enough today, and also must have seemingly been tensing some muscle on the inside of my knee quite a lot during the day. Didn't even know I had a muscle there. In fact, I don't think I knew I had a muscle at all to have cramp in, so that's a real bonus at the end of the day. 210 for 3. Actor to the crease, he bowls, and a bit of lift there off full length, but North East was not interested in having a drive outside the off stump. Leaves it alone. Will be a late bonus wicket for Gloucestershire in these final now 14 balls of the day's play. Both sides just about probably taking 2 wickets in this final session, although Glamorgan would be sadder to give them up. As Actor bowls a short ball, rolling the wrists very nicely on that one. Once again is North East, and taking a single on the pull shot to backward square leg, 211 for 3. So Labuschagne will just get the one delivery this over as well. Strike share continues to be heavily in favour of North East, but perhaps Labuschagne can find a way to get on strike for De Lange. He might decide not to, though. Here is Actor bowling, and this is driven firmly down into the ground and up towards mid-off, and Labuschagne knows that if he plays it straight, then there's no chance of him getting a single. 211 for 3. He's not quite as much as, it's impossible to expect a fast bowler to be at the same pace every single spell that he bowls, but De Lange hasn't quite, I think, hit the same pace as in his first spell. Of course, the ball is much older now as well. Still dangerous, but just maybe end of the day, end of a long day.
In comes De Lange then to bowl to Northeast, who's driving and eluding the dive of the cover fielder, and that one will run away down the hill for 4 runs. Is that Hammond staying down there?
Yes, it does do this.
It's all right, Miles. Someone else has gone to get it. You don't have to stay prostrate any longer. Northeast to 46 not out. To 15 for 3. As De Lange bowls to Northeast again, who drives firmly towards Matt Taylor at mid-on. There's no run. 2 slips in a gully and the backward point in a just about catching position. Cover mid-off. Mid-on. Square leg, says he's stretching to see over the balcony. And fine leg. Wide-ish fine leg. Down on the ropes. Away to our right. As De Lange steams in, bowls to Northeast, who plays again a controlled pull shot. They're testing them out with short pitch deliveries now and again, but that played quite gently, if you like, and no risk of lobbing a catch even if it had come off the top edge.
Just got that extra bit of time to see it as well with this older ball as well. As long as you just don't go too hard at it.
Where's the new ball tomorrow? Done. About an hour and a half in, maybe. De Lange bowls, and Labuschagne was hurried into that shot, but as De Lange ends up on the ground once more, we'll get a couple of runs down towards third man. Enthusiastic fielding from the Shire. Ball that looked to be running away for 4, but was chased by 2 fielders, and Ollie Price was one of them.
Yeah, Charlesworth with the initial flip back, I think.
And they saved a couple between them. 63 not out to Labuschagne as the cloud comes over again. And Marchant De Lange will bowl once someone has moved at long off. Labuschagne, as I say, is very particular about this. Doesn't like spectators loitering even if they're not moving next to the sight screen. As Labuschagne drives through mid-wicket, he'll pick up 1 and that will be all. As the throw comes in, Labuschagne to 64, Northeast to face the last ball, delivered today by Marchant De Lange, provided that it is a legitimate delivery. 219 for 3, Glamorgan, needing a further 370 odd to win. De Lange bowls up in the block hole, Northeast drives it gently towards mid-on. There is no run. De Lange's work with the ball is done today. 1 for 45, his second spell not quite as hostile as the first, but he has provided a threat, and Gloucestershire have mostly bowled pretty tidily and kept Glamorgan honest in this final innings of the match.
Well, the last over looks as though it will be bowled by Graham van Buren.
There we are, skipper getting on, bowling a few darts.
7th bowler used by Gloucestershire. It was Glamorgan's 7th bowler that broke that stand between Cameron Bancroft and Miles Hammond in Gloucestershire's second innings, worth 201. So whether the 7th bowler can be lucky for Gloucestershire as well. There will be a slip, no short leg. Labuschagne on strike, just providing a different angle and different trajectory. Graham van Buren, we saw 4 overs from Ollie Price for 13 runs. What can Van Buren do? He bowls to Labuschagne, who drives him through the covers. This could be a boundary. No, good work from Zaman Akhtar. slides to his right, keeps the ball in, but they hurry back for a couple, 219 for 3. So Glamorgan know if they keep scoring at this rate. As Van Buren is in, Labuschagne leans forward to defend.
Don't go there.
Well, I don't really need to finish the rest of it off, do I?
Don't even talk about it for another 200 runs.
Van Buren to Labuschagne, fired in and worked behind square on the leg side, and Labuschagne hands over responsibility to North East on 2-2-2 for 3. Labuschagne 267. Might be a certain amount of to me to you in this last over.
No chuckling allowed though.
Van Buren now wants an extra fielder to move to the onside. Hammond in at a shortish mid-wicket, De Lange at a short extra, a sweeper actor at deep point. Van Buren to North East down the leg side. He's taken the bails off as Bracey, but North East wasn't going anywhere. Didn't decide to go for a bit of a wander. Overbalance. Sun comes out again as Van Buren is into North East, who's well forward and prodding this one back to the Gloucestershire captain. 1 ball left in the day's play. Van Buren to deliver it. He's there and bowls a full ball, and North East runs the ball up towards mid-on. They don't take a single, and the superstitious among you are going to have a rather unpleasant night, because the score has finished on day 3 at 222 for 3, with Labuschagne and North East the latest pair to provide resistance to Gloucestershire's victory push. They know that they will need 7 wickets on the final day. Be hoping that rain doesn't play a part, and they'll have the full 96 overs to take those 7 wickets. They may well need them. Games here do have a tendency to go deep into the final day.
Glamorgan will be hoping that it goes all the way into the final day then. Decent effort from this partnership. They've added 66 so far for the 4th wicket, but it's in terms of time occupation that they will be judged, and there is a heck of a lot of work to do tomorrow for Glamorgan if they are to salvage a draw from this game. 222 for 3. Glamorgan need a further 371 to win this game and set a new world record.
3 wickets to full. Billy Root caught on the pull shot down at fine leg by Singdale off De Lange. Eddie Byram shouldered arms and had an in-swinger from Singdale clatter into his off stump, and Kieran Carlson an outside edge through to James Bracey off the bowling of Matt Taylor. So those 3 the wicket takers so far. It's been hard work for Gloucestershire in these 56 overs. Scoring rate has been around about 4 and over, which is what Glamorgan need to score at. But it does look as though it might be a bit of hard yakka for Gloucestershire's bowlers tomorrow, but they have the potential reward of a first Cheltenham win for 3 years and a second championship win of the season if they can take 7 wickets. Thanks very much for listening today, as the festival has once again been a little chillier than in some previous editions, but it has been absorbing cricket. Hopefully you have enjoyed it as well. From Nick Webb and from myself, Ed Seaborn, goodbye, have a good evening, and we will speak to you tomorrow morning.
Will star.